Sciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Paramo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Paramo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and
Can I all request you to sit down and take your places? Kindly take your seats. It is said, he who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Ria, for today, and I welcome you all to the 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024. Can we have a huge round of applause for this? I can see a lot of familiar faces this time. I don't know if you guys remember me or not, but I do remember a lot of you. We will be shortly beginning with our session, the all-day long session. But before that, let's have a little warm-up session, right? And okay, so how many of you are ready to win some prizes, some exciting hampers? I can see Dr. Ashutosh raising hand, and I think I'm correct. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Okay, so Gaurav, can we have the scanner on the screen? Okay, so the rules are simple. You have to scan this in order to play this quiz. And I'll be coming there individually to ask you the question. And whosoever answers right gets a hamper, gets a gift. So meanwhile, you guys are scanning this and registering yourself. Let me thank our sponsors. So our platinum sponsors, Apollo Hospital, Fortis, O3 Capital, Termo. Gold sponsors, Siemens Healthineers, Wipro, GE Healthcare. And I should definitely mention all these gifts and hampers are from Polymed, Indus Health, Termo, and Krishna. Thank you so very much for our sponsors. And let's begin. Are you all ready? Guys, are you all ready? Can I just see a thumbs up or something? Perfect, perfect. It's time for me to come there now. Okay, so the first question is on the display. How many patients in India developed end-stage renal disease? Who knows the answer? Can I have hands? Anyone who knows the answer or wants to take a guess? Because there's a hamper waiting for you. Okay, I can see ma'am. Ma'am, can I first know your name?
I'm Dr. Seema Grover from Apollo Hospitals.
Dr. Seema Grover from Apollo Hospital. Ma'am, what's the answer?
2,22,000.
2,22,000. Can we see what's the right answer? It's 2,20,000 patients per year. Yeah, you were near, but it's okay. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Abdul Manzoor is leading right now with, he has answered with 10 seconds, within 10 seconds. Who is Abdul? Can I just see? Who's the guy? Sir? Okay, sir. The next question on screen, please. As per UNDP, how many Indian citizens are registered on CoWIN portal, both on-site and online? Who knows the answer? Or anybody who wants to take a guess? Okay, I can see hands. I'll be there. So your name?
Raj Kapoor is my name. This is 940 million.
940 million. Okay, sir. Let's see if sir has guessed the right answer or not. But there is still 10 seconds left. Guys, please answer. Okay, time's up. The correct answer is 940 million, and he has guessed, sorry, 950 million. You just missed it with 10 million. Okay, let's move towards the next question. And the leaderboard says, Anand Nanavati. Sir, where are you? Okay, sir. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Let's move towards the next question. Guys, please make sure there is a timer also, 45 seconds. Your question is on the screen. What is the ratio of government to private nursing colleges? Anybody who wants to take a guess? Okay, I can see hands. Yes, sir.
1:3. C.
C? 1:3. So your good name?
Dr. Purohit.
Dr. Purohit has guessed option C. Let's see if it's right or wrong. We have 5 seconds left. Okay. C is the correct answer. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Purohit? There's your gift, sir. Thank you. So Ankit is leading right now. Ankit, can we see where are you? Okay, perfect. Next question on the screen. Your 45-second timer has started. The approximate number of paramedical colleges in India. Option 1, 1160. Option 2, 1161. Or option 3, 1162. Who's taking the guess? Say your good name.
Myself, Dr. Ravi from Apollo Hospital. Then
Dr. Ravi from Apollo Hospital. So what's your answer or what's your guess?
my guess is it's the B 1161.
1161. Okay, we still have timer left. for 10 seconds. You just missed it with one. Not an issue. Okay, so let's see the leaderboard. Mr. Ankit is leading right now. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ankit? Ankit, please come forward. You've answered all the 4 questions within 46 seconds. Like, were the questions, they released these questions with you or something like that? Because 46 seconds is quite a number.
So the two basically I was aware of, and the two were the cases.
Oh, you guessed it right also. Wow, that's called luck. Because the second person, Shishir Agarwal, has answered all the questions rightly, but in 1 minute, 53 seconds. So I think that person has played it well, but your luck was today with you. So we have a hamper for you. Can we have a huge round for Ankit? Ankit, if you want to say something about today's event, what are you looking forward?
Looking forward to get the best out of it. That's it. I think there are good speakers. Dr. Pratap C. Reddy will be also coming for some time. So looking forward to listen to him.
Perfect, perfect. Please take your seat. And just like Ankit, even we are looking forward for amazing session throughout the day. Now, can I call Anisha? Hi, my co-host for today. Over to you, Anisha. Thank you so very much. You'll keep seeing me in between in intervals, and we'll play quizzes, and you'll get the chances to win more such prizes. So brush up your knowledge a bit, and I'll see you later. Anisha, over to you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I see early in the morning, everybody is wide awake and has got a good workout for their brain cells so far. And thank you so much for that. Once again, good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to NATHEALTH's 10th Annual AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024. I'm your host for the day. My name is Anisha Nayyar. For an uninterrupted and enjoyable experience, I request all of you to please put your phones on silent or on airplane mode so that there are no interruptions during the course of the day. And right at start, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Bhattacharya, Secretary General, NATHEALTH, to make an important announcement.
Good morning, a very warm welcome. It's lovely to see that the hall is nearly full. I'll just take about a minute. I have an important announcement to make. President of NATHEALTH, Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvangshi, unfortunately woke up this morning with a very high fever. And he has sent his good wishes, but unfortunately he would not be able to join at least the initial session. We certainly hope that he has a speedy recovery, and in case possible, he will join us later in this summit. So there's slight change in the opening session. We have requested the Senior Vice President of NATHEALTH, Ms. Amira Shah, who is also is expecting within the next 30 days, and she'll be joining us remotely from Mumbai. We'll be giving the opening remarks. Mr. Shishir Agarwal, who is the Secretary of NATHEALTH in the leadership team, will give the concluding remarks. And we are very, very fortunate to have Dr. Harsh Mahajan, who is the past president of NATHEALTH, who will be on the dais along with the leadership team. And we look forward to him also giving us a short address today, a special address today. So with those changes, I hand it back to the MC. Warm welcome to all of you. We'll have a fantastic and a fabulous summit. Thank you.
Right, let's kickstart the proceedings of the day with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. For an auspicious start to the event, I would request our esteemed dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp. I would request Dr. Harsh Mahajan, past president NATHEALTH, and founder and chief radiologist Mahajan Imaging to please come forward. Joining him to light the lamp, I request Mr. Shishir Agarwal, Secretary, NATHEALTH, and Managing Director, Terumo India Private Limited, Ms. Visalakshi Chandramouli, Treasurer, NATHEALTH, and Managing Partner, Tata Capital Healthcare Fund, to please come forward to light the lamp. And I request Mr. Siddharth Bhattacharya, Secretary General, NATHEALTH, to please come forward to light the lamp. Thank you all for initiating this auspicious beginning to the conference. The light of the lamp leads us from darkness towards light. The flame symbolizes wisdom and knowledge. Knowledge removes ignorance just as the light removes darkness. May I request all of you to please take your seats on the dais. The 10th NATHEALTH AROGYA BHARAT Summit 2024, with the theme India's Journey Towards Health for All and the crucial role of the private sector, is poised to address a critical imperative at the intersection of health, human capital development, and economic growth. The summit seeks to explore how India can transition towards a comprehensive healthcare framework that embraces the principles of accessibility, value-based healthcare, and quality for all, while removing equity barriers. The path to universal health is dependent on bringing in complementary strengths of the government and mirroring them with the private sector. In real essence, the public-private partnership can be successful if there is alignment between public and private stakeholders along goals, competencies, and core strategic mindsets. Only when complementary principles will be brought on the same table can India really start walking the path towards universal health coverage. We had planned to release a series of publications and white papers on crucial issues. Now that the Election Code of Conduct has come into play, we will present these draft papers to the government, post feedback from the audience during the session. So please keep your feedback coming in so that these can be incorporated into the papers as they are given shape. And after consultation with the government and with our knowledge partners, these papers will be released at an opportune time. We would like to thank our sponsors for their support for making this event a huge success. So a big thank you to our platinum sponsors, Apollo, Fortis, and O3, our gold sponsors, Siemens Healthineers and Wipro GE, our silver sponsors, Krishna and Polymed, our bronze sponsors, Agilus, Baxter, Healthium, Hinduja, Impact Guru, Indium, IQVIA, Lal Path Labs, Metropolis, and Tara Capital. Our session sponsors, BPL, BSV, Indus Health Plus, Neotia, and RAD 365. I would now request Ms. Ameera Shah, Senior Vice President, NATHEALTH and Managing Director, Metropolis Healthcare, who is joining us virtually, to please give the welcome address and speak to everyone. Please put your hands together to Ms. Ameera Shah. Ma'am, we are unable to hear you. If you can hear us, please unmute yourself, ma'am. We are unable to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you now. Please go ahead.
So thank you and a warm welcome to everyone present here today at the 10th Annual AROGYA Bharat Summit, hosted by NATHEALTH. And it gives me immense pleasure to be here, even though virtually, but in front of everyone today as we embark on this significant journey together. As we commemorate the milestone of the 10th NATHEALTH Annual AROGYA Bharat Summit, it is imperative to reflect on our journey thus far and to chart a course for the future. This summit not only serves as a platform for dialogue and collaboration, but also signifies a decade of relentless commitment to advancing healthcare in India. The theme for today's summit is actually going to be India's journey towards health for all and the crucial role of the private sector. And as we gather here, it is crucial to recognize the pivotal role that private healthcare players play in shaping the landscape of healthcare in our country. Our collective efforts together have the power to redefine the future of healthcare accessibility and quality in India. This summit stands as a testament to our commitment to realizing universal health coverage. Our aim for this milestone event is not only to celebrate our achievements, but also to reaffirm our dedication to promoting innovation, driving policy reforms, and catalyzing actionable solutions that will shape the healthcare landscape for years to come. Let us leverage this historic moment to redouble our efforts and propel India towards a future where health equity and access are the cornerstones of our society. Throughout the years, this summit has served as a vital platform for promoting discussion and collaboration aimed at overcoming the complex challenges that hinder healthcare accessibility nationwide. Today, as we convene for the 10th time, our focus remains unwavering to forge a collaborative strategy that addresses these challenges head-on. We firmly believe that by engaging the private sector, we can chart a path towards comprehensive and inclusive healthcare solutions for all. Our aim is not merely to discuss issues, but to catalyze action, transform rhetoric into reality, and to ensure that quality healthcare becomes not just a privilege for a few, but an accessible and universal right for every citizen of our country. This summit is more than just a gathering of esteemed professionals. It is a center of innovation where stakeholders from diverse backgrounds come together to ideate, innovate, and inspire change. And it is a platform where ideas are nurtured, partnerships are forged, friendships are created, and solutions are born. And as we embark on this journey over the next 2 days, let us keep in mind the immense responsibility that rests upon our shoulders. Let us channel our collective expertise, passion, and determination towards building a future where healthcare is not a luxury, but a fundamental health right. As we miss Dr. Raghuvanshi this morning and really hope that he gets better soon, I extend my warmest welcome to every single one of you. I really wish I was there physically to be there with all of you today and at the night as well. But let us make this 10th Annual AROGYA Bharat Summit a resounding success, and let us together pave the way for a healthier and a brighter future for our nation. Thank you so much. Can we put the deck on, please?
Thank you, ma'am, for your address, and we are grateful that you joined us virtually. Ma'am, you can go ahead. We can see your presentation.
I'm not sure. Just check it. I don't know if this is the right one. There should be the deck for the overall theme. Yes, thank you so much. Go to the next slide, please. So as we discussed, our theme for today is really all about involving the private sector and talking about how crucial role the private sector has as a crucial partner in the building of universal health coverage for our nation. Let's go next, please. Our vision is really 3 points, if we could summarize it very clearly. understanding how good health equals good economy and good human development. These things are all the same. Without good health, we can't accomplish much in our country. The road to universal health coverage and the role of private healthcare stakeholders, and the need for convergence of public, private, and subsectors of healthcare all coming together. Let's go next, please. So what should we expect from our summit the next couple of days? I think the idea here, besides building and forging partnerships and friendships and discussions, our idea is that we should ensure that we have regulatory clarity and we are able to create enablement for all our private enterprises to be able to actually participate in the forming of this regulation that we believe will come in the future, to work together, to partner together, to be able to really build future pathways and to address any critical gaps, barriers, and challenges that we may foresee in our future, and to bring convergence towards bringing all of these together to find solutions that actually allow us to really see the outcomes of our discussions and not just have discussions. Let's go next, please. So we will be covering these approximate 8 areas in our next 2 days. So besides health financing, where we'll really go into detail on talking about how health financing can really change and bring about universal health coverage. The topic of the year really, which has been digital health and how it's really revolutionizing healthcare, is going to be something that our panelists will go deep into and really discuss different ways as to how public and private sector are coming together and the new innovations happening in this sector as well. We'll also be talking about things like medtech. We'll also be covering healthcare innovations and CSR, along with all other kinds of healthcare as well. So I think it's going to be a very interesting day with some very interesting panels and discussions and topics. And I really urge all of you to participate as much as you can in as many of these panels and sub-panels as possible. Let's go next, please. So some of the key outputs and publications that we had created that we wanted to release during the summit was something we were hoping to include, obviously, key members of the ministry from as well. Unfortunately, due to the model code of conduct because of the elections, there has been sort of an instruction for not participating in too many public platforms at this time. And therefore, what we will be doing is summarizing the key messages from these outcomes and publications today and tomorrow. And we will be releasing these reports at an opportune time with the public ministries as we go along. But we will definitely be covering all these areas, including patient safety, digital health leadership, medtech, health financing, digital health in hospitals and diagnostics. And as we know, we've also created a course with the Koitka Foundation for digital health leadership. And of course, we'll also be covering Global Ethics School. So all of these areas and these 6 areas, we'll cover all the highlights that have emerged through all the publications and the huge number of hours and weeks and months of work done by several teams to really put these publications together. Let's go next, please. So our expected outcome with so much collaboration, discussion, publications, messaging, and panel discussions over the next 2 days, we are really hoping that together all of us can not only partner, come together, have great alignment, but really take it from here one step forward and drive the outcomes. And finally, leverage that engagement, not only with public sector, but within the private sector, to be able to really make our healthcare industry move even a step forward, a leap forward in this next year. And as we've done some great work over the last 10 years, I'm 100% sure that the next 10 years of NATHEALTH are going to be, from our learned experiences of the last 10 years, be even more rigorous, even more robust, and bring that much more content to light and that many more outcomes to light as well. Let's go next, please. As you know that we have been for the last many years planting trees at every annual summit for every speaker and all the sessions and all the people who participate. And you'll be amazed with the numbers that we've achieved, in terms of number of trees that we've planted. Would love to share some of these numbers with you. If you can go to the next slide, please. So across 2 projects, I think we have managed to cover, in this particular project, about 450,000 trees have been planted across Maharashtra. And in the next project, in the next slide, we've done an even more significant number across Jharkhand. So I think this is something which really goes in line with healthcare, which is all about nurturing not only people, our environment, our planet. And this is our way of saying thank you to all the people who contribute to our summit every year. Let's go next, please. Lastly, and of course, very importantly, I want to thank all our sponsors who not only provide the ability to create these platforms, but who also, and so many of our members who give so much time in creating these publications, reports, putting these annual meets together, and of course, our secretariat team who puts incredible amount of energy and focus behind all of this. So just wanted to thank you again and welcome all of you and carry on with our discussion for today.
Thank you, ma'am. We now know what's coming up for us over the next 2 days. I would now like to invite to the podium Dr. Harsh Mahajan, past president NATHEALTH and founder and chief radiologist at Mahajan Imaging, to please address the audience. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Harsh Mahajan.
Thank you very much and welcome and good morning. I don't have a prepared script because I was told to fill in very, very large shoes of Dr. Pratap Reddy because he could not be here. And I would like to start by saying a few words about Dr. Reddy, who is the founder president of NATHEALTH, the Healthcare Federation of India. He's the one who actually had the vision, the passion, the compassion, and the ability to actually bring private healthcare into this country in a form and method that we see it today, way back in the early 1980s. He has been a role model for most of us who are in the healthcare field. He has been a mentor. And also, his vision of NATHEALTH, and he spoke to me last year, and Mr. Anjan Bose is here, the founder, Secretary General of NATHEALTH. And the collective vision of the founders was that NATHEALTH should become for the healthcare industry, and we are an industry, whether we like it or not, something what NASSCOM was able to do for the IT industry. And towards that end, we are a fledgling young organization. But I think, as Dr. Reddy told me last year, that the growth has been so exponential, and maybe the terrible pandemic actually helped in the growth of NATHEALTH, bringing it to the forefront in interacting with the government, in bringing the private sector together. But he felt that NATHEALTH, what he had envisioned, has been able to reach a level much quicker than what he could have hoped for. And he felt very happy about it. So even though we miss Dr. Reddy here today, we remember very gratefully his vision, even for NATHEALTH, what to say for the private healthcare sector itself. Yes. Having said that, I would be failing in my duty if I don't recognize Dr. Anjan, Mr. Anjan Bose, and Siddhartha, as he is known, Siddhartha Bhattacharya, who's taken everyone along and has been responsible for the current trajectory of growth, standing on shoulders of the previous leaders, taking advice across the sector, and being able to bring not only hospitals, diagnostic service providers, medtech, but many more, home health, telehealth, telemedicine, health insurance, investors, so many new facets of healthcare delivery models together. I think we must credit, of course, to the previous leaders, the previous leadership, but also in large measure to Siddhartha, who's been able to shape the vision towards progress. Now, what has NatHealth achieved in the last few years? It has achieved credibility. It has achieved such a credibility that today, any wing of the government, be it Niti Aayog, be it the Health Ministry, be it National Health Authority, be it the Finance Ministry, be it the Chemicals and Fertilizers Ministry and their subsets, they do consult with NatHealth when policy is being formulated. They do take inputs from the various members of NatHealth as and when they feel it necessary. And also, I must thank each and every member, not only the founder members, but members who've joined over the last 10 years, that as and when they've been asked to contribute, they've been only too willing. And also the camaraderie, the friendship, the relationships that have been forged across the silos of the healthcare industry. I think that is something which is unique, which is commendable, and which I think is going to help growth of each and every subset, every sector of the healthcare industry. And for that, I think being able to open your hearts, your minds to each other has been really a very, very great. And I think all of us are thankful for that. Also, in conclusion, I'd like to say NatHealth has not worked in isolation. We've got into dialogue, into partnership with the other industry organizations, be it AHPI, be it CII, be it FICCI, be it the PhD Chamber of Commerce, ASSOCHAM, even the specialist doctor organizations that are there. We are in dialogue with them, we consult with them. And also, when challenges arise, as a recent one, which is about costing, about pricing of healthcare delivery across the country, I think NatHealth has not been found wanting, whether it was approaching the Honorable Supreme Court during the time of the pandemic, when diagnostic tests, RT-PCR, was mandated by the Honorable Court to be done free of charge. NatHealth is the one which approached them, and then they were able to change their judgment, something which is very, very rare. Similarly, there are challenges that the healthcare industry faces today. And there again, I assure each and every member, because even though it may be something which appears to affect only the providers, but then we all know there is a trickle-down effect that happens, whether it be medtech, whether it be any subset of the healthcare industry. And there again, we are in dialogue with legal luminaries, and we will not be found wanting in approaching the courts if that is what is necessary. Of course, we remain in dialogue with the government. We remain in dialogue with the government because we, as the private healthcare sector, also want that there be universal health coverage in this country, there be access with the same quality of healthcare that is available in the metros and large hospitals, that it percolate down to the tier 2, tier 3 and the rural areas. But we also want to tell the government that for sustainability, for access, for growth of the healthcare industry, for the patients being able to get quality healthcare, there has to be viability in the system, because only then will there be sustainability and growth. And towards that end, skilling, health education, all those again, the medical colleges have become a part of NATHEALTH. And so, as was the vision of the founders, taking each and every subset of the healthcare industry together, I think we are well on the road to achieving that. And for that, I would like to thank each and every one of you. Enjoy the next 2 days of learning, of teaching, of telling, and of enjoying each other's company. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. NATHEALTH is committed to patients' welfare and ethical best practices and has decided to voluntarily adopt EPIHC's 10 principles. The World Bank and the IFC have developed the EPIHC, and now I would like to call on stage the IFC team members for the exchange of this MOU. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ramesh Ramanathan, Head of Services, Sector Investment South Asia, International Finance Corporation. Please also welcome on stage Mr. Raju Narayan, Global Sector Specialist, Health, IFC, International Finance Corporation. Please also welcome Mr. Amit Chandar, Senior Investment Officer, India Country Anchor, Project Development and Advisory Services, Manufacturing, Agribusiness and Services, IFC. Please put your hands together and welcome the IFC team on stage. We look forward to the exchange of the MOUs. And from the NATHEALTH team, I would request Dr. Harsh Mahajan, Vice President, NATHEALTH, and Founder-in-Chief, Radiologist Mahajan Imaging. Ms. Amira Shah, Senior Vice President, NATHEALTH and Managing Director, Metropolis. Mr. Shishir Agarwal, Secretary, NATHEALTH and Managing Director, Terumo India Private Limited. Ms. Vijay Lakshmi Chandramouli, Treasurer, NATHEALTH and Managing Partner, Tata Capital Healthcare Fund. And Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya, Secretary General, NATHEALTH. So please come forward for the exchange of the MOUs. EPIHC is a set of 10 principles to guide the behavior of healthcare providers, payers, and investors. These principles include making a positive contribution to the society, promoting high-quality standards, and respecting the environment. For more details about the EPIHC, you can head to Regency 1, where the representatives can give you more details about the 10 principles, should you also be willing to sign these and adopt these 10 principles. Congratulations to NATHEALTH and thank you to the IFC team. The IFC team members would like to address the audience.
Thank you very much. So won't take much time. Just at the outset, we are very glad and very privileged to be part of this August Assembly, right? And it's a fairly significant event for us that NATHEALTH has voluntarily agreed to sign up to the EPIHC standards. Quite honestly, I think these are not principles that are new to any of us. I think all of us are aware of them. I think the whole initiative of IFC was to try and see if there's a way for us to try and put this in some kind of a framework. And given the sensitivity of these issues in the healthcare sector, to try and see if we can create a kind of an ecosystem, some kind of a community where a lot of exchange of ideas, thoughts, and discussions can happen around these issues, right? And clearly the intent is to try and see if there's a way for us to enhance the kind of engagement with all the stakeholders so that everyone feels that they are part of this whole system, right? So I think that's really the initiative. I think there are a lot of benefits to be had out of this. We already have close to 350 signatories to this initiative across several countries and involved in over 6,000 different units, healthcare units. So while NATHEALTH has voluntarily agreed to this, it doesn't mean that if all of you automatically become members of this. So we welcome all of you to come and also join this up. It's purely voluntary. And look, from our side, IFC, we are really more like a secretariat, right? We just provide the resources. We have a library of all the case studies and other kind of information that's needed. We also try to convene some kind of events around it. But by and large, it's really driven by the members. So we believe that over time, this could be something fairly significant for the sector. And in that spirit, we kind of welcome all of you to try and take a look at it and join the initiative. I'll also request Raju, who is our healthcare specialist from Washington, to also speak a few.
Thank you, Ramesh, and good morning to all. I think before we start talking about clinical advancement and technology advancement and everything, I think the fundamental principles of ethical practices and quality is the most important to any healthcare provider or to the patient or anybody who's go through the healthcare system. I think it is with that vision in mind that IFC and World Bank initiated this collective action group of ethical principles in healthcare, which is just bringing together like-minded organizations, investors, healthcare associations to be part of this movement, if I may say so. This is not an accreditation or an audit per se. It is a voluntary signatories coming together to promote and practice and preach ethical principles. So as Ramesh mentioned, I have great pleasure in welcoming NATHEALTH as a member of this initiative, and I would urge every other member of NATHEALTH to be part of this initiative as well. So please feel free to reach out to me or my colleagues. We are here for the next 2 days to understand more and how to sign up. It's a very simple process, and we would welcome everyone's participation in that. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to the IFC team, and do visit the stall that they have in Regency 3 to understand these principles, in Regency 1 to understand these principles well. I would now request Mr. Shishir Agarwal, Secretary NATHEALTH and Managing Director, Terumo India Private Limited, to please give the closing remarks. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Shishir Agarwal.
Thank you, Anvesha. And first of all, I want to thank all of you. It's nice to see all the past presidents, members of the leadership team, members of our governing council, so many delegates filling up the hall. Thank you for making the time and attending the 10th summit of NATHEALTH, the AROGYA BHARAT Summit. I'm sure that all of us are looking forward to 2 days of immersive knowledge, whether it is sharing, whether it is contributing, and also making sure that it is engaging for all of us. Taking out 2 days of our time is not easy. And we would definitely want to thank the Secretariat for making these 2 days rich in content and also a lot of time taken by all the panel members and participants. So my request to all of you will be to critically participate in all the panels, make sure that we are asking all the not very difficult but difficult questions, making sure that everybody is coming back with a sense of purpose, a purpose which actually has navigated NATHEALTH over the years. We were formed with a single determined purpose of bringing all healthcare stakeholders and also to work with policymakers to ensure healthcare for all. And this is what is the underlying theme for this summit also. So let's make sure that when we are participating in the panels, all of that contribution will go towards strengthening the white papers and the different publications which we are going to submit over the next few months. So with this, I will request all of you to pay attention, participate, and make sure that we go back more enriched than what we had come here before. So with this, please enjoy the summit, enjoy all the sessions, and please give us your wholehearted support over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request our dignitaries on stage to please come together for a group photograph. And of course, we've heard Ms. Amira also talk about how we are committed to sustainability. And as a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner, Grow Trees, and we'll nurture them in your name. And these certificates, of course, are testament to our commitment to sustainability and to going green. Please give a huge round of applause to all our dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for coming here and sharing your thoughts with the audience. And I'm now going to hand it back to Ria for some more interactive quizzes and some fun activities so that we keep up the momentum for the entire day today. And let's have all of you participate and contribute to the way forward. So I'm going to hand it over to Ria. Back to you, Ria.
Thank you so much, Anisha. Are we all ready for more quiz questions and more gifts around? Can we have the scanner? I think there's some delay. Meanwhile, we'll just, okay, it's ready. Okay, you all can just scan this. Can we have the scanner first, Gaurav? You all can scan this. And are we ready with the question? Can we have the question on screen? Okay, we are running late. I guess we'll come back to this once again. We'll be continuing with the session. Anisha?
Thanks, Ria. We'll come back to some more questions a little later in the day. I would like to thank our platinum sponsors, Apollo, Fortis, O3, and Turumo, and our gold sponsors, Siemens Healthineers and Wipro GE. We shall now move on to our plenary session, and this is on health financing, unleashing the private sector enterprise and unlocking private capital. Indian healthcare is confronted with several challenges from a care delivery and financing perspective, where insufficient infrastructure, inequitable health coverage, and inadequate focus on outcomes were identified as major focus areas. Through collaborative engagement with various stakeholders in the healthcare ecosystem, such as hospital providers in metros and those operating in tier 2, tier 3 cities, institutional investors, and development agencies, the summit intends to understand the mechanism for transforming healthcare in India with public-private partnership models. A big thank you to our knowledge partner, PwC, for their stewardship. We'll now call upon thought leaders with decades of experience to share their understanding and wisdom around healthcare financing. So at the outset, please welcome Ms. Visalakshi Chandramoli, Treasurer NATHEALTH and Founder Partner Tata Capital Healthcare Fund. I request you to please come on stage and give us the opening remarks. Please put your hands together for Ms. Chandramoli.
Thank you. What do I do? This is for. Okay. Thank you, and a very good morning to everyone. It's truly fantastic to be present here for the NATHEALTH 2024 AROGYA BHARAT Summit. And I'm truly privileged to be serving NATHEALTH as one of the Governing Council members. I think it's been a great last 12 months working with NATHEALTH on a very continuous basis, doing monthly calls, taking updates as a treasurer, etc. And most importantly, as a learning experience, I think it has been a great learning for me personally, being part of some of this thought leadership papers. It's actually great to start this session on health financing, which is a very, very important topic for all of us, for our country, etc. In order to set the context as opening remarks for the discussion on this very important health financing topic, and the theme of this topic is essentially unleashing private capital and unlocking this entire private sector enterprise in order for the country to achieve universal health coverage. And one aspect is being sort of delved into deeper in this health financing paper. Let me start by sort of tuning back as to the importance of private capital for this country, right? Over the last decade and a half, India has actually attracted more than $40 billion of private capital. And this has been clearly a big milestone. In fact, this is, being an investor, I tend to compare how does this compare with other versions of private capital? This is actually about nearly 7 times the kind of private capital that has been attracted from the IPO markets as well. And the healthcare industry today stands as among the top 3 recipients of private capital in this country. In fact, the factors that essentially go behind to, attract private capital are some of the very, very, economy-oriented, but very healthcare-specific factors, I would say. Something like demographics. There's an expanding middle class. By the end of the decade, we will need nearly 3 times the kind of health expenditure that we are doing today by the end of the decade. This entire concept of disease burden, right? We're today having the challenge of both chronic as well as an acute disease burden that is there. There is, on one hand, a lot of, I would say, positive momentum on the infrastructure. There's a lot of bed density that is being built, but it's just not enough yet. Insurance coverage has improved to over 60%. There's a lot of positive government initiatives. Now, in such a scenario, no, I think we'll keep it as this slide. So, keeping some of these aspects of private capital in mind, at NATHEALTH, our health financing thought leadership discussion actually started last year, where we deliberated on 3 burning issues. Essentially, we said, how can we leverage PPPs to create, many more hospital beds? What is the best way to serve missing middle? And these were some of the topics that we deliberated on last year. What is the way in which we can move towards value-based care? So based on some of these discussions with both healthcare stakeholders as well as with experts, etc., there was a call to action which we put through in terms of the health financing paper 1 last year. For example, on one particular aspect, let's say on the missing middle bit, right? The call to action was essentially to introduce something like a self-contributory insurance product, which is very appealing and very affordable for the middle class. And at the same time, there is an affordable premium, and you leverage on the Ayushman Bharat PMJAY infrastructure. So at the backdrop of this kind of a work that we set about last year, this year we sort of introduced the phase 2 of the health financing thought leadership. And where we are now discussing, and I would request the knowledge partners to talk more in detail on this. We are discussing on this, the strong need for a renewed focus for hospital PPPs if our country has to achieve universal health coverage. And we also plan to follow this up. Like, for example, there is also a plan that we will also come out with very soon, a phase 3 of this report, where we'll be putting together some kind of metrics for I would say for a PPP framework. So this is the sort of the plan that we have. And we want to look at each aspect of the health financing part. And this time we are delving deeper into the PPPs. Finally, let me maybe, as an investor, let me bring about an investor lens into this entire evaluation framework. I would say that if we have to seriously attract investors into this kind of a program, especially on a PPP kind of a program, I think obviously there is a lot of synergistic efforts that is required between both the private and the public sector. But as an investor, there are some very critical enablers that will need to be placed from an evaluation perspective. Some of the top considerations in this context could be maybe extend the entire VGF scheme for many more years in order to include all the operational costs. Maybe there is a need for much more revenue visibility through a patient flow, and also enabling of the timely reimbursement and payment through the TPAs. And all this will serve and also help in improving on the working capital bit. So these are some of the issues I think we are tackling as far as the health financing part 2 is concerned. We look forward to the presentation by our knowledge partners and the panel discussion with the various industry experts. A big kudos to the NATHEALTH Secretariat team led by Siddhartha and the entire team of NATHEALTH. And thank you so much to PwC as a knowledge partner for helping us put together this entire framework for the health financing part 2. I welcome the PwC knowledge partners to come on stage and start the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite on stage Dr. Rana Mehta, Partner and Leader, Healthcare, PwC, to set the context for this topic. Please welcome on stage Dr. Rana Mehta.
Thank you. And it's again a pleasure being here. Today, as I was coming, I remembered way back in 2004, and Daljit, you'll remember, we went and met someone very eminent in the NITI Aayog, and he said, we need to do public-private partnerships in healthcare. And he handed over a document to us, which were public-private partnerships in highways. And I still remember Daljit trying to convince him that, when you build the highway, that's the end. It starts. When you build the hospital, that's when the problem starts. So the whole OPEX and the CAPEX, and for a hospital, the operational expenditure over a period of time is 30 times more than the initial CAPEX. So a very different model. 20 years later, I think we are still grappling with some of those. But while I think we keep saying that public-private partnerships haven't really, succeeded, maybe not in the hospital side, but I think they've become the norm in the single specialty. They become the norm on dialysis. So easier components have had a success story. And I think that's the next part. What is the biggest imperative for the government? The government, as you know, is moving away from providing care to becoming the biggest payer. It's already the biggest payer in the world. It didn't have a very distinguished record as a provider. One of the statistics is anyone who actually reaches the middle class moves his healthcare and education from the public to the private sector. So I think there is this burning need that you need to really look at how do you contain this and how do you use the operational efficiencies of the private sector to actually invigorate public sector hospitals. I think this is a very, very good time for us because, there is going to be a new government soon. There's going to be a 100-day plan. So there's never a better time in the next couple of months to actually, this window won't come back again. So as we all hear about Viksit Bharat, I think one of the biggest roadblocks to Viksit Bharat is actually going to be the health of the people. And I think that's where the public and private sector need to work together because we owe it to 1.4 billion Indians. I'll ask my colleague Ashish to now come and run you through some of the initial thoughts. Thank you.
I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Ashish Rampuria, Director, PwC India, and he's going to talk to us about this white paper on the importance of robust PPP framework in India and steps towards achieving universal health coverage and how to enable the private sector enterprise participation. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Ashish Rampuria.
Thank you. First of all, would like to thank NATHEALTH and Visa Lakshmi for continuing to give us this opportunity to partner with NATHEALTH and keep sharing thought leaderships in the space of health financing. As we go back to the journey, and Visa spoke about it, that we covered 3 topics. I think by and large in the audience, we know PPPs, especially for hospitals, have not worked, right? And we have been talking for it. Dr. and also mentioned about it since 2004. We've been talking about it, but by and large, not significant action points have been taken, right? So then we looked at it, what have been the reasons and what we could do, right? I think that's the entire focus of this paper for us. Just to share with you as a journey, we have spoken to multiple stakeholders. A lot of you are sitting in this room. And there's also a survey that I think we have shared through NATHEALTH. Fortunately, unfortunately, because you couldn't release the paper as of now, so that survey is still open. I would keenly request all of you, those who not participate, to please participate in the survey and share your views, because that output of that survey will be presented back to government organizations to reflect the reality of what PPPs are today in the Indian context. This is still a draft, so we'll share our findings, what is coming out, but happy to take inputs. Our team is there, NATHEALTH is there today as well as tomorrow, so please feel free to share any inputs that you have. I think we all have heard of it. PPPs, by and large, have not worked, and multitude of challenges, right? On one side, you have challenges with respect to demand, both in terms of patients funneling out to metro and tier 1 cities. There is not a closed network that exists in the Indian context. Most of them are scheme patients, which means that from a pricing and a realization viability, it becomes unviable. Locations sometimes are not suitable to attract patients because they have to be near to center of the city, so transport hub and so on and so forth, to ensure patient flow is seamless. That becomes a significant challenge. Similarly, I'm talking about operational expenses, right? And I think most of us, of the providers here, would vouch for that. Getting in a doctor in a tier 3, tier 4 city is actually costlier than getting a doctor in a metro and tier 1 city because of lack of social infrastructure, which actually means then it's a struggle to match lower revenue with high costs, right? And that's where operational VGF, and we'll speak about, becomes a very important role. And I think if I add to that entire thing about delayed payment, which is a function of going to the trust model and not the insurance model also becomes then a significant bottleneck, right? And CapEx remains a significant barrier. I think the timeline of 2 to 3 years and 40 to 50 lakhs CapEx per bed combined with lower EBITDA then sort of results in a very low ROC for providers, making it totally unviable, right? And one adds the whole aspect about there's no standardized PPP policy. Each state follows a different norm. There's a trust deficit, expectations mismatch. Ultimately, is overall for any investor or any provider, it sort of becomes a no-no, right? And that's where the genesis of this paper came from. And what we did was sort of, let's look at fundamentals, right? Let's look at, because if we talk of these PPPs in tier 2, tier 3 cities, we're talking of a PPP which is based largely on government scheme patients, right? Given the paying capacity and the coverage that exists, right? And I think through NatHealth members, we did a bottoms-up estimation of what would be the cost per occupied bed, right? And depending on and multiple assumptions and that will come out in the paper, your surgical, medical mix, your size of the facility, it varied from 10,700 to 12,600 rupees per bed per day, right? And we took we went to the website of 3 government schemes, looked at that ARPP and just calculated back the RPOB. The RPOB, the cost is 1.2 to 1.8 times the revenue, right? So forget about making money. If one is putting a hospital only on government schemes rate, it prima facie seems that you'll be losing money, right? And that's where the reality comes from, right? And sort of once we went back and saw that the equation that we highlighted, revenue, OPEX, CAPEX, right, and working capital, what can be done, right? Are there some learnings that we can take from other sectors within India? Are there some learnings that we can take from globally and sort of just put it together so that something can be actioned to make PPPs viable in the Indian context? Sort of I'll go one by one. So these are the 6 buckets we thought where action could be taken. One, as you spoke about, is around revenue, demand, pricing, and so on and so forth. Secondly is on cost. Are there areas where VGF can play an important role given the higher cost of operations in a tier 3, tier 4 city? Ways we can optimize working capital. Are there sort of ways to separate out infrastructure creation with running a hospital so that specialized providers can come and CapEx becomes an asset-light model? And obviously, how can government enable governance, continuity, and so on and so forth to make sure that entire things becomes very viable? So sort of looking at revenue and operational expenses together, because ultimately that comes out to the EBITDA number, right? From a recommendation perspective, is it possible to create pathways? Narrow networking is one idea. Government focusing on primary care to ensure that there's enough demand generated in those regions where PPP projects are being put in place. Similarly, from a localization perspective, from a location perspective, choosing the right city, the right place at the heart of the city where connectivity is better. I think Max, Mohali is one good example. So I think those things will help from a revenue perspective, and obviously making sure that bed reservation for scheme, etc. patients are limited to ensure overall viability. And there are examples, I think even volume guarantees have been given. There are diagnostic PPPs in India where initially the volume guarantees were given. Even globally, if you see, Government of Uzbekistan gave volume guarantee to NephroPlus for the dialysis PP, right? So I think that gives some revenue visibility for the PPP operator. On the other side, given the high cost of operations, are there models of giving operational VGF, right, to ensure? I think another example was the PPP between NH and Jammu Shrine Board, where I think OPEX VGF was given for 5 years. Even within India, if you take a look at the aviation sector, and we had mentioned it last in our paper, under the UDAN scheme, the bidding criteria was OPEX VGF per seat, right? So the models that exist in India, can we take and bring them in the Indian context, in the healthcare context, so that ultimately with a combination of revenue and OPEX, one is able to figure out a certain profitability to ensure that PPPs become viable. Similarly, I think sort of looking at working capital, I think all of us know typically government schemes, payments get delayed, right? Are there options of moving from maybe a trust model, right, to insurance model? Because there's a third party again, given their contract are sort of agreed to be paid upon in 7 to 15 days, right? I think, again, we covered it last time also, this PPP with Anderson Diagnostics down south for PET cities in Chennai, where I think the payment happens through a third party. the agreement says 7 to 15 days, payments even practically happens in 15 to 30 days, right? So even if the revenue realizations are low, at least the operator knows I'll get payment on time. So I think that's one thing, looking at models to make sure that the payments happens on time. There are also other models in terms of looking at, I think, green funding, etc., where I think the payment happens in advance and later on adjusted in terms of realization. In terms of another interesting idea came was from an asset-light model, right? Today, a hospital operator is not the expert in creating infrastructure, right? Is there a possibility of separating the two? An expert infrastructure player, either separately or in a consortium with the hospital operator, creates their infrastructure. Now, there are two benefits to it, right? The capital for operator does not get deployed. Two, typically asset investing companies looking at yield, right? Where the yield realization is typically lower than ROC or ROE expectations on operator, right? So that also balances out from a return expectation perspective. And again, there have been examples here, the Odisha Jharsuguda PPP, where within oncology and cardiac, the government is creating the infrastructure, right? So to making it asset light for the operator. And I think globally also an example that we've highlighted in Portugal, where a consortium was allowed to bid. I think this sort of takes care of the revenue, OPEX, CAPEX, as well as working capital. I think there are also other enablers which will make life smoother and easier and faster for PPPs to come, right? I think, can there be options to create single window infrastructure, right? I think within Telangana, they have created something called TS iPass, where new industries coming up, there is single window clearances. There are sort of talks about self and third-party joint certifications, right? That really helps clearing, sort of fastening the entire process of approvals. And I think there was also a survey done by NATHEALTH, and I'm sure most of you also participated. I think there was significant highlight that this is a significant barrier that comes when they're putting up new projects. So that's one angle where people government should look at. Also, I think there's a need for contract standardization. I think while state health is a state subject in the Indian context, but some continuity, some coherency, I think, is a desirable state in the Indian context. Again, outside of purview of PPP, but realizations are low. Is there a possibility of revision of government scheme rates to align with market reality? I think another example which one of you shared during our discussions was the fact that I think within the solar industry, so earlier states were procuring power under the National Solar Mission. And I think then the government appointed NTPC as the counterparty. So entire procurement was being brought by NTPC, and that I think led to significant growth because there was a counterparty, which is a corporate counterparty. Continuity sort of remained, and hence people were eager to participate. And I think a lot of approvals are fast track. So I think looking at those initiatives would be crucial to ensure that PPPs become success in the content context. We did some calculation, I think, to reach, maybe we are about 1.3 beds per 1,000 population. And if you have to reach maybe 2 beds the next 15 years, and even if 5% comes through these PPPs, we're talking of more than 300 hospitals, 70,000 beds, right? And typically done some calculation on occupancy, we can treat 60 lakh patients a year in these hospitals, and generating significant employment, and more importantly, also generating investments from a government perspective. I think just to summarize back, I think if you look at what we call as a PPP equation, right? There's thing about revenue visibility assurance, manage costs together, and is the option of reducing CAPEX aligned with an optimized working capital scenario with support from the government on governance, which spoke about pricing, single window clearances, stakeholder management, right? What you ultimately get is an investor who's excited to invest, put up those PPPs. You have get patients who are cured of their treatment on time. And because patients are happy, the government is energized, right? And when the government is energized, there'll be further investments back to PPPs. And then again, will lead to the same cycle, right? So I think taking the first step to ensure that the PPP equation gets correct will lead to this cycle continuing, and PPPs will becoming a success in Indian context. Thank you. We are here. Would still love to hear from you if there are any inputs, because the paper is still in the draft stage. Any inputs that you'd want to give, etc. Happy to hear and take it over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rampuria. Now I would request Ms. Visalakshi Chandramoli, Dr. Rana Mehta, and Mr. Ashish Rampuria to please gather for a group photograph. I request you to please come in, ahead of the tables for a group photograph. Please give them a huge round of applause. They've set the context for this topic. The PPP model is going to be critical for universal health coverage, and they have set the ball rolling. We have two panel discussions coming up where we will talk about this subject in depth. And our first panel discussion will talk about barriers and challenges in the current hospital PPP ecosystem. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Dr. Neeti Paul, Chief Health Officer, AXA Healthineer, Paris. She will be the moderator for this session, so please give her a huge round of applause. Please welcome our other speakers for this panel discussion, Dr. Shuchin Bajaj, Founder Director, Ujala Cygnus Hospitals. Please welcome Mr. Prashant Sharma, Managing Director, Charnock Hospital SKM Group. Please welcome Mr. Nitish Agarwal, Managing Director, Indian Capital, and Mr. Shivinder Mohan Singh, Past President, NATHEALTH. Please give them a huge round of applause and welcome on stage our speakers for this panel discussion.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Let my panelists take their seats. Thank you. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all feeling today? I see a friend there. Hi, Amit. And I see two more friends there. Thank you. Oh, hi. Long time. It's been a long time coming to India and to NatHealth. I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you. Where's Siddharth gone? Well, he's not here yet. So Siddharth, thank you very much for asking me, Amit, for facilitating this. Really pleased. I see my friend Harsh Mahajan here. Thank you, Harsh, for being here. And a lot of different entrepreneurs that over the years I've had chance to work with. This is a very interesting panel discussion. I'm just going to take a temperature in the room today. How many of you are providers in healthcare? By that, there's one there. There's another one there. There must be loads more. There's about 3 providers. So 3 any hospital operators, hospital administrators, healthcare managers, nurses, doctors. Any doctors in the room? A few. So who is the rest of you guys? What are you all doing here in healthcare? I'd just like to find out from you, and I move around, guys, so you're going to have to follow me around. So I'm just going to ask a few people in the front. What do you do, sir? You're a doctor. You didn't put your hand up. I didn't see you there. So there's lots of doctors in the room. There's some healthcare operators. I guess there are lots of management consultants like me about, and Amit, okay. But there are obviously Rana's here and his team here. And thank you very much, PwC, for doing this really great piece of work. So our panel today is about the barriers and challenges in healthcare in PPPs. And short intro to me, I'm a doctor. I still practice medicine, but very occasionally. I am a primary care doctor, and my mother never quite understood what I actually did. She kept asking me, "Tu karti kya hai?" So what do you actually do? I am a primary care doctor, but I work a lot with payers across the world on big PPPs in financing, in health financing. And it was really lovely to hear Tata talk about mass market insurance and premiums. So I'd love to have a chat with you afterwards. That's what AXA does. So we insure about 17 million people worldwide on ancillary insurance for the mass market, but bundled with services. So a lot of insurers, a lot of payers, including public payers, have had to understand the provision space. In the past, when you were a payer, either a private insurer or a public insurer, or a public payer, you paid out when somebody fell ill and went to hospital. I heard a lot about value-based care and where you move to those models and primary prevention. So you're hearing much more about the payer-to-partner kind of models. And I guess that's where PPPs will go in the future. You have Ayushman Bharat here. It's fledgling, guys. Don't get upset and don't get depressed. Because in all the countries I've been in, 40 countries I've worked in over the years, this is what happens. And you are at that first stage, you are at the norming and forming stage of what happens with a private or a public payer. So I'm going to ask my panel very quickly to introduce themselves. Could we keep it very brief? Prashant, over to you.
Morning, everybody. I'm Prashant Sharma from Charnock Hospital. Activity also, or just the name is?
Go ahead.
Little bit of activity. We have one hospital in Calcutta, and we are expanding on asset-light model now.
Over to you, Sachin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shuchin Bajaj. I raised my hand to all the questions you asked. So I'm a doctor, provider, operator, everything. So we run a group of hospitals in North India. We have 22 hospitals across 5 states, focusing on communities that don't have access due to either financial, social, or geographical reasons.
Thank you, Shivinda. You're going to have to share mics, the other two.
Hi, I'm Shivinda. I've been, I think the relevant part today is that I've been a founding member of setting up NATHEALTH and a founder of Fortis Healthcare.
Hi, I'm Nitish Agarwal. I'm the founder of Indium Capital. We are a healthcare-focused investment bank doing mergers, acquisitions, and fundraising.
Great. So you see a mix of hospital operators and providers here, doctors. I don't know how you ended up in this space as an entrepreneur. I've been there. I've got the T-shirt, as a Shivinda. So it's a hard one to be. And yourself, I guess, Prashant, being in the entrepreneur space. So you've got hospitals that are operating. And I think, Shivinda, you were one of the first to do a PPP in education some years ago, you told me. Is that correct?
Not the first in the hospital space, but the first in medical education, yes.
Yeah. And what was that? Would you like to tell us a little bit about it?
The medical education PPP was 2009, so it's
Yeah.
about 15 years. And I don't think there are too many more that have come about since. And even the PPPs, there was, I think probably Escorts was the first to start it. Even that has kind of rumbled and bumbled. I don't think Fortis today actually has a PPP as it stands. So I think it's a good topic and as live as it was 10 years ago.
Well, okay, so that was 10 years ago. And that's why I asked you first about what happened 10 years ago. And perhaps we'll find out more what's happening today. So, so my first question, it's open to the panel. Anybody can answer this, is why is the uptake of hospital PPPs been so slow? We heard there's one in 2009, but in the great kind of super specialty space, and I think Ashish talked about this, in the single specialty space, it's been a bit quicker. Why has it been so slow? Anyone like to answer? Anyone answer? Prashant, do you want to have a go?
I think Ashish very well pointed out the primary challenges. First being the reimbursement rates are super low. It's in fact a fraction of the cost itself. Second, when that money comes in, it's impossible to predict that. Third, Dr. Rana pointed out that the OPEX over a longer period is 30 times the CAPEX. And fourth is the restriction of not being able to take the other paying capacity patients into the same facility. And other perils that come along with the CAPEX is one is the initial CAPEX and the recurring CAPEX keeps on going. So it's a bundle of issues.
Do you guys agree with him or there's something else you'd like to say?
No, I'll just add to that. I think the economic piece is known to everybody. I think the challenge that healthcare faces generically, and it's more acute in PPPs, is the fact that the governments believe PPP is a social cause and it's their responsibility. And they expect that responsibility delivered by you. So they don't want you to make a profit. They don't want you to charge prices. And they still expect that you should invest. And then they kind of curate you to invest because it's good for the country. So I think the concept, I think Ashish talked about roads. Rana was referring to the conversation they had some 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, perhaps. The expectation is that you do a PPP for the country and put in your capital effort time, but don't get rewarded for it. I think that's a mindset issue. I think the economic pieces are all as spoken, but the mindset is the challenge.
So that's a very interesting piece. So I don't know if all of you know that the NHS, the National Health Service, where I worked as a doctor, has one of the largest PPPs in the world. So primary care in the UK is a massive PPP model. So all GPs, all primary care doctors in the UK work towards a PPP model. We get paid by government on a contract, gets paid on time, sometimes, not always. They also pay capital and they also pay rent in the premises that you're in. But we're self-employed. We work as self-employed businesses. So it's the largest PPP in the world. And I can't see why we can't do something like that. So over to you, Nitish, you wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to add to what Shivinder said and Prashant said. There is, an issue with PPPs specifically because of it being the healthcare sector. One is that it's looked at as a social thing, and perhaps rightly so in some cases because India is a poor country, not too many people have insurance covers. But also, if you look at again the same example that we've spoken about a few times already about Rana saying about roads earlier versus hospitals, there is a fundamental difference in these industries. I mean, healthcare is perhaps less capex intensive upfront, but it's far more operationally complex to run as compared to a roadways. But on top of it, you've got a lot of variation in your demand itself. Roadways have consistent demand, power projects have consistent demand. Hospitals don't. You can't be guaranteed revenue by the government. And on top of that, you're a low margin business. I mean, we do talk about in the investment space about high multiples. They're the highest in the world right now for some of the listed companies in hospitals, but they don't make very high ROC. You can talk about in the papers that they charge high prices, but they don't make high ROC. So you've got these 3 or 4 negative things in the sector intrinsically, which the government needs to address specifically if you want to make PPP succeed. Different industries cannot be used as a benchmark for healthcare.
That's an interesting one, Nitesh. And that brings us very nicely on to lovely Suchin. You've got a glittering career, man, setting up these hospitals in all kinds of places that other people haven't dared venture into. And you told me over coffee, tea actually, you told me about the first PPP that you're doing in Orissa. But, just before you do that, could you tell us a little bit more about the challenges in some of the cities that you've been in? And tell us more about the ones that you are in.
Yeah, so our hospitals are spread out across tier 2, tier 3 towns, and the hospitals were set up due to some personal stories of relatives and friends not being able to make it to Delhi. PPP has been a struggle for all of us. I think we did some PPP projects during COVID. We set up the largest field ICU with a 1,000-bed hospital in the country. It was a 300-bed ventilator-equipped ICU, largest ever created within 10 days when the second wave hit. We also set up some hospitals in Uttar Pradesh on a PPP model just for COVID. Those were like extraordinary circumstances where I think the government was moving much faster than it usually does, and there was a lot of support from civil society as well. Odisha, we've just started out a project. It was a World Bank funded project that allotted greenfield hospitals. We've never done a greenfield hospital ever in our life. But that hospital, that is a project that Ainab is sitting here. He knows a lot about that. He, I think, wrote the whole project when it was conceived pre-COVID. And then, of course, COVID hit and then it had to be relaunched again. So we are doing 2 hospitals in towns called Ankul and Jharsuguda. In this room, sometimes we talk of these towns as if they are like a different country or a different planet altogether, and we don't really understand how thriving these towns are. We call them small towns. They're definitely not small by any standards, definitely not UK standards.
Absolutely.
So
by any standards.
Towns, Jharsuguda has a direct flight from Delhi every day. Jaunpur, where we work, has 74 lakh people population. Kanpur has more than 1.5 crore people as a population. Dr. Kapoor is here. He would tell you more. So we are in towns, but we are in very, very remote towns as well. Sitarganj, Kaithal, Kashipur. These are towns that are in remote areas, but this is where the community really needs high quality healthcare, especially in the golden hour. I mean, finances we've been all talking about, but financial inequality is a very small part of the inequality that we have in healthcare. Geographical inequality is a huge thing. Gender inequality, knowledge inequality. Even if you're worth 100 crores, if you have a heart attack in Sitarganj, what do you do, right? Where do you go? You have nowhere to go if we are not there. So the money won't really save your life. That is what our purpose is, and that is what we are trying to do. And that is why we are going to Odisha as well now.
That's a good answer. And a lot of things you've raised within that. And lots of people outside were grabbing me and talking about people don't pay on time. It's a shame the government's not here, because when you talk about PPPs, and I understand why, during election times, we'll soon be going into that in the UK too, when we call it Parda at that time. Now, nobody's allowed to talk to anyone else. But everybody's grabbing people outside and talking about not being paid on time. And we'll pick up that in a minute, but I'm going to move to Prashant. And Prashant, you've done some interesting PPP as well, and you wanted to talk about equipment financing. So we heard from Ashish about the unbundling of certain stuff, capital and operating expenses, I had the good fortune of working with the hospital Braga system in Portugal, where this happened, and there was an unbundling of these services. Would you like to talk about equipment finance and financing of different things that could be done through PPPs? Maybe not the whole hospital.
Well, to answer that, I think one of the first questions that we have to address is when we talk about super specialty, obviously capex is super high, and payback period typically a PPP is bid on L1 basis. That means they are always on price basis. Who is the lowest for this service? As healthcare typically should be based on quality and not on the pricing itself.
That's not right.
The mechanism which we have seen and multiple times we have withdrawn from a tender is because the L1 price quoted is much, much lesser than the cost price itself. This is done in a price bid to win the tender, and then the operators do all sorts of funny things to make good that price bid. So, which is why another reason you'll see quality players not opting for PPP tenders, because it is not quality based, it is L1 based, pricing based. So I think the entire mechanism needs to be sort of revisited. And if there is a QCPS system, which is a quality based point system, and not the L1 itself, then that will change the entire game of how many quality players will actually come and operate in that space.
So that's an interesting question here. When I've worked with large PPPs across the world, many, both financing and provision, there the bidding criteria become really important, and not just the bidding criteria, but also how you create a market for some of this to happen. So, and that creating the market and getting quality players to come in to inform the PPP seems to be a really important issue that I've found worldwide. Do you guys find that here? And you talked a bit about this, the bidding criteria. Do you find that, Prashant, I'll get back to you on, does the government, whoever the payer is, talk to you guys, the providers, about setting out the bidding criteria or not? And what do you feel about that?
I feel that it's, so let's take an example of timelines. If you see an RFP, there is a bidding date, there's an opening date, and there's a validity date. But it doesn't happen the same when it comes to decision-making from the government. So when we bid for a tender, we don't know whether it's going to be sorted out in 60 days time or 60 months time. We don't even know it's going to come online ever or not. So there is a very difficult situation. We can't plan whether we are going to bid for it or not, because it may or may not match with your timelines. Second, regarding creating of a market. So I think you talked about equipment funding. Now, there are so many models of funding which are available, but I think we'll first hear the other panelists out and then come back to visit that point.
Oh, sure, if that's what you want to do. Shall I ask you, Nitish, and we spoke briefly about this, on particularly around the viability, the financial viability, and I think we keep coming back to that. And then I'm going to go back to you, Shivinder, because you had raised a very interesting point in conversation with me around the social contract. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about that. But Nitish, over to you on the financial viability.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm going to just address that question by just saying that, you look at, again, healthcare provisions like dialysis, for example, and then, well, Yash is here for Krishna, or you took look at Health Map, which does radiology, and then you look at, let's say, multi-specialty hospitals. And if this were to be a continuum, a rough one at that, the capital intensity and the variability of revenue, et cetera, increases as you go from left to right. So what that does is that you require a longer tenure of certainty that you will be there, which is not really guaranteed by the government under the PPP process as of now, which is what I think Prashant was referring to. This L1 process repeats itself. I'm not very familiar with what certainty, but if you were to set up a multi-specialty hospital and forget government or PPP for a while, you would look at it as a 20, 25, 30-year project, not as a 5-year or a 10-year project, right? So that's the fundamental problem with financing those, because all of PPP in India is privately financed with private equity or debt, which is guaranteed by the companies which are doing the PPP. There is no government support for funding. So there's a mismatch between the front end, which is not even guaranteed enough time for you to return your capital, make money on it, versus the financiers who will finance it. So even the public sector banks will not fund you for a project like that for more than 3, 4, 5 years, right? So there's a fundamental mismatch, and it's been around for a while. It's not news, but that continues to stay. And unless that changes, you'll continue to have this discussion over and over again in terms of financing of PPP projects. Fundamentally, investors also know in India, they've been around, Indian investors, international investors, that working with the government on PPP is difficult because the first issue you face is setup time, and you scale that, then you have receivable issues, and then you continuously have some interference or the other, if that's the right word, like Shrivinder said, because of social issues, and the government might also have compulsions that way. So all those over time have been incorporated into a kind of a thesis which says that it's a very high risk investment for a private party to make. And that's, as of now, I would say, fairly true. That perception is grounded on reality, that private investment for PPP projects is not very forthcoming. So if you have somebody investing in a hospital for the same capex, let's not say number of beds, in a totally private enterprise versus a PPP, the tendency would be to say, let me try and do the private one. So financing therefore becomes far more complex when you're looking at PPP. There have been successful examples. Dialysis has been one. Krishna has done a great job. But I hope that certainty is, I believe, fundamental to improving financing. If you have certainty of outcomes, of operational outcomes and financial outcomes, money will go in there.
Well, that's good to hear, but it still remains a problem, right? And that's about, I guess, not creating the market to allow some of that to happen, which you've seen in other countries. The biggest example that I spoke about was Portugal, but also Spain in Valencia, which is a whole PPP, both public payer and provider. It's been franchised large scale out to Bupa, who I worked with. And it's a whole franchise model, both the payer system as well as 4 hospitals, primary care, dental, community services, mental health, the lot has gone into one lot. So that's about creating markets. And I guess we'll start to see that as the market matures here, but we haven't seen it. But Shrivinder touched on a very interesting point on social contracts. And I guess those discussions continue in the Western world too, where people are running out of money because of medical inflation, about what your social contract is with your community. And I'll come back to you in a minute. I have a very interesting gentleman in the room. He's called Neeraj. And Neeraj, just stand up and just let people know who you are. So I worked with Neeraj in last year, and they've got a really interesting company called Meadow Plus, and they work in rural. So worked in rural India on, I'm okay. On rural India on a healthcare platform, a rural healthcare platform, right? So the rural healthcare platform has really transformed how you've provided services and moved to second tier and first tier cities. Grab him in the break and ask him how he's done it. He's being financed as well by different payers, including ourselves, okay? So back to Shrivinder. Shrivinder, on your social contract, could you tell us a little bit more about the social contract you spoke about?
So I think the challenge exists between what you're expecting as also what brand you represent. So I'd want Shuchin to join in with a comment, because when a big brand is going to a small town, the expectation is for a big facility.
Yeah.
And it's not acceptable to the market if you're picking up local doctors and giving them a good infrastructure.
Yeah.
They expect you to get talent from bigger cities.
Yeah.
So if any of the bigger established players was to go to towns that Sachin is talking about, which is probably why he has a competitive edge in his model, they are not satisfied with local physicians. They want bigger, better facilities and bigger brands in terms of doctors. And that reverse migration is a huge challenge for anyone. It's not a field issue. It's an agnostic. It's a human issue. So you want a big healthcare player to go to a tier 4 market to set up a 500-bed PPP. Even if the economics are doable, all the gaps that we're talking about, the expectation is this brand will bring in top-notch doctors from Delhi, Bombay, whatever the case is. And that's just not practical. And therefore, the question is, how do you create a talent pipeline? And therefore, the PPPs need to happen in co-joint and conjunction with the government, either connected up with medical colleges or the like, that you'd actually get a talent supply as well. Because a guy who's gone, even if he's not from the same town, he's gone to medical college there for 5-6 years, his ability to stay on a town is much greater than a guy coming in from a secondary town. And I'd love to hear what his experience is. But I think that's a huge challenge, and it's also a brand issue. But it's reverse
It's a
migration not
challenge.
going to happen.
It's a challenge. How do you find that?
I absolutely agree with Shivender. So the DNA of a big city hospital and a hospital in a small town has to be completely different. You can't think that a Fortis can go and set up a mini Fortis in Kethel and it'll be successful. The return on capital, as Nitish started out with, is not going to be there for sure. So we do it very differently. Of course, first is there are no star doctors in our network. They're all fixed pay doctors. Salaries are high, but fixed. We don't do a fee for service model because the schemes that we work on and our average revenue per operational bed is a very small fraction of what a big city hospital does, but we have to do the same things, right? You can't run a low cost airline and say, okay, we'll crash 1 out of 5 flights, but everybody should board in. So the outcomes are the same. All our hospitals are NABH accredited. We do cardiology, neurosurgery, intensive care, joint replacements. We're also starting an organ transplant program now this year. So everything is just the same, but if you do a fee for service at those RPOBs, you are not going to save anything, right? So we've flipped the private healthcare model from a traditionally high cost, low volume model that it always has been. We are trying to do a very low cost and a very high volume model where once you hit a certain Rubicon of revenue, more than 50% of that will start flowing into your bottom line because your rentals are fixed. First of all, we don't own any land and buildings, so there is no cost there. It's a rental plug and play kind of a model. We just go into a rented building and start very quickly. Our average starting time for hospital is just 3 to 4 months. Go in, set up, and as I said, in COVID, we set up 1,000-bed hospital in 10 days flat. That was something that we did do very quickly. And then rentals are fixed, doctor fees is fixed, salaries are fixed, utilities, etc. are mostly fixed. They won't really variable, not a lot. So the only variable you are dealing with is consumables, where also we ruthlessly apply generics and try to make our formulary as lean and efficient as possible, of course, without compromising on quality again. So this is how the model works. So once you're
Talking finance, it's like music. Can you just address the talent issue? How do you work the talent?
So the model is very clear again. See, it'll take about 2 minutes to tell you how we source talent. So see, at your hospital, there is a top of the notch doctor, the HOD, who is the star doctor who will go to see the prime minister also and come at all these conferences also. The second line is actually doing all the work, right? They're not very well known. They earn very good money, but they're doing extremely good work because people from all over the India are coming to work with them. Now this third line joins, who's finished his MCH in cardiac surgery, worked as an assistant professor at a medical college for a couple of years, and now he wants to join with a big brand. So he comes and joins the big city hospital at level 3. Unfortunately, now he's reduced to a glorified telephone operator. He's not going to do anything. He's doing night duties. In the night, he'll say, sir, urine output is
So
decreased
how
by
do you
this
get
much.
them to work for you is what we're.
So we go to them and say, now we've set up this facility at this town where you are free to come back, set up your own department, set up your own protocols. And we handhold that person completely from when he's about to decide whether or not to go. We will do the site visit with him. We'll arrange everything, get the children into the best schools of that town, make him meet the best people of that town, get him into all club memberships, arrange the housing, everything we'll do, start to finish. And once that person is there, that person is now the star of the city because there was no cardiologist earlier. Everyone is queuing up to meet that person. So
Thanks, Sachin. So that's an important issue. I think medical workforce talent remains an issue in every country, not just in India, but thanks for that answer. I'm just going to open it out to the room because I think we've heard a lot from the panel. So there's somebody here. Could somebody take a mic, please, to the gentleman just up front? Please make very short remarks. I'm not going to ask the whole panel to answer them. Please ask questions rather than remarks. It's on.
Very short. I'm Anjan Bose, Founding Secretary General of NATHEALTH.
Lovely to meet you, sir.
Former President of Philips. Under Dalji's leadership in NATHEALTH, when Shivinder was President of NATHEALTH, we did a PPP. And we had the opportunity to interact with possibly one of the most progressive government officials I have ever come across in my decades. That is Mr. Alok Kumar in Niti Aayog.
Yeah.
I will give a one-liner of why that excellent work under his leadership, Daljit's, did not proceed further. The cost offered by the government through that very progressive leader in the government side was totally mismatching the expectation from private sector.
Correct.
So to me, that's the key reason, along with, as I heard also, terms and conditions mismatch. That's it. And
Thank you.
yeah.
So again, we heard a lot about financing and about mismatch between providers and payers. I've been the medical director of a very large insurance, two or three very large insurance companies, and that remains an issue for private payers too. Everywhere I go, I wake up in the morning to questions around, why is it a bioabsorbable stent versus a normal drug-eluting stent? And I spend my life doing CAG reviews around some of this. But you will get the same everywhere. Any other questions? Any remarks?
May I
Yeah, go ahead.
elaborate on that? So if you see, the sentiment, national sentiment is that private healthcare is very expensive.
Yeah.
If it's the top highest official to the lowest level Group D operator, everybody thinks it's very expensive. It's expensive because we peg it against a charitable hospital or a government hospital. Our basis of comparison is very, very, very low. It's unreal. So this is where the problem lies. I think our basis of comparison has to change. It has to be compared. So private hospitals are anywhere between $100 ARPOB per day to $1,000 ARPOB per day. The larger ones, maxes are about in the 1,000 range. The smaller tier 2 nursing homes would be probably in $100 range. But the basis of comparison is that I used to go to this hospital earlier, and they used to do this operation for 5,000 rupees. Similar is the comparison if you look at schools. So a private school would be 1.5 lakh rupees, whereas the previous generation may have studied in a school, the annual fees of which could have been 100 rupees. But that is a massive transition because the consumption has changed. The consumption is now in the private sector, but we have failed to do so in the healthcare space.
Thanks for that. So this is thank you. That's a provider perspective that the government needs to take into account when they're actually looking at designing a PPP.
Just want to add one thing to this. I think what Prashant is saying, we look at price point from government hospitals, PGIs, AIMS, etc., as their MRP. We don't ever look at the government funding those MRPs.
Exactly.
The PPP I was talking about earlier is pegged on the PGI rate in Chandigarh. PGI's rates haven't changed for 15 years.
Yeah.
So they expect you to run the same rate. Their own rent, if you can call it that, is increasing on a year-on-year basis. But what they don't factor in is the PGI funding 15 years ago was 400 crores.
Okay.
It's 4,000 crores now.
Okay.
So even if the base rate hasn't changed, the fact is cost has gone up. But so to Prashant's point, I think the economics is more optical than the actual cost. So
We've got about 40 seconds left, so very quickly.
We are clear that the government rates expectation and the private providers' ability to perform at that rates is not going to be matched for sure. So I think we need to add another P to the PPP. So public, private and philanthropy partnerships are the way forward. I think government has to get that money from somewhere. They should just allow CSR activity to be inputted into this PPP projects. I think that is the easiest way for them to go for right now.
And we'll hear from the capital guys around blended financing models, I guess. I work a lot with development banks that finance stuff like that, debt financing, and you might want to hear about that from your capital partner. Just very quickly, last word from you, Harsh, because you grabbed me in the break and you said there are only 3 things that matter. Would you like to say what they are?
Oh, it's viability. And in the PPP space, especially, as has already been said, if you want to provide quality, it's just not possible. We've done 2 PPPs in the radiology space. One was in 2011 or something in Uttarakhand, running a MRI scan unit for the government in a large hospital in Dehradun. And by the end, we are in litigation because they've stopped the money. And you win at you win in arbitration, then you win in the lower court, then you win in the high court. They keep going higher and higher, and for no reason. And frankly, no one cares. No one cares that you provided service in a facility. I mean, most of the people who are at the helm of affairs will say, if you're losing money, why don't you just leave and go?
Yeah.
Number 2, we are doing a PPP here in Delhi, in a very prestigious hospital for the last 13 years, running MR, CT, X-ray, and all of that in a premier hospital of Delhi, and losing money for 13 years. It's just that we were duty bound to do it, so we are doing it. No one audits. Everyone believes the moment a private player comes in, it is only for money. I mean, even the OPEX, we are not able to fund. So there has to be some rationalization somewhere. And to think that the charges in an All India Institute, which is getting 5,000 crores as grant from the government, are to be compared with charges that are paid to a PPP private partner, I think that's ridiculous.
Thanks, Harsh. And so I'm going to close the panel because we're nearly done with some of these challenges that you saw. And I think Ashish brought this out really nicely in his presentation. So I think you should go back and grab him. He's been thinking very hard. Ashish, where are you? Can you just stand up and let yourself be known for people that might have come late on some of this? And some of it for me remains around the financing side of this. It doesn't just remain on, so the government is taxpayer funded. I believe your system is taxpayer funded here, which is the same in the UK NHS. But the government has to look at how some of this top-up insurance happens, how they fund some of the premiums, and what happens because some of the challenges you've raised are very real around price points, about your CapEx and your OPEX, and what can or can't be funded. So I guess for you, you really have to start thinking about that as a healthcare system. I don't think you have a choice, by the way. In every country that I have been in, public-private partnerships are happening or will happen because of medical inflation costs that you see across the world. Whether they happen in health financing or whether they happen in the provider space, you're going to see them. I'd like you to give a warm round of applause to your wonderful panel. And great for being a great audience. And I'm sorry I fell. There's an unequal, and it's vanity, right? High heels. You've got to wear them when you're on a panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for steering this very interesting discussion. And thank you to our speakers for speaking very candidly about their real life experiences. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. And we want to thank all of you for coming here and sharing your thoughts on this topic. As a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partners, Grow Trees, and nurture them in your name. And these certificates that you see are testament to our commitment to sustainability. So thank you for coming here and sharing your thoughts. In this session, we have another panel discussion coming up. And the topic here is reimagining service delivery in Tier 2 and beyond on sustainable PPP models. So for this discussion, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. Ayanab Dev Gupta, co-founder and joint managing director, Medica Hospitals Private Limited. He will be moderating this session. Please also welcome Mr. Abhishek Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer, Regency Hospitals Private Limited, Mr. Mohit Kullad, Managing Director, O3 Capital, Mr. Sunil Thakur, Chief of Mission, NATHEALTH Foundation and Partner, Quadria Capital Advisors Private Limited, and Ms. Jagriti Kumar, Strategic Account Director, Indian Philips India Limited. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. Ayanab Dev Gupta, Mr. Abhishek Kapoor, Mr. Mohit Kullad, Mr. Sunil Thakur, and Ms. Jagriti Kumar. Please give them a round of applause and welcome them on stage. I request our speakers gathered on the side here to please give some room for our panelists to come on stage. I'll hand it over to Mr. Ayanab Dev Gupta to steer this discussion forward.
Thank you very much, Mohit. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NATHEALTH's conference, and I'm thankful to Siddharth for inviting me here to be a part of this wonderful conference that we're doing. It's been like, what, 25 years that I've been in this sector. And believe me, I don't think been to a conference where PPP was not on the list of agendas, ever since. And well, I mean, if you look at healthcare and break it down to the basics, world over, it's nothing usual or nothing limited to India. It's about accessibility, affordability, and then if both of those are around, we talk of quality, right? I mean, so we're still struggling as a country, we're still struggling around accessibility and affordability. And today we have a wonderful panel with us. So we're going to be touching aspects and why are we doing PPPs at all? What is PPP all about? PPP is a partnership to do what? To ensure access and to ensure that people can afford the healthcare that is out there and actually avail them. And then we'll ensure that it's quality healthcare as well. So we have a fantastic panel here today, and it's a very interesting mix, which gives a 360-degree perspective to accessibility, affordability aspects of PPP. I think we have Abhishek, who's representing the provider side and well representing because we're talking of places where it's not a capital city, as in not a metropolitan city, and that's where most of India still lives. And how is it today in terms of healthcare delivery? Most of the hospitals are still not there, but yes, populations are there. So we'll listen to Abhishek, his experience of how he's dealt with delivering healthcare. What is his experience of PPP been? We have a common thread between Abhishek and us in terms of Sunil from Quadria. Again, he's just not a private equity specialist. He's also a venture capital specialist. He's a PPP specialist. He wears multiple hats and someone who I always look up to in terms of inputs around new ideas, out-of-the-box thinking. Good to have you, Sunil. We have Mohit here who helps people raise funds and is a banker. So he understands the markets like very few do. And he's been into healthcare for a very long time now. And so he brings in the perspectives, what works and what doesn't work. So we're going to hear from him whether PPPs work or not. And what is the take that he recommends to investors in his part. And most important part here is the lady on the dais who represents Philips. Yeah, Jagrati is here from Philips. And I'll go back to a bit of a history when PPPs really, and I got introduced to PPPs. This is precisely 25 years back, and this is very interesting. So this is in a small village in Bangladesh, all right? And in the august company of the great Dr. Devi Shetty, we've all heard of him. He's been the visionary. I had the opportunity to start my career with him, and he took me on so we would go on these escapades to see how to make healthcare more accessible. And one of those trips were in Bangladesh and in the august company of Professor Yunus, the Nobel laureate around microfinancing. And we had a philanthropist, another doctor, Professor Zafarullah Chaudhary. In that context, the context was a lot of people on this microfinance. He had hundreds and hundreds of small microfinance institutions which were lending money to poor women in Bangladesh. And the only reason people couldn't pay back those loans was because when somebody in the family fell ill. And when somebody in the family fell ill, they had to sell off their cows, their houses. And in the process, the entire microfinance institution was getting hurt. So he asked a question to Dr. Devi that, can we come up with a model which ensures we have a safety net for all the people who have actually taken loans to set up their small enterprises and ensure that families are healthy? We have a large network of a few lakh women. Can it be developed? And that's where, guess which scheme started off? Thought process triggered off. And it was a trigger for the scheme called the Yashashwini Health Insurance Scheme, which was the first microfinance scheme in the country, which eventually, it didn't happen in Bangladesh, but then it was implemented in Karnataka across 27 districts. Now, what has this got to do with PPPs? What you would wonder. It is. So the cost of collecting premium, and we're talking affordability in PPPs here. The cost of collecting premium, the question was how much premium do you charge for a scheme like this? What do you cover? Who do you cover? And there was, please remember, this is 2000, the year 2000. Insurance in health is still very, very premature in their minds. So somebody came up with a number called 5. So we'll charge 5 rupees as a premium per month. And why 5 rupees? Because per year it would be less than $1. And that sounded interesting. So we have a premium which is less than $1. There was no actual study done. There was no basis of it. But then, yes, that became the premium. Now, how do you collect the premium from farmers or people go around? So I said, all right, like we had a microfinance institution, there were cooperative societies in India which were actually delivering similar produce. So the idea was to deduct premium rather than collect premium, because the cost of collection of premium would be higher than that 5 rupees, right? So the plan was to collect that premium. And it started off with about 25 lakh farmers of Karnataka getting access to quality healthcare in Karnataka. Karnataka, interestingly, had 27 districts with 23 private medical colleges in the year 2000 with excess capacity available. So you need to have demand and supply, both need to match up. And that was available. So suddenly, all these people could afford to grow to a private sector and get healthcare done. Still, where is the PPP part here? Well, PPP came in because it was around election time. And SM Krishna was standing for the second round of election, and he thought this was a great idea. And he said, can the government pitch in and contribute some premium to this fantastic scheme that seems to be happening here? So there was a bit of discussion. I said, all right, I'll pay in 5 rupees more per person. So that is how the first PPP, to my knowledge, started happening around affordability in Karnataka, where the government started pitching in 5 rupees, and the premium became 10 rupees. And guess what we did? We doubled the number of people. So it became 5 million farmers who could now become part of the whole program instead of that 22.5 million, which was there. Interestingly, I'll take 2 more minutes. It led to another PPP from that first PPP. And this PPP was all right. Now people could afford the healthcare at a private sector hospital, but then most of them would still come to Bangalore, which was about 6 hours, 7 hours away, all the way. And a lot of critical patients with the cardiac arrest, like Suchin was mentioning, you may have 100 crores, but you do not have, if your healthcare is not close by, you don't survive, right? So the idea was, is there a way that we could deliver healthcare at the villages, at the districts? That was the question. And Dr. Devi Shetty, being the influential person he called up the ISRO chairperson. Mr. Kasturi Rangan was the chairperson at the time. And then he put in, said, all right, I have a few satellites. Why don't you guys want to use that? And we can deliver healthcare at the hinterland in the districts. All right, we said, that's a great idea. Why don't we do that? But then who will treat the patients? You can have a satellite. So we have cardiologists back at the hospital. They'll watch over, but somebody still needed to deliver it. Now, then we realized there was no ECG machines in this hospital. There were no echo machines in this hospital. So, and that's where Philips came in. And you won't believe, so Philips came in and volunteered to say, all right, we will put in all the ECG machines across all these district hospitals. And they said, okay, this is a CSR initiative. Mr. Anjan Bose was here. I think he was part of the thought process as well that time. And then that became a even more interesting PPP. From affordability, we were starting to look at accessibility, delivering healthcare at a district level with a partnership from a government research agency called ISRO and a private partner called Philips and all the private hospitals in the state. Now, that is what is how PPPs evolved in my lifetime, and I've been fortunate to experience this journey, being a part of it. But the problem is, after 25 years, well, I don't know how many people still believe in PPPs. Can I actually ask, after the last round, what I heard just now, and all the challenges that came up in the panel, we have a very stiff task to my panel here to actually come up and figure out whether these challenges are surpassable. Can we do something together? I think that the answers will come from the panel. But before that, I want to ask, can you please raise hands in PPP who actually believe in PPPs here? How many people actually believe in PPPs in this entire large audience? That is 5%, 7%, 8%, 9%. Okay, inching 10, 12. Oh, that's still less than 15% here. Well, that's a concern. The job just became even more difficult for us to ensure that it's all about believing in what it is. And unless there is a belief that it is possible, I think it's impossible to do anything at all. And I believe in PPP so much that I am actually pursuing my PhD in health financing and PPPs to understand it better, other than running hospitals, of course. So let me come back to my esteemed panel here. And I think I'll actually start with, you guess, Sunil. Sunil, so you've been part of many such deliberations in the past. And do you believe in PPPs?
Absolutely.
All right. And if you do, as the multiple hats that you wear, and you have one present investee company, one ex-investee company, would you invest in companies or hospitals which would actually and advocate them investing into PPPs in our country?
No, so, first of all, I must commend and thank NATHEALTH, who's made the effort to bring the idea of PPPs at the forefront. And it's the first topic that we're discussing in the entire two-day session. So we've come a long way in giving the importance to PPP. And now from an investor lens, we believe in PPPs. And there are quite a few modules of healthcare where PPPs are working relatively successful compared to some other parts. So there is diagnostic, where we've seen some models of success. There are some single specialties, dialysis, where there is a commercial viable models which are getting funded by investors. So from a concept perspective, from a sector perspective, there are pockets of success that we see. I think where it gets more complicated is when we talk about hospitals, because unlike the single specialty or diagnostic, here it's a multivariate model. There are too many variables when you provide services through hospitals, and that is where it starts to become challenging. But as we saw from PwC's report, in terms of opportunity, we're talking about 30,000 crore investment each year, some 300 hospitals for the next 15 years each year. So there's a great potential to sort of attract investors. The challenge that we, from an investor perspective, see in the hospital space, not in the healthcare services space, is how do you make something which is viable, which is predictable, which is replicable and scalable. And that is where we see the macro level challenges. We haven't seen that happening in the hospital space in the country, unlike, say, diagnostics or some of the other single specialties that I mentioned. And I guess the starting point for it to work is the trust between the government and the private sector. That's the starting point, and that was a very relevant point that Shivender made, that there is a lack of trust, and given that it's a state subject, different states think in a different way. The second big challenge that we see is clarity of roles, of who's taking the demand risk, who's taking the operating risk, because these are two different big risks when you talk about a commercial model. And it gets complicated when the government starts to wear many hats, as a strategic purchaser through insurance, as a regulator, for price caps, quality, all of it. So the role clarity is very, very important. It gets all the more complicated because certain parts become state subjects, certain are settled. So that is what needs to be sorted for. But more importantly, at the operating level, which is the biggest subject, and even in the prior session, we touched upon the operating level challenges the most, is how do you sort the demand risk? Demand risk has two things. One is the whole demand channelization, that how do you assure a hospital of the patient footfall? And then the most sort of beaten down point of price, because that is what constitutes the revenue. And in most cases, when you talk about success in foreign countries, in emerging markets, most of the times the government ends up taking the demand risk. The operating risk is left to the provider, to the private operator. In India, we also face those operating risks because if you plan, PPP in a far-flung location, the biggest challenge that we face is sourcing doctors, sourcing nurses, and it has a huge impact on the operating cost.
True.
Because I know, as you would know best, between all of us, doctors in those places can come at 2x of what they would generally charge in a tier 1 metros. So those are the bigger challenges. But if you are able to sort this out to make it more predictable, replicable, and scalable, you will see investors coming in hordes. You need that momentum. That is what has happened in other segments that we spoke about where it's become successful.
True. Couldn't agree more with you, Sunil. In fact, you would remember DG, who co-invested with you into Medica. When I used to speak to Cornelius and specifically to the lady who was on board with us, I'm forgetting her name. She was actually investing into organizations which were invested into PPPs. And from a private equity point of view, I was like really surprised because, but there's not in India, there's in Europe. And the moment there was a PPP contract, the investors felt that much more sure about investing into it because there was assured money. The money wouldn't go anywhere. It's a government contract and the money is going to be available. And that gave a lot of confidence to DEG and they would invest. This was in Turkey and this was in Eastern Europe and other countries where there was a commitment and that commitment from the government was taken very seriously. And that's where I think your point of, but what Sunil brings out is very important is, as we know, the further you go away from the cities, the more expensive healthcare becomes because my cost of delivering healthcare goes up multiple times. My cost of doctor cost goes up multiple times. And inversely, the paying capacities keep going down. So it's a complicated maths on the equation, which we saw from PwC in the morning, needs to have this inverse proportion of dipping paying capacities, increasing costs, and availability of resource constraints. So it's a difficult math. But then with insurance schemes like the Ayushman Bharat, the Biju Swasthya Kalyan Yojana, the Swasthya Sathis of the world that we have in every particular state, I think this has changed the dynamics of affordability in a big way. And we're seeing a lot of hospitals which are actually able to look at it like DEG looked at investments. They're looking at an assurance from the government for setting up more healthcare. It may not be as applicable for bigger hospital chains, but we are definitely seeing a lot of momentum at the grassroots, at the ground level, about smaller hospitals being set up and set up by entrepreneurs who do not have a very large capital, but they're putting it together. A lot of doctor entrepreneurs are coming through. Abhishek, can I come to you on this and your experience of actually delivering such care? And could you like to share something that you did in this space at Regency?
Thank you so much, Ainab. So I think, first of all, I heard the previous panel as well, and people are sort of differentiating in the healthcare that should be provided in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, and I don't agree to that. I mean, if you look at most tier 2 towns today across country, the difference or the delta is diminishing, whether it's healthcare, hotels, restaurants, apartments, and that is diminishing at a very, very fast rate, right? So having said that, by 2025, we would be operating close to 2,400 beds in Uttar Pradesh, and we are doing almost all large format hospitals, 300 plus beds. So one that, without any, support, large hospitals cannot run in tier 2 cities. That's, I don't agree to that. Secondly, if you really ask, if, and like Sunil mentioned, right, if demand is channelized, if the government comes up with, 1 district, 2 hospitals, 1 district, 3 hospitals, and I'll come back to why I'm saying district, and the price point is sorted out, 300 bed or 500 bed hospitals will be scratching the surface. India would need 1,500 bed, 2,000 bed, 3,000 bed factories really to cater to the demand, right? So, the whole perspective will absolutely change. Right now, it's not happening because neither the demand is channelized and neither the price points are appropriate for, a lot of private players to enter this space, right? And then you complicate the whole thing with the whole L1 format of bidding and who's approving the payments and payment delay. So there are multiple issues that we as a private player or any private player in the in this room would have while approaching PPP. Yes, doctor costs, they do, I mean, the costs do go up, and people, I mean, it's just a mindset that, that it'll be actually cheaper to operate a hospital in tier 2. It's actually more expensive to operate a hospital in tier 2,
indeed.
right? The HR cost significantly goes up.
By 3 times, if not more.
So then it has to be in a DNA to, and that's why it does get, that's why the DNA is different. I think somebody spoke about DNA in the previous panel, that we have lower RPOPs, higher cost, but we're still able to deliver, high margins and high returns to investors. I mean, Sunil is sitting right here. So so yes, it's a little different model. You need to make it more efficient. And trust me, the larger it gets, the more efficient it becomes, right? And the smaller, it's very inefficient. District level, like I said, the gap is diminishing. So it's becoming much easier to find doctors in districts. I mean, if you look at Uttar Pradesh and you talk about 15 big cities, Kanpur, Lucknow, Agra, Allahabad, Varanasi, Gorakhpur. I mean, do you think you're going to have a challenge finding doctors in these cities? Absolutely not. Every, 6 people, every 6 doctor in the countries from UP, they all want to come back as long as they have a great facility to and great equipment to operate with, right? Other things also, matter. But I think if you're able to sort the district level, and in India, people actually bank upon the district. I mean, the district becomes the hub of trading, they become hub of healthcare, they become hub of education.
True.
In Bombay, you will open a hospital to cater to 5-kilometer radius. In UP, we open hospitals to cater to 250-kilometer radius. So if you are able to sort out the districts and channelize the demand, I think you're much more very well sorted, to make this more accessible and affordable.
That's really encouraging. Thanks for those thoughts. Can I come to Jagrati in terms of understanding how does Philips look at PPPs? And I tell you this because again, PPP it's our partnership, right? Public-private partnership, and not necessarily all in the same proportion. The private partnership can also be much bigger than what it is in the big P that we see there. And I'm saying this because within this context, why do we not invest in PPPs? Because there is a risk perception, right? And the risk is what needs to be mitigated. Now, if you break down that risk into multiple stakeholders who are involved, we all know a hospital needs infrastructure to be built, it needs medical equipment, and it needs manpower or an operator to run the hospital. Now, if we can break it up into 3 compartments and minimize the risk, is there a possibility at all? Jagrati, do you see Philips or the medical equipment partners, I would call them partners here, because would you think that is a possibility that we look at, a model wherein they come in with that risk-sharing thought process?
Absolutely. And Philips has a rich history of participating and creating such partnerships. So Kshitij here has led it for almost a decade. And I think we have major partners here as Apollo Hospitals, Manipal Group of Hospitals who've participated in it as well. So what you're saying makes a lot of sense, taking the point of what Abhishek said, it's more expensive to run a hospital in a smaller city. And we often see private players compromising on the quality of devices and be it imaging, be it surgical devices that are used there, right, to deliver returns to the investors. And somewhere having a government partner, which is not just CapEx, but OpEx partnership as well, will definitely go a long way in creating a sustainable relationship. Again, the commitment has to be maybe a 10 to 20-year commitment, which is where we will need technically and financially strong partners who are able to also bring in talent, but partners who are also able to bring in the latest technology. Because today, more than say 5 or 10 years back, you actually have technology that can cater to the hub and spoke models, be it in imaging and diagnostics, be it in pathology, be it in even surgical aspects of healthcare delivery. So yes, today is more than ever. The entire ecosystem is more ready. We have investment in healthcare in India at a stage where they have been investing and they have a lot of confidence in the healthcare providers. We have the right technology that's available, and we have hospitals that have the confidence, having participated in these PPP projects during the learning journey of the last 20 years. So yes, this is exactly how India can successfully provide universal health coverage.
Would you like to share any particular example that you've been part of in India, where Philips actually partnered and in a PPP model?
Yes, in fact, there are more than one. So there is Manipal Health Map that Philips was a part of, and this was around the aspects of imaging, and the idea was to bring down the cost of scans. And this model, this has worked, and Philips is not a part of it anymore, but it's gone beyond it. In terms of if you evaluate success, one in terms of cost of scans. So it got down the cost of scans to 1/3 of the costs that were prevalent even in government schemes. In terms of number of scans, they've supported in well over 1,000 scans in a year. Right. And the third part is in terms of returns to the investors, they've grown their market cap as well. So the way I see it, on all three aspects, they're able to deliver. But a few points that are important apart from the partners is how it is structured, right? And again, the points that have already been discussed between this panel and the last, L1 versus quality healthcare, right? Reimbursements, whether they're going to be upfront or they're going to be post factor, they make a big difference.
True.
But yes, there are enough learnings to create successful models. Apart from this, we've had instances at the Government Medical College in Rewa, in Bhopal, the SMS Jaipur, right? And even in Karnataka, right? And Kshitij was speaking about it just this morning on how impactful they've been. In fact, in Uttaranchal, we had a mobile care delivery model as well. So there are multiple models that have been explored. And while each of them have had their learnings, there are a few that can be scaled up.
No, super. I think it's so important to talk about the successes, and there have been multiple successes. Just that we don't get to hear enough about them. We hear the problems which are real. We're not running away from them. But then there are lots of success stories, even which exist in the total format. I mean, we need to break it up into diagnostics, nephro care, dialysis. You can, in the service delivery per se. But there are a lot of success stories all across in India. I've been part of at least 17 PPP projects in various roles that I've been involved in with IFC, ADB, and others, Asia, Africa, Afghanistan, and believe me, it works. Now, before I have another interesting story to tell, but this is after we hear from Mohit. Mohit, you've been into banking and healthcare is your forte. How do you see this entire PPP thing playing out? And do you really see this catching steam? There is so much action in the healthcare sector, like you're telling me this morning. How do you see this coming in any form? Do you see this as a strength at all?
Thank you, Anna. I'll split my answer into three parts. First, speaking for both private and public capital markets.
Could you get the mic a little closer, please? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Speaking for both private and public capital markets, people are absolutely in love with the idea of expansion into tier 2 and tier 3 towns in India, be it for multi-speciality, single specialty, diagnostics, or medical product businesses catering to that segment. Both markets love that expansion and want to back that expansion for Indian institutions. Second, however, both markets have two expectations: the utilizations leading to revenue growth and return on capital. Now, which is where the whole PPP plus and minus comes in. There are investors in the market today for varying return on capital which a project or a business can generate. There are investors who are fairly comfortable with mid-teens, and there are investors who demand mid-20s. So you have a variety of investors today. Our capital markets, both private and public, are very deep today. What people get confused and therefore get worried about PPP is, what is this PPP solving for? As Sunil here rightly said, is it solving for utilizations? Is it solving for access, or is it guaranteeing a large patient base? A case in point was as the PwC team rightly presented, the fairly successful PPP hospital partnership in Mohali, where the land was given for a long-term lease at a very lucrative price, but it was very close to an established medical college, which could not fulfill the patient's needs at that time. And therefore, that's a hugely successful PPP partnership, which we give example of. So either the government helps in ensuring right utilizations, or if the government's ask is that you help me create access, it's an underserved market, my government institutions cannot cater to it, you give access, but with that access, therefore comes the responsibility of VGF, which to taken the step VGF.
I think that's malfunction. If you could take another mic, please.
It has taken the step of VGF for CAPEX, but has not taken step of VGF for OPEX. And that is where the whole disconnect is. I can safely say investors would love to back the government initiative of creating access. Obviously, it's capitalist world. They need their return on capital threshold to be met. And I think there are times when you need to look at viability funding at the OPEX level as well, rather than just a CAPEX level. And that's where most of the PPPs are faltering. And that's where PPPs who are doing well are also doing well, by the way. So that's the whole public markets and the private markets view on PPP.
And then you will be able to convince the investors to invest into PPP hospitals.
We have people who are absolutely in love with the idea of expansion through various models, not only ownership, but O&M and PPP as well.
Super. That's really encouraging. On that point of OPEX viability gap funding that you mentioned, and I was talking to Sunil this morning, one of the key issues that really troubles is how do you ensure hospitals, we all know hospitals are not viable for the first 3, 4, 5 years, depending on where you are, and your cash losses, you're burning cash every single day. Now, the problem is it becomes multifold, like we said, as you go away from the city, your cost increases, paying capacity decreases, you might have a social insurance, universal insurance scheme, still doesn't meet the criteria. So how do you go about it? I'll share a small little example here, which actually incorporates the operational VGF point, which I wanted to bring to light. Again, this is about 7 years back, and there was a meeting called by the Chief Minister of Orissa, and he, being who he is, wanted to ensure Orissa is growing at leaps and bounds. Bhubaneswar is an example of healthcare is something they didn't want to leave behind. And they said, all right, so how do we do 30 hospitals they have 30 districts. I said, I would have set up 30 hospitals, all on PPP. Money is not a criteria, but we want private sector to come in and be there. So after about a few months of deliberations, it was not heading anywhere. So I again asked the same question that I asked this morning here. So how many people in this room were sitting together, believe in PPP? And believe me, it was the same 10% hands that were raised in the whole. And this was a powerful cabinet. It had the chief secretary, it had the health secretary, it had the PPP secretary, it had the finance secretary, and and they were all being candid. They didn't raise their hand. They didn't believe in that it works. So I requested Mr. Pandian then, who was advising us on this, he says, can you give these 5 gentlemen to me for 5 days? I want to take them out of the country to somewhere where PPP works, get them to see PPP. Seeing is believing, right? So, and they agreed. It was very interesting. So we all went to Spain. We heard Neeti speak about the Valencia model, which is the IFC supported model at that point of time. So we went there. Very, very interesting. And we actually saw PPP being delivered. And these gentlemen gave their time. 5 days was more than enough for them to understand. They're very intelligent people. Now, what happens in Valencia, where, and it was a 20-year contract. Few provinces were given out to private sector, few provinces were given to the government sector, and there was a matrix where they were competing on quality of delivery. And the payment was per capita. So there was a X amount of rupees, or say euros, or whatever currency they have. That was the annual cost for the government. And the whole idea was not a short-term goal. It was not a mid-term goal. They had a long-term vision. They said, over 20 years, can we bring down the cost of healthcare by 25%? And that was the experiment about. And they gave a particular per capita annuity-based payment to each of these private sector healthcare enterprises, who then used that money. And guess how they used it? They set up hundreds of primary care centers. They did invest into, well, then AI was at its primitive phases, but they put in forecasting models. They did a analysis of how many people are diabetic in the population, how many hypertensives, what the risk profiling of the population, based on which they set up 2 secondary care hospitals and 1 tertiary care facility. And they brought down the cost over 20 years by 23%. And that was phenomenal. And that is the kind of model which opens eyes, and this was private sector. And the money that was saved, this 23%, 50% of it was shared back with the private sector as an incentive. So every rupee saved, they would gain 50% back. But for the government, they were able to deliver better healthcare or equally good healthcare at a lower price, which is 50% cheaper. Now, okay, so we all came back from Spain, came back to Odisha. Obviously, we don't have data. We don't even know how many people are there in our states. And I'm being loud, but then how do we even know how many hypertensives are not? So obviously it wouldn't be replicated in its totality, but then we had to make a start somewhere. And that is where the government gave a free hand to design a scheme. And Suchin was talking about that scheme. I don't know, Suchin is here somewhere. All right. So I took him to Odisha and said, you are doing a fantastic job of delivering healthcare in places in the north. You should come east. And that kind of model needs to be replicated. But the problem as such, so we used to run a hospital in Kalinganagar in Odisha with the Tata Group. And we knew the losses that the hospital was making after 5 years, year on year. So I actually showed all the data. I said, this is my real hospital, to the same panel of specialists. This is what we're losing money. Are you willing to subsidize these losses to people who put in money in your state? And the government said yes. And that really turned around. Till now, we had heard of capital BGF. Till now, we had heard about soft loans, but nobody had spoken about operational VGF yet. And for the first time, government of Odisha actually went ahead and approved the operational VGF that really made the difference. And today, we have 6 such hospitals under construction. And the risk was shared between 3 different partners. There was a construction consortium, there was a medical equipment consortium, and the hospital operator, who 3 of them came together. The problem about money not being available in time, so they bought in a third-party monitoring agency who would bring in that transparency, wherein every month on month, 80% of the bills raised would be paid out to them without any questions asked. So there is no cash flow issues. And that money is kept in an escrow for the whole year, right in the beginning of the year. And that is how PPPs need to be made possible. So we're talking about risk sharing, government taking accountability, we're talking about OPEX funding, and we're talking about PPPs becoming real. And that, with the government scheme that was there, would further fuel this thing. So I think it's a mix of all of these things. And this is a fantastic model for us to, PwC has also documented it. The whole idea is, can we replicate these models going forward so that we can see PPPs in reality in our states? Before we wrap up, we have exactly 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So 1 minute to each of you, if you could have 1 point or 2 points to make on making sure that we actually make these really happen and make us all believe in PPPs again. Ma'am, should we start with you?
I'd say one point that's not covered and is very, very crucial is the political will to drive this.
You said that. Fantastic. Yeah. We need definitely political will, and that's what Odisha demonstrated. That's why it happened. What happened? Sunil.
I'll say the same thing, which has been repeated time and again, which is it needs to be commercially viable.
That's an investor hat, of course.
Different version of said, but include investors. NATHEALTH is a prime of how we can include investors as well and drive policy making in this country.
Super. I think that's a food for thought for us at Siddharth, and we should take this forward in terms of the learnings together. Yes. Abhishek, the last word.
I think the government has shown intention. The intent is there, but I think India, being such a huge and complex country of so many people, just takes so much more resources and energy to actually move a elephant of this size. So I think everything is being done in the right direction. But the only thing is that the pace is extremely slow right now. And if we have to see the light of it, I mean, mentally, if you ask private player, when do you see PPs being successful? Not in the next 5-10 years, pricing wise.
Well, I thought you were going to make us believe. No, that's not so good. No, but that can change. I firmly believe so.
It's changing very fast. It's changing very fast.
5-10 years is too long. We're going to do it earlier.
I mean, so
No,
if you say the benchmark was CGHS rates, now the benchmark has come to Ayushman rates. And, and PwC presented the report.
I was waiting for that CGHS things to come up, but we're not discussing it just now.
Now, if you recommend the Valencia model, it will become successful next year.
Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. So thanks to NATHEALTH, in fact, the whole idea is to bring these learnings together. There are successes happening in pockets of India, different states, different learnings. If we can all bring it together, probably we'll travel to UP and actually make a presentation to the state government to see how PPPs can be structured better and have a uniform code of PPPs. Different states shouldn't experiment and the learning should come together. And I think NATHEALTH can help us do that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a good audience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please give a huge round of applause to our speakers. I request all of them to please gather for a group photograph. We want to thank all our eminent speakers for sharing their thoughts on this topic and sharing them very candidly. As a token of our appreciation, we'll be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner, Grow Trees, and nurture these trees in your name. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. And we'll be presenting our speakers with a digital certificate as a testament to our commitment to sustainability. Please give them a huge round of applause and please welcome on stage Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya, General Secretary, NATHEALTH, who has an important announcement.
I have two important announcements to make. Number one, at 2 o'clock, the Union Secretary, the DOP Secretary will be here. So I respectfully request all of you, lunch is going to be served, I think a float down. But if you can kindly come back here sharp latest by 1:55. That's my request number one. And request number two is this piece of the discussion, the health financing, in end of November, there was a very large meeting between center and state governments where there was a discussion around about 1.5 million new beds, hospital beds that needs to be created. About 2/3 of that, the request to private sector was that what are the ways how it can be done. So this entire white paper, has been crafted to get all your thought processes integrated. And Dr. Paul was supposed to be here during these sessions because of the election code of conduct at the last minute. But all of this is going to be integrated, included by PwC, and funneled back, in terms of our recommendations from industry. Enjoy the lunch. See you soon at 1:55. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank our silver partners, Krishna, Polymet, our bronze partner, Agilus, Baxter, Healthium, Hinduja, Impact Guru, Indium, IQVIA, Lalpath Labs, Metropolis, and Tata Capital. Would like to tell you the lunch is being served in Regency 3 and 5, one level below the lobby. Please take this time during lunch to visit the expo and the stalls set up by our partners. Stalls of our bronze sponsors are in Regency 1 and 2, so please visit those as well. And I request you to be in your seats at 1:50. We want to start our next session on time at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be ProHealth.
Million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen cell therapy technology to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Temple, we take pride in our as we contribute to the healthcare and society.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gordon, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be ProHealth.
Today, focus occupies a basic right in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. For the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstruction. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do. Was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shivasaburo Hidasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our vision of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We developed a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion, and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all of our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorla, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be pro-health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. For the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Founded in 1920 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Hidasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gordon, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be pro-health.
Today, our place occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAV heart procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neuromuscular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstruction. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do. Theramol was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Theramol has evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally.
We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion, and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a tech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gorlin, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be pro-health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. For the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous heart-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do. Several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Hirosato Hidasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Terumo have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our group mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We develop a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion, and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take our role as a medtech company as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gordon, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be pro-health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. For the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass, and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, and surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do. Arrogyya was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shivasaburo Kitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Arrogyya has evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our mission of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We developed a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Terumo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the nation's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society.
We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gordon, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marks the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be pro-health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. For the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstruction. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do.
Arimo was founded in 1921 by several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shibasaburo Hidasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century on, Arimo has evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our vision of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We developed a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion, and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Teramo, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gordon, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in India and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be pro-health.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. Over the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery, heart and lung transplant, to name a few. Our Center of Excellence for Neurosciences treats headaches, movement disorders, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular diseases, and stroke. The neurosurgery program encompasses removal of brain tumors, treatment of neurovascular diseases, amongst other surgical interventions. Our 360-degree approach to orthopedic treatment has made us the preferred choice for treating all types of musculoskeletal problems, from trauma care to joint replacements, arthroscopy, keyhole procedures, and limb reconstructions. Fortis is the highest accredited hospital network in the country. Annually, Fortis touches over 2.5 million lives, and patients are at the core of everything we do. Founded in 1921, but several scientists and physicians, including Dr. Shivasato Hitasato, with a vision to create Japan's most reliable, high-quality thermometers. Now, a century later, Paramount have evolved into a world-leading medtech company. Guided by our vision of contributing to society through healthcare, we have expanded operations to over 160 countries and regions. Our dedicated team of 30,000 associates worldwide delivers more than 50,000 innovative products and solutions to medical settings. Since our foundation, we have continued to strengthen healthcare's foundations with 23 R&D bases and 34 production bases globally. We developed a wide range of products for treatments and procedures, including vascular intervention and cardiosurgical solutions, blood transfusion, and cell therapy technology, to medical products essential for daily clinical practice, such as transfusion systems, diabetes care, and peritoneal dialysis treatments. We are dedicated to delivering superior quality, cutting-edge solutions across all our products. At Paramount, we take pride in our role as a medtech company, as we contribute to the patient's quality of life, healthcare professionals, and society. We are committed to delivering value in healthcare.
A visionary with an inspiring purpose, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, along with his good friend and renowned pathologist, Dr. David Gordon, were surprised by the early detection of chronic conditions in Indians, and together envisioned a periodic preventive medical check. Thus was born the Master Health Checkup in India in 1974, thanks to this visionary, Dr. Pratap C. Reddy. This marked the beginning of preventive healthcare at Apollo under the leadership of Dr. Udaya Balasubramanian. Today, Apollo Pro Health is a personalized health check program. It has been purpose-designed to identify health risks early, particularly non-communicable diseases such as cardiac ailments, diabetes, stroke, mental health, obesity, hypertension, asthma, and to guide individuals through appropriate lifestyle modifications. Over 40 years, 25 million people have chosen good health at Apollo hospitals and clinics. The silent epidemic of non-communicable diseases in India is rising and getting younger. With ProHealth now available at 100 centers across the country, Apollo is showing India the way to be healthy and happy. Let's all be ProHealth.
Today, Fortis occupies a place of pride in India's
Hello,
healthcare delivery system. We are known for our clinical excellence and distinctive patient care that has made millions repose their trust in Fortis Healthcare. Fortis is a leading integrated healthcare delivery service provider in India. For the years, our cardiac experts have pioneered numerous path-breaking and complex procedures, such as India's first TAVR procedure, minimally invasive bypass and valve replacement surgeries, robotic cardiac surgery.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all have had food. Good. So before we proceed with our another session, let's have a quick quiz round so that you all can win some more prizes. So can we have the QR code? Quickly scan this. We're just going to have one question. So let's see who's going to be the winner. Whosoever answers first and the correct answer, that person will get the hamper. And also whosoever raises their hand first will also get the hamper, only if the answer is correct. Are we all ready? You guys have scanned this? Let me just remind you, there will be a timer of 45 seconds as soon as the quiz starts. Shall we move to the question? Perfect. Okay. So the question on the screen says, what is the current hospital bed density ratio in India per 1,000 population? I repeat, what is the current hospital bed density ratio in India per 1,000 population? Who knows the answer? I can see their hand there. Okay. You all can raise your hand because, okay. Ma'am, what's your name?
Shobha.
Okay, what's the answer, ma'am? What's your guess?
Last one.
Last one. Okay. Less than 1.1. Okay, I'll take one more answer. Yes, sir. Your name?
Raj Kapoor, less than 1.1.
Less than 1.1. Okay, can we have the right answer? Uh-oh. Okay, so we'll see who has given the right answer. It's Shravan. So, sir is here. Can we have the hamper? In just 9 seconds, I think, sir, I think the question was leaked to you. Okay, so I'll call upon Anisha to take over. We'll keep having these quizzes, so do not worry. You might get the chance. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for being back in your seats at the time we requested you to. And we all are very happy to have you back in your seats. Now, Ria has helped me out in by some time, but we are awaiting for our chief guest to arrive. And as soon as that happens, we will start with the session. And I hope with our tummies full, our ears are requisitely open and attention fine-tuned to be awake for this long session that is coming up. The session that we have is on MedTech, realizing the full potential of MedTech industry in India. And we will have 3 panel discussions in this session. It's going to be extremely informative and fruitful. So I request all of you to stay where you are, don't go anywhere, and get all the information that you need.
I guess we have more time right now. So we'll do one more question. Can we have the scanner quickly? So The process is the same. Scan the code, get ready. The question will be on the display. You'll get 45 seconds to answer it, and you all can raise hand also so that I can come and know if you will have the correct answer or not. Can we have the question? Okay, so the question says, what is the estimated size of the Indian medical devices industry in 2022? He's not allowed? Oh, you have not scanned. Okay, no, you had to. Yeah, sir. Anybody with the guesses? Okay, I can see one hand at the very end. Sorry, sir. So please tell your name.
Arminder Singh.
Arminder Singh. So what's your guess?
C.
Answer C. Okay, that is 21.7 USD. Can we have the correct answer? It's B. Let's see who has given the correct answer in the shortest time. It's Kuntal. Where are you, sir? Okay, can we have the hamper? Can we please have the hamper? And can we all please have a round of applause for him? He has answered in 0.4 seconds. How were you so sure? Was it a guess, or you were aware of this answer already?
We keep working on this kind of numbers and all that. So pretty much confident or sure about it.
So you're a guy who knows numbers well.
I mean, more or less.
Can I give you a small additions?
No follow-up questions.
Okay. Congratulations. Okay, we move towards the next question on screen. The question says the per capita spend on devices in the US is greater for 15 USD. In India, it is estimated at. It's again a question of numbers. Oh, a lot of people. Ma'am, do you want to attempt this?
3 USD.
3 USD. No, we still have 20 seconds left. Is there anyone else who want to take a guess? Yes, ma'am. Your name?
Visa, 47 USD.
47 USD. Okay. Ma'am said 3 USD. You have said 47 USD. Is there anyone who wants to guess on the B? You want to guess it on B? Okay. Your good name, ma'am? Tehmeen. Beautiful name. Okay, so let's see what the correct answer is. Ma'am, you got that right. Can we have the hamper? And also the leaderboard. Can we have the leaderboard? It's Pura. Mr. Pura, where are you? Okay, we'll get you a hamper there. Mr. Purav, can you just stand up, please? Thank you so very much. Okay, we have one more question. Can we have the question on the screen? Okay, so the question says, number of patents granted to India in medical technology was less than 200 in 2007. In 2022, this number was option A, greater than 300, option B, greater than 1,000, option C, greater than 2,000. Who wants to take a guess? I can see a hand. There are so many hands. Okay. A lot of people who knows this answer already, I guess. Who raised the hand? Yes, sir. Your name, sir?
Naresh, option B, but get it on.
Okay, Mr. Naresh, option B. Sir, your name?
SK Mittal. Option C.
Okay, option B and option C. Can we have the correct answer? It's option B. Option B. Mr. Naresh gets the answer correct. Sir, here's your hamper. And can we have the leaderboard? It's Arpit Sharma. Mr. Arpit Sharma? Mr. Arpit Sharma, where are you? If you can just raise your hand. Okay, can we have a hamper for him as well? Many congratulations, Arpit. Next question. We still have a lot of prizes to win. I hope no one is Googling. Are these questions available on Google? Then the person with the fastest typing speed will get the answer correct first. Or someone who can have a luck at guessing. Okay, the next question is on screen. What is the ratio of qualified allied healthcare professional in India per 10,000 population? What is the ratio of qualified allied healthcare professional in India per 10,000 population? So you have guessed it once, so I'll give the chance to this gentleman here. So your name?
Vishal, I go with D.
Vishal, you have guessed option D, which is 22 per 10,000. Okay. I'll come back. I'll come back. There are more questions coming in. Yes, you will. If you correct, guessly.
C.
You are guessing C, which is 7, okay, per 10,000. Can we have the correct answer? Oh, many congratulations, sir. What's your name?
I'm also Vishal and he's my friend. So Vishal Indu Rakhya. We will split.
That's really nice. Thank you so very much for participating. Can we have the leaderboard? Tehmeen got the answer right in just 11 seconds. Can we have a hamper for Tehmeen? Tehmeen, I want to take some time in knowing what does your name mean, because it's a very unique name I've come across for the very first time. So if you can just tell us. It means lucky. You just got lucky. Okay, can we have another question on screen? Question is, which state in India has the maximum number of nursing colleges? I will be very sad if Uttar Pradesh is not the answer, because it's a huge state, but that's my guess. No, sir, you have answered already. I'll come to you, sir. Sir. Your good name, sir?
Ish, I'm from Apollo. My answer is B, Kerala.
B, Kerala. Okay. We still have 10 seconds left. Is there any other guess than B?
B, Kerala.
No. I asked another guess. Okay. Karnataka. So your good name?
From Apollo Hospital.
Mahendra sir's guess is Karnataka. Let's have the correct answer. You got it correct. It's C, Karnataka. So here is your hamper. And can we have the leaderboard? Sudhakar. Where are you, sir? Sudhakar, right? Can we have the hamper for sir as well? Many congratulations, sir. See, it is not just that, you're guessing right or you're raising your hand, then only you're getting the award. If you're focused on your mobile phone also, and if you guess the answer correctly, you will win a hamper. So you can focus on your phone as well. Next question. What is the duration of the General Nursing Midwifery GNM course? I think those who have done this course, they will definitely know this answer. I'll come to you, ma'am. Your good name, ma'am?
Dr. Ruchika, I am from NHA. It's B, 2.5 years.
It's B, 2.5 years. Okay. Is there anyone with another guess? A different guess? Yes, wait. Ma'am, your name?
I'm Dr. Kritika Nanda. It is C, 3.5 years.
It is 3.5 years, option C. Let's see who gets it right. Can we have the correct answer? It is option C, 3.5 years. Here's your hamper. Many congratulations.
And A&M is 2 years, and as per the latest, it's 3.5. हाँ sir, वो change हो गया है. So as per the latest protocol, it was about 3 years back when I was working with GE Healthcare and Skilling ecosystem.
I am really sorry. I cannot question on this because I'm not sure about the right answer. So I'll go with whatever is here. It's 3.5 years and okay. So that's all. And congratulations to Ravi as well. Can we have a hamper to Ravi also? Ravi, where are you? Mr. Ravi? There. Many congratulations to all those who have won. And let me just thank our sponsors who has, made this quiz even better with all these beautiful gifts. It's Polymed, Indus Health, Plus, and Termo and Krishna. Thank you so very much. And I'll see you guys in a while. Till then, let's proceed with our further sessions. Anisha? Yeah.
Thanks, Riya. So I want to thank everyone for eating their lunch quickly and being here on time. Some people came a little late for lunch and we are waiting. And they'll be here with us very soon. And we'll start with the MedTech session right away as soon as they join us. Thank you all for your patience and hope you've enjoyed the quiz. Many more questions will be coming up soon. Please put your hands together and welcome Shri Arunesh Chawla, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. I will hand it over to Siddhartha Bhattacharya to take over from here.
Very good afternoon. It gives me enormous pleasure. We're very delighted to warmly welcome our esteemed chief guest, Sri Arunesh Chawla. And I'm here to make a brief introduction of his illustrious profile. Sri Arunesh Chawla is an IAS officer of the 1992 batch, presently posted as Secretary to Government of India in the Department of Pharmaceuticals. He holds a PhD in economics from the London School of Economics, with specialization in macroeconomics. And his area of interest include macroeconomic modeling, monetary and fiscal policy, financial inclusion, and green growth. Shri Arunesh Chawla has previously worked as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Finance from 2014 to 2016, as India's Minister Economic to the United States from 2016 to 2019, and a senior economist at the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. from 2020 to 2022. I would request Shri Shishir Agarwal, Secretary and member of the NATHEALTH leadership team, also to join us on the stage. Mr. Shishir Agarwal is the Managing Director of Terumo India Private Limited. I request Shishir to kindly felicitate our chief guest. Thank you, Shishir. I would also like to request on stage Mr. Himanshu Baid, Managing Director Polymed India Private Limited, and also kindly join us is also a governing council member of NATHEALTH. Please join us on the stage, please. Thank you. With that, I would like to just point out that while we are discussing with our honorable chief guest, we are told that the session name should be Meditech. So I request everyone to ignore what is printed on the page. It is Meditech. What is the growth engine forward that's going to drive healthcare into the future? I hand it back to the MC. Thank you for being here.
We now start with our plenary session on MedTech 2, realizing the full potential of MedTech industry in India. MedTech sector in India is of paramount importance due to its impact on healthcare accessibility, disease prevention, economic growth, research and development, and global recognition. This sector encompasses a wide range of medical technologies, from diagnostic equipment to medical imaging devices, from wearable health tech to advanced surgical instruments. However, challenges such as regulatory complexities, quality standards, and affordability persist. In this session, we will have thought leaders share their insights on how collaboration can overcome challenges. A big thank you to our session's partner, PwC, and our session sponsors, BPL and NATHEALTH. I would now request Mr. Shishir Agarwal, Secretary, NATHEALTH and Managing Director, Terumo India Private Limited, to please address the audience and set the context for this session. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shishir Agarwal.
Thank you. And once again, warm welcome to Shri Arunish Chawla ji. And I'm sure that all of us are waiting to hear his observations, advice, and what will be the next initiative which all of us can start to make sure that India continues on this journey of hyper growth, especially in the medtech space. But between his address, we also have a very important release of a white paper from NATHEALTH on NATHEALTH MedTech 2.0, which is about talking about the different stakeholders and also bringing together our aspirations and our recommendations on how do we address some of the challenges and the solutions that can come along with it. Some of the salient features of the same, which our PwC team will share with us, will touch upon things like driving penetration, making sure that medtech is accessible to each and every corner of our country, to the last mile, and also at an affordable cost. And that will actually be involving a number of initiatives driving Atmanirbharta in the medtech space. We know that that journey will start, but at the same time, it will be aided a lot by government programs like PLI or the procurement processes. Along with that, we are also looking at areas like digital health, bringing in more on preventive care, but at the same time, ensuring that the health for all is realized much ahead of time. As we speak about medtech, we speak about healthcare. One of the most important thing is about the safety of our patients, safety of our people in our nation. And safe use of devices is an integral part of the same. This will require a lot of effort, not only in the areas of skilling the people who are going to use it, the healthcare professionals, so that they use it the right way, at the right time with the right patient, but at the same time making sure that the quality of the products that we bring to our patients is of foremost quality. With this, I will not stand and take too much of time. I will request the PwC team to come and explain to us a little more in detail about this healthcare MedTech 2.0 white paper. Over to you.
I would now like to request Mr. Sumit Goyal, Partner Healthcare PwC, and Dr. Ashwani Agarwal, Director Healthcare Management Consulting PwC, to please come on the stage and talk to us about this knowledge paper on realizing the untapped market potential and shaping the global agenda. Please put your hands together for the PwC team.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity. So we have worked on this paper on MedTech 2.0, and as we understand that there's a lot of changes which are happening. Over the last couple of years, the industry has undergone a lot of changes, and it's a certain cusp of growth, cusp of change. And there are certain questions that we're grappling with. One biggest question is, how do we increase adoption? If you look at in India, the care pathways are not well defined. So each doctor and each protocol will be different. Unless there's a standard clinical protocols which are defined or clinical pathways which are defined, it's very difficult to drive adoption. And that is, I think, one of the questions that as PwC team in NetHealth, we deliberate in the knowledge paper. Second is, how do we increase, if you look at even today, there are 60% dependency on imports. And over the years, it has changed, but still there's a large dependency, which still remains. So as an industry, what we can do to reduce the imports, dependency on imports, and specifically looking at areas where we can make in India, we can up ourselves in the technology in which we are playing, because most of the things that we do in India are consumables, low tech. But I think the path forward is how do we actually go up the value chain and be more prominent on the tech side. I think third is that if you look at the entire industry, there's a fading boundaries between hardware, software. And if you look at machines, the innovations on machines have come down, but what is happening is more on the software side. So how do we actually get more digital adoption in the tech that we are deploying? I think that is another theme that we deliberate upon. And I think one of the conundrums in Indian medtech is how do we balance the safety, quality, and the price? Because when we speak to the hospitals, even in tier 3, tier 4 small hospitals, of course, everybody wants the best quality product, best quality technology. But is there a pocket deep enough to afford those technologies? And how do we enable that? I think that's another theme that we deliberate upon. And last is to enable all those things to happen, make in India focus on higher end technology. I think we need a regulatory framework which can actually facilitate the industry to grow. Now I will hand over to my colleague, Dr. Ashwini, who has actually worked on the paper to share the initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So what I will try to do is, maybe in the next 4-5 minutes, I'll try to present a summary of the paper that took us 4 to 5 months, actually. So pardon me if the recommendations are still not complete. We are still working on the paper. We are still seeking feedback. We are still working on the deliberations. And more importantly, we are looking for your guidance, sir, as we discussed through the panel. Some of this will be incorporated in the final report that should be out very soon. So with that background, maybe I'll start with the brief summary of the recommendations from the paper. What we understand today is that the medtech really plays a very important role in the entire healthcare industry. It is probably the only connecting link that connects the healthcare providers, the diagnostic players, the pharma, and the other stakeholders. So probably if you talk about the entire healthcare ecosystem and the fulcrum of it, that's the role that the medtech plays. In fact, someone very rightly mentioned that the health of the medtech industry is a barometer of the health of the healthcare industry. So when we look forward to it, probably don't see the medtech as the fringes of the healthcare. Probably it is a very important fulcrum on which the other stakeholders pivot and revolve. We have seen some interesting paradigm shifts happening in the industry. We have seen the growth rates going up, exports happening, innovations happening. We have seen some industry academic collaborations happening, so on and so forth. What we did was we had multiple rounds of discussion and we identified 5 priority areas that we as a stakeholder, as a group, should be working on as we go forward. These 5 areas, like Sumit mentioned, are 1, adoption. All said and done, we saw in the quiz also, we have a very low per capita utilization. It is only $3 per capita, as against the global average of 47, and maybe not even 10% of what we spend in the US, 417. So how can we do, what can we do to drive in the adoption in the country? That is the number 1. Second, very importantly, how do we drive in the concept of make in India, manufacture in India? Third, digital health, a very important one. We are probably at the cusp of a technological revolution happening in the medtech industry also. What can be done over here to drive in the adoption? Fourth, the patient safety. I think the entire premise is that we should be delivering the good quality healthcare and strive for the best healthcare outcomes. So from a patient safety perspective, what we feel as the group and what are the recommendations? And last but not the least, from a regulatory perspective, what can be done to make it even more conducive than what we have already right now? What should the priorities going forward? I talk about the first one, which is the driving adoption. So we saw that probably we have a low per capita utilization and probably we have a suboptimal utilization in the care delivery. Multiple reasons for that. We have a low affordability. Maybe we are still not utilizing the medtech as it should have been. Very simple examples, diabetes. If a patient has to undergo a blood sugar test twice every week, in India, we don't see that happening. If a patient has to undergo a treatment for a diabetic foot ulcer by using proper medical technology, maybe that is not happening. We still rely on some of the modality of treatment. We also find reasons like we have a very high upfront cost of the medical equipment. Maybe it is a hindrance, a barrier for the new medical equipment to come up to be set up, especially for the CT, MRI, and these kind of things. What can be done very crisply? 3 recommendations. One, maybe we need to work as a group to have easy financing option for the providers. We have seen that happening in other sectors, so maybe why not in medtech also? We need to expand the insurance benefit coverage so that it covers all the forms of medical technology, whether it's a companion diagnostic, whether it's a POCT, whether it's a home care, anything and all, it ought to be covered by the insurance regimen. Third, standardization of care pathways. So we ensure that all the providers, they deploy the they deploy the care pathways based on the real world evidence. Second, make in India. Now, we all know that India has been a predominantly import-dependent country. As per the estimates, I think we are importing some 60 to 70% of the consumption from outside. There is some early data. Again, I'm clarifying this is early data, which indicates that maybe the imports have started shrinking and we may be on the way to becoming an import-neutral country by 2029. This is an early data which is yet to be verified. We also see that we have a low number of patents being granted in the country. And again, like you saw in the quiz, only like 6.5 thousand patents have been granted in India, vis-a-vis 150,000 in the China. Multiple initiatives have been taken. We have MedTech Mitra, we have single window clearance, we have PLI scheme, and we also have the PRIP scheme now. But we also have some limiting factors. We have a low domestic demand. And I think that has been cited by many of the manufacturers that maybe the unassured demand or maybe the suboptimal demand in the country limits setting up the manufacturing part in the country. We have maybe raw material is something limited and maybe skill is also limited. What we can do over here, 3 broad recommendations. One, as a group, as a country, we need to incentivize the R&D spend. The spend goes into the research part of it, the development part of it. Multiple mechanisms, maybe the IT exemptions, we again scale them back up or we deploy something else. But yeah, R&D has to be incentivized in any manner possible. Second, standard harmonization. Multiple work has gone into that, multiple recommendations have gone into that. And I think we have reached a stage of alignment. There we are recommending a performance standard along with the conformance to the essential principles and a robust post-marketing surveillance. These 3 things, if we go into the ecosystem, we will have a new era ushered in. And of course, one recommendation is, sir, if we can expand the mandate of PRIP scheme to include all the medtech clusters, parks, and other centers. Right now, in a way, it is limited to the NIPERs, which are already existing centers, but maybe we need to make it more equal and democratize the part of it. Third, digital health. Like Sumit mentioned, I think we are on a cusp of a technology revolution right now. The boundaries are getting blurred between what is a firmware, what is a software, what is a hardware. Almost all the high-end medical equipment, they will have some sort of a AI, ML, or a software solution going into that. In fact, we are seeing an increased use of software as a medical device or software in a medical device also. With it, we have new challenges, patient privacy, data security, things like that. On the country side of it also, we have seen multiple initiatives. We have seen ABDM, we have seen the revolution of eSanjeevani, we have seen Arogya Setu, COVID, PMJY, multiple things like that. We also have substantial real-world evidence data available that how adoption of digital technologies can help save us cost and can help improve the patient outcome. So this is an established fact right now. So what we can do now going from here, 2 things. One, we need to ensure that the regulatory and the innovation ecosystem, they work in tandem so that one is not left wanting for others. In some other sectors, we have seen that maybe the regulatory ecosystem, the trajectory is still trying to catch up with the innovation and they're trying to work post facto. It should not be the case. So happy to work together, happy to work in partnership to make sure that these 2 trajectories work in parallel, work in tandem. And second, I think, again, the expansion of insurance benefit package to include the digital health services. Telemedicine, a great example. Some of the packages have included that, but if you can expand the mandate to include others also, it's going to be a win-win. Patient safety. Now, the patient safety is probably central to the entire healthcare ecosystem delivery. Patient safety is integrated on 2 parts. One, the right equipment, and second, the right skill set. We have some data available which says that a significant part of the ecosystem, of the equipments in the ecosystem, they are dysfunctional. And this is the NHM data. Now, imagine what impact it would have on the patient care outcomes. We have the NMD policy which says that universal access to good quality medical devices is an integral principle. We have a 84,000 crore market. If I were to take an average of 7% AMC CMC cost, we have approximately a 6,000 crore AMC CMC market in the country. But do we have the players to furnish that? Do we have the players for that? Maybe no. Maybe the answer is more gray actually. What we believe as a group, two things. One, we need to expand the training and the skilling programs which are offered by different institutes. And once the people have been skilled, once the manpower is there, they ought to be included in the care delivery pathways by the hospitals, by the diagnostic players and players like that. That's key integral. It's not only the supply also, it's also the inclusion in the care delivery pathways. Second, we need to reinforce the culture of preventive and regular maintenance practices, the empaneled vendors, the OEM standards, all that part of it, but that ought to be incorporated in the ecosystem going forward. Last but not the least, regulatory framework. I think we have multiple expectations from the regulatory part of it. It plays a very crucial catalytic role. It has multiple roles to play. Development of the industry, attainment of domestic healthcare policies, multiple programs ought to be handled. And I think we have seen some interesting things happening in the recent past. But I think now we have got more confident and we dil mange more kind of a thing. So what we say is that three things. One, maybe an emphasis on the value-based procurement, which is based on the real-world evidence that ought to be included across all the programs. Second, inclusion of the health technology assessment. And last but not least, the GST rationalization. So that maybe the credit which is plugged in the input credit cycle that can be released and we can have maybe the decrease of the OP and lowering of the healthcare burden. I will conclude my presentation. I hope I did not take more than 4 minutes, but I think we are where we are standing right now. It's a cusp of a paradigm transformation we are seeing in the healthcare industry, more importantly, the medtech industry. I think if all the stars were to align, if we were to play a participatory role, we can actually reach the vision of Viksit Bharat and the UHC. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the details of this knowledge paper. I would now request Mr. Arunish Chawla, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to please release this knowledge paper, which has been spoken about by PwC here. They've worked hard on this paper. I request Mr. Arunish Chawla to please release this knowledge paper along with our other dignitaries on stage. And I would request the PwC team that has worked on this knowledge paper to also please come on stage for the release of this paper. Thank you, sir, for releasing this knowledge paper. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of feedback that will come through over the next 3 panel discussions, which can be incorporated into the final report and then be shared with policymakers. And congratulations to the PwC team for this knowledge report. I would now request Mr. Arunish Chawla, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to please address the audience and give the keynote address. Please put your hands together for Mr. Arunish Chawla.
Leadership of the Healthcare Federation of India, doyens of the meditech and healthcare industry in India, ladies and gentlemen. In equilibrium economics, it is customary to speak of demand and supply together. I'm very happy to note that this is the first event I'm attending where the demand and supply are both together. There is no meditech without healthcare, and there is no healthcare without meditech. And I appreciate your efforts at bringing the two together. Friends, Meditech is the industry of future for India. And healthcare driven by Meditech is the service of future for India. If both can grow in lockstep, we would have arrived, we would have made it. India became the pharmacy of world through hard work, effort of so many successful entrepreneurs over 3 to 4 decades. It did not come to us easy. As we salute and recognize their hard work, we should not sit on our laurels. And going forward, we should be focusing more of our energy on Meditech and healthcare that is linked to it. The work and effort has begun in the right earnest. As was mentioned in the opening speech, the PLI for Meditech has been a roaring success. We recently saw the launch of big greenfield projects in India, manufacturing Meditech equipment at par with the best in the world, manufacturing medical devices which were hitherto entirely imported in the country. We have recently launched a single window system in the regulator CDSO and tied it up with Meditech Mitra, which is an interdepartmental effort of the Government of India. We are working very hard behind the scenes. We have a team of researchers which are studying the Meditech sector. We never realized it's going to be so tough. Meditech is an area which brings all sciences together under one roof. It brings people with so many diverse areas of expertise that no one can claim to be a specialist. And that is a humbling experience. Very soon, we will organize a workshop. And if I may use this forum and this podium to make this announcement, we will call it, let's call it India Medistack. And what the India Medistack will do is that it will formulate and put together the value chains for the entire Meditech industry, covering all its verticals from imaging devices to critical care equipment, to disposables and surgicals, to assistive devices, to diagnostics, and so on and so forth. On those value chains, on those value maps, then we will build a value stack, and that will go into how the industry is organized, how the data is collected, where the gaps are, what are the finished devices, sub-assemblies, key components, starting materials, what is the structure of our tariff, what is the GST chain that aligns or moves along our value chain and value stack, and what other policies like preferential market access, phase manufacturing program, research, innovation support, quality standards, and so on and so forth. What can be built on it? That would be beyond PLI. And to give a very simple name, It'll be India MediStack, and there will be an Immersion Summit 2024. We will bring the doyens of Meditech and the healthcare industry together under one roof to do this brainstorming exercise. It will be spread over 2 ways, and those who volunteer for the challenge will be locked in and not allowed to go out till the job is done. So thanks once again to PricewaterhouseCoopers. I've seen a glimpse of their report in the short presentation. I would invite them over, along with those of you who are interested, to come and have a free open house discussion where we can put this entire knowledge together and bring it into policy making in the right way, in the right fashion. With these few words, thank you, my friends, for organizing this thoughtful event, and my best wishes for the future ahead, my best wishes to the industry and services of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Himanshu Baid, Managing Director and Co-founder, Polymedicure Limited, to please give the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for Mr. Himanshu Baid.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, I think for a lot of motivating words today, which we heard from you. And thank you, PwC, for bringing this knowledge paper out. And of course, it's a working document, but we think a lot of suggestions, recommendations you have made will go a long way in formulating the policy, future policy for the medtech sector. And of course, what sir said about this workshop, I think this is music to our ears. I think this was very much needed to bring all the stakeholders under a single platform to understand what are the nuances of the industry and how we can be the industry of the future. I think India has shown that we are pharmacy of the world. Now, can we show the world that we are the medtech capital of the world? And I think it's very much possible. The kind of talent we have in manufacturing today, within software, hardware, the ecosystem we are generating in the country, even in the electronic space, in the manufacturing space, I think we have all the ingredients to make this happen. And I, as an individual, can vouch for this. And I'm very sure through this MediStack, which will do, I think a lot of recommendations and suggestions which will come through that will help us to, formulate newer strategies for making this possible. Sir, I think your idea about GST supply chain is also very, very important, because there are certain anomalies in GST where we see, inverted duty structure for manufacturing in the country. And that will probably also help us to, get out of this cycle where a lot of capital is getting blocked, money is getting blocked in GST today for companies which are trying to manufacture products in the country. So I would like to thank everyone here, and thank you, sir, for your valuable time, and thank you for all my colleagues from industry and everybody who's part of this conference to come and listen to us and this program. Thank you very much once again.
Please give a huge round of applause to our chief guest, Mr. Arunish Chawla, Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing the time to come here. We are grateful for your encouraging words, and I'm sure the industry members from MedTech will take up the challenge soon enough, and those encouraging words will not go in vain. Please give a round of applause to our dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for your presence. I request you to please take your seats off the stage. We will now move on to our first panel discussion within this plenary session. And the first panel discussion is on India poised to growth trajectory, the rising demand for medtech. Our moderator for this session, Ms. Zahabia Khurakiwala, Managing Director of Wockhardt Hospitals Limited, is joining us virtually. Please welcome our other speakers for the session. Please welcome Dr. Simardeep S. Gill, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Sterling Hospitals, Gujarat. I request him to please come on stage and take his place as a speaker in this session. Please welcome Mr. Arun Seth, Director, Jubilant Pharmoma and Ingravia, Dixon Technologies. Please welcome Mr. Arjun Dang, Chief Executive Officer and Partner, Dr. Dang's Lab. And please welcome Mr. Sumit Agarwal, Managing Director, Midmark India Private Limited. I guess Mr. Himanshu Beth will just come back after seeing off the secretary. Mr. Himanshu Beth, Managing Director and Co-founder, Polymedicure, will also be a part of this discussion. Ms. Sahabia, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay.
You can go ahead, please.
Okay, great. So absolutely a pleasure to moderate the session. Even though it's virtually, I was a bit under the weather, so couldn't be there in person, but really looking forward to the discussion. I think we've had a very encouraging few words from Mr. Arunesh Chawla, and I think we'll kind of take it from there. We know the panelists that are on the panel today. The context for today's discussion, of course, is that the medtech industry today is valued at 12 billion USD, and it is expected to reach a 50 billion USD valuation by 2030. This is a significant transformation, and it can only be possible, as we know, by forging really a collaborative effort between multiple stakeholders in the ecosystem, right from the healthcare providers, the digital infrastructure, government policy, financial institutions, investors, and so on. So we will deliberate some of these issues during today's panel discussion. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Himanshu. As a founder of a large, Indian device company, you did mention 50 billion USD by 2030. That's huge. The sector is really going to leapfrog if we're going to reach there. And, you said, can India become the meditech of the world in the same way that it has become, the pharmacy of the world in so many ways? So according to you, what are the challenges and opportunities for this, your views?
Be confident that India can reach 50 billion. And I'll tell you the changes which have happened in last 4-5 years in the industry. First of all, I think regulation was very, very important in the country to bring the best regulatory practices in medtech space. And when the industry got fully regulated by 1st October 2023, that was the biggest move we could have in the industry. Of course, the recognition during COVID, where a lot of companies were given tasks to make medical devices in the country, and we came out very strongly out of that, where we developed self-sufficiency in a lot of products during that process. Whether it was IVD kits, it was testing, or it was different accessories which were needed to prevent COVID from spreading more. Plus, when we look at the global R&D which is coming to India in the last 4-5 years, today almost every multinational company is present in India and set up large R&D centers in the country. So that will further lead to certain interest from all of them to make products in India. I think also government coming with PLI schemes, with medical parks. See, nobody thought of medical parks maybe 5-7 years ago that there will be medical device parks, or we will have a great medical device park like AMTZ, where there were 150 companies now making different medical devices, and it's come up very quickly in the last 4-5 years. So, and look at after COVID and now, between now COVID and now, almost 3,000 new companies have got licenses to make medical devices in the country. And we are not capturing the data today. I think we have seen in the report is an $8 billion import, $3 billion export. But where is the data? What is being produced in the country and consumed in the country? Today, there are 2,000 medical devices which were notified by CDSCO. And even spectacles today is a medical device. The one I'm wearing is a medical device, which is a class 1 medical device. You need a license to even sell or manufacture spectacles. So all this data needs to be captured. And today, I think that is what we are missing. To me, the industry is much bigger. It's not 12 billion. Or to me, we are already touching close to $20 billion. Because there are a lot of, today, even drapes, gowns, masks, simple products which are manufactured, not captured in the value chain, are part of medical devices. So it's a much larger industry than what we all think today. That's my perception. And I'm very confident. And I think what I see today, the global interest into Indian manufacturing. And we have already seen that cutting across many other sectors. Similarly, in medtech also, I think it's very clear, and I'm not going to call it China plus one. I'm going to call it, it's the India story now. What is happening in India, what we can achieve now is phenomenal, whether in hardware sector, software sector, and I think and we will progress much faster than what we have done in the previous years, because now industry has a recognition. It has ears. In the previous session we have heard this, it's got ears of the government, and a lot of policy changes have happened in last 3-4 years, which is going to drive a huge growth in the industry in next 5 to 7 years.
Thank you. Thanks for that. So, I mean, that's quite interesting because thematically, you're talking about realizing an opportunity for Make in India, which is kind of flipping the reality as we know it today on its head, where, you know, we know that imports really constitute 70% of the meditech industry, of the sector today. So, maybe we can come to you, Mr. Suneet. From a company like Midmark that entered India about a decade ago, what were your expectations and how has that journey panned out for you all?
Thank you, Zavia. So we, like any multinational, would look at India and look at, that we get good EBITDA margins, there's a good ROCE in it. Now, a decade later, I think I'll just present something which is to the contrary of what maybe Himanshu said, but I think if we see the fulcrum hasn't moved. So really, if the bed density was at 1.1 beds per 1,000, that is still the case. We are, Medtronic, for example, has a annual revenue of $32 billion. We are a fraction of that, right, in India. The multinationals in India are still a fraction of the global P&L of many of the, the global P&Ls. India accounts for maybe 1 or 2% of many medtech companies. So yeah, there's a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of what we have done. We are India's largest manufacturer of hospital furniture, and what we have done is really brought about a lot of value engineering, and that value engineering has allowed us to actually remain salient, because everyone talks about cost, everyone talks about price, and that's the way we can remain salient, is just keep cutting cost and innovating and trying to provide that price point which India wants. But really, what are medtech companies? They are engineering companies, right? We are all engineering companies, happen to be in healthcare. Now, how do engineering companies get fueled? The only way they get fueled is, if we spend on R&D, if we spend on capability, and we are able to invest and plow back that money into innovation. But I think the whole ecosystem has to change, right? If we want to do a 50 billion, and if I take that 12 billion as the base, we need a 22% CAGR, a north of 22% CAGR to get there in 7 years. Has that happened over the last 10 years? Not really. Will it happen? Well, I remain optimistic, cautiously, to be there. But the report card is that there's a lot that needs to be done. We talked about viability this morning. I think viability is key, right? The viability within the healthcare system has to come. So if the provider doesn't get paid, the suppliers won't get paid, and they won't be able to innovate. And all the R&D centers that are opening out here it's not innovative. It is just, the patents are filed somewhere else, and we are just manufacturing in India. So really, if we need to see a sea change, then there's a lot more to be done, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think you touched on a very important point, which is that fundamental healthcare viability needs to be there for everyone in the ecosystem to be able to kind of, do well. I'm going to shift gears a little bit to hear from healthcare providers. Dr. Simardeep, can you throw some insight on, maybe the introduction of new technologies that have been used either to enhance patient experience or to personalize it? What are the latest tools, the platforms that hospitals are embracing to improve their patient experience journey spectrum?
Yeah, Zabia, as a hospital operator, I'll digress a little from from hardcore technology to soft technology. I have a couple of slides. Would it be possible for me to just 2 or 3 slides? I've got them loaded on it's already there. So when a patient, and this is something we are doing in our current organization, when a patient wants to go to a hospital or is planning a visit, be it an OPD visit or a admission for a larger procedure, what is the foremost thought which crosses the patient's mind? Dhakke na khane pade. That's the foremost thing. कि यार कोई ना कोई contact मिल जाए, so somebody who gets me off my car and puts me back within an hour or so, कि धक्के ना खाने पड़े. So what we did was we mapped the patient roadmap across the patient journey from the point of admission, registration, the works, doctor, nursing, and finally discharged after a couple of days, so that we could analyze what all touch points the patient goes through, where is stuff which warrants improvement, and this is something we came up with. Now, most people would think this is largely a behavioral issue. Have your people speak nicely, put a lot of L&D effort, half of the or rather 70% of the problem would be solved. Then we did a gap analysis. Could we go to the next slide? Or do I have it? Yeah. Then we did a gap analysis, and all these reds are where we were failing, ambers are where we kind of doing fine, and greens are where we were doing well. We came across data and some revelations where 80% of these issues could be actually controlled through technology solutions. Not very high-tech technology solutions, but across the country, a lot of startups are doing this, but 70 to 80% of these reds would turn if we effectively use technology across these functions, and the larger problem gets resolved. And I would not be able to name, but currently we're working with a lot of vendors who are helping us in fixing these issues. So the point I'm trying to make is the patient experience part of a hospital's life is something which, one would, from a clinical perspective, one would think, okay, buy the robots, buy the navigation systems, and things would improve. Whereas the patient experience is a softer part, which only behavioral L&D issues resolve. But the fact of the matter is, if we do touch upon each of these areas in a scientific and a technological manner, most of these issues would get solved. So that's my 2 bits on what we are currently doing as far as medtech, software medtech is concerned. Thank you.
That's interesting. I mean, I think it's so true that, finally, in a patient's journey, what sticks is what the patient experiences. They don't really understand the hard clinical stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And I think talking about personalizing healthcare for the patient, turning to you, Dr. Arjun, in the diagnostic space, there are a lot of innovations that are driving early detection. Could you share some insight on this aspect as well? And also, your lab, Dr. Arjun, your lab is one of the early adopters of ABDM. And I think it would be interesting to know what is the value that's bringing to you and your business.
Thank you, Zaravia, for that very relevant question. Firstly, my gratitude to the NATHEALTH team for having me here and for having arranged this wonderful event. And with such stalwarts in the panel, I'm completely privileged, and it's an extreme pleasure being here. So Zaravia, coming to your question, I'll address the first part to start with. And when we talk about personalization in diagnostics, I think I've been around since about 10 to 12 years, ever since I started my medical college. And even my late granddad was a doctor. One thing that always troubled me and I lost sleep at night was that, okay, so hypothetically, if 5 of us are 35 years old and we walk into a lab where wellness is now increasing in the country and everyone just wants to check how they are doing for their peace of mind and otherwise as well. All five of us are probably going to select a package based on two things. That is our limited or select medical knowledge, and the second would be our budget. But we actually went out there and tried to resolve this issue. And today's Arabia is actually a landmark day for us and our team. We had a press release this morning where we have released probably the world's most in-depth AI-powered bespoke lab test package curator. It's a website and anyone can access that website. It's called discoverbydrrangs.com. It's available to all the common people, to the masses and the classes worldwide. You go there, you take a short quiz, and then at the end of it, a bespoke personalized package is made for you. So to keep this very short, what I always believe is that when anyone goes in for a wellness test, there is a lot of redundancy in doing irrelevant tests. Now, for example, these smart five men who are 35 years old in front of you. Suppose Himanshu sir again wants to focus maybe on his hair and skin. But obviously, Dr. Simardeep has some family history of elevated HbA1c. Suppose I have a high BMI and I want to work on my weight. Suppose Mr. Sumit obviously wants to work on something like specific hypertension that he's been battling. And Arun sir obviously has something like better sleep. So obviously the panel that is customized should obviously include, for example, a cortisol for sir, a leptin for Mr. Sumit. Probably, again, since my BMI is high, an extended lipid profile with fractionation of lipid for me. For Dr. Simardeep, it will be similarly something different from probably a cystatin C that can evaluate his kidney function or a microalbuminuria. And obviously for Himanshu ji, it must be something that is related to a zinc or a RBC folate deficiency that can definitely lead to better skin and hair. So again, keeping in mind that reducing redundancy of tests and doing the right test at the right time. And Discover actually enables you to do that. This is not a sales pitch. It's a free of cost website that me and my team have worked on about 3 years to make this happen. The next stage is also going to compile your previous reports and then basis that longitudinal data, customize this package further. So again, Zarabia, coming to your question, I think personalization is the need of the hour. And with anyone and everyone, even the common man now wanting to do like a health package, that health package should be appropriate to that particular person and not just a standard package where it doesn't take into account their health goal, their lifestyle, their medical history, their personal history, and other health insights. So I think we are moving towards that. And I think with stalwarts in this room, we are not far away where the wellness space can be more personalized. In the illness segment now, and before I forget, obviously, all these softwares and tools are to assist the physician. Whatever the software or this tool tells you, please note in big bold capital letters that the physician's advice takes precedence above it. And these are only tools. On the illness side, again, so if you're talking about someone probably who's had a deranged kidney function in the past, they do need an EGFR to be done. They do need a protein creatinine ratio to be done. So again, the correct test at the correct time is what personalization is about. From a technical aspect, the soft skills that diagnostics industry need is obviously everybody is well aware about. Also in the oncology side, now we have so much of precision medicine, testing of exact genes and hormones so that therapies can be given. And I think that is again a separate topic, but personalization, that is the need of the hour. And I think all of us are on the same page and holding hands, move forward for a healthier nation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Could you throw some light on the ABDM part of how it has helped you?
Sorry, Zarabia, this topic really makes me like really excited. So I forgot about the ABDM because that was my brainchild a few years back. So yes, coming to ABDM, ABDM is a phenomenal initiative. Very proud again that we are one of the early adopters of the ABHA ID. That is basically a 14-digit unique health identity number that is going to be given to anyone and everyone in India who wants to adopt for it. So how it basically works is that when a user or a patient who's unwell goes to any of the ecosystem points, for example, it's a big pharmacy, it's a hospital, it's a lab, it's a nursing home, or the physician's office, they will be able to register with this 14-digit Aadhaar ID. All their information, all their longitudinal data, their previous history, all of that, lab results, discharge summaries, will be in a safe place where that data can be utilized with their permission. And it has a beautiful feature again, where the patient can decide that, okay, I'm going to Dr. X or Hospital Y, and I would like to share this data with their database for a fixed period of time. So again, the ownership of the data remains with the patient, whereas there's complete transparency for a doctor. For example, I'm a histopathologist, and so many times we get a biopsy and we are seeing something in the microscope, but after speaking to the physician and getting the history and more about it, we can come to such an accurate diagnosis. It is phenomenal. So obviously the Aadhaar number and the ABDM actually does that. Although execution, again, the government is trying very hard. They also have this thing that is a health incentive scheme, digital health incentive scheme. And it's wonderful because each lab gets paid like few rupees every time they make a Aadhaar number. So does the lab software provider. So I think they've put a lot of thought in this. They're trying their best to execute. But again, cooperation from all the stakeholders and the private sector is something that I am seeing. And it's hugely appreciated for this to be a success.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Mr. Seth, you're actually an early investor in many of these early stage meditech companies. We know that AI is going to play a transformative role in shaping the sector. What are some of the new technologies on the horizon? Anything particular, any particular niche area within the meditech sector that you feel is going to be of particular interest to investors?
Thank you, Zabia. First of all, let me start by disclaimer. I mean, you claim wanting me to speak on AI. I did my engineering from IIT Kanpur in 1973. The microprocessor was invented in 1974. Just to give a perspective, my sons call me a dinosaur. I wish I had daughters. I'm sure they wouldn't be as nasty as my children. But more important, just before I come to your question, since this is a NatHealth conference, and I was on the NASSCOM board for maybe 15, 20 years. I've been involved since the mid-90s in NASSCOM. And just to put it in perspective, in 1998, we wrote our first report saying our revenues were 100 million at that point in time. And this is a message for all you members in NatHealth. And we said in 2008, we'll be 10 billion. Nobody believed us. But we could do it because all the stakeholders got together. We worked with the government. We got an exemption on income tax at that point in time. But it's possible. So don't lose heart in this. I mean, you mentioned that you're cautiously optimistic. Be optimistic. It will happen. I'm telling you that. And today, by the way, we are at 250 billion. That's the kind of scale which is there. So it will happen. So back to this one, Zahabia, you mentioned about investments. I got into investing in health tech by mistake. Let me make that open declaration. My doctor, Dr. Ambrish Mittal, said, look, I have written this little code for this kid in Bangalore. Why don't you meet him? I like Tushar, and I wrote the first check to Healthify Me. I had no idea what MedTech was at that point in time, but it was a great company. And same way, but now I'm pivoting myself completely into MedTech personally. Just to give an example, I'm setting up something called BioAngels at Indian Angel Network. We need that network. And secondly, I'm putting up a hospital at IIT Kanpur. And there's a reason why I'm saying it. It's not because I'm promoting IIT Kanpur. The fact is, one of the reasons why this issue of medtech, deep tech is not there is because our engineering and our medical colleges have been forcibly kept apart. This medtech is a cross-domain answer, like you mentioned about engineering. So at Kanpur, we've raised money from our alumni. I've raised 1,000 crores. And we're putting it up. We've given a contract to L&T. In 3 years' time, we'll have a full-fledged hospital running, but it's actually a medical school. We'll be producing 50 DMMDs who will have a dual degree. That's the kind of innovation that we need. And our first product, we're actually going to come out in maybe 2-3 years, is the LVAD. We're already 2 years into it. Because at the end, LVAD is a pump with special materials and special testing. We are building all that. So we need 20 such things, 30 such places where everybody, so IISc is doing it. So, I mean, that's just a message for the industry. It is going to happen. But back to your questions, Abia, on AI and where the investments are. I personally believe that AI, first of all, as one of my colleagues here mentioned, is a tool to help doctors. It is not going to eliminate the doctor. Because that could be a fear amongst the doctor community, that all this will come and will eliminate. What happens, the efficiency of a doctor, and apologies if I'm going to offend some doctors here, but efficiency of a doctor at 9 a.m. is very different from having seen 80 patients or 90 patients by 6 p.m. But the AI tools for, let's say, analyzing an MRI or a blood report or whatever, is going to give a second opinion and help you to get the right answer out. And it'll be more accurate. That's the big value that, just analyzing a MRI report or an X-ray report or even a slide for that matter is going to do. But I think it's going to go beyond that. And I mean, I'm from the telecom industry, so I'll make a pitch from my telecom hat on. I do believe this mobile phone that we carry around is going to be your early warnings doctor. Because I'll give you my personal experiences. I mean, I'm a diabetic, long-term diabetic. I wear a Abbott patch. And I'm one of the early investors in Twin Health. Then there's another company. So I look at these. I've actually invested in a CGM in the US, which is completely, prickless. But the fact is, these patterns will not lie. See, these point readings you do once a year or once in 3 months, the pattern which these invisible sensors will pick up for you will actually be far more accurate given time and learning than medical devices. This is my bet. I mean, I'm happy to be disagreed with, but that's my personal bet. So that's really where AI is going to come in. That these patterns with these sensors, today everything is unconnected. The moment you connect and you have a health record like ABDM and others, your answers are sitting there in the patterns, because AI is good at patterns. It's not good for doing one thing. So I believe that's where AI will come. It'll reduce the errors of doctors. It'll improve patient outcomes. So I'll give a few examples where I have invested in, but there are hundreds of examples. I've invested in a company called Sonde Health. It's unfortunately out of the USA, out of MIT. It should have been out of an IIT. But there it's installed in the phone. They partnered with Qualcomm, and given the patient's consent, it can analyze your respiratory and your mental situation with about 80% accuracy. With 6 readings, it's about 90% accurate. So it's in the phone. It'll come in maybe 4 or 5 years. It'll take that much time to adopt into phones and so on and so forth. I have another company in Bangalore called Cyclops MedTech. I'm giving personal examples. I mean, it's not that I want you guys to invest in it, but there are hundreds such people where tracking your eyes can actually tell you far better neurological outcomes on dementia and other things than just an MRI or an EEG. And you can do that on your phone. So I believe your phone is going to be the ultimate early warning thing. It's not going to be your doctor. It'll be an early warning signal to you. Guys, something is wrong. The real problem with that, Zahabia, is that we only go to a doctor when things are wrong. We don't know what good looks like for us. So how do we change behavior to measure what good looks like for us? Yeah. Then you'll be able to do it. That's my couple of cents on this one. But I do believe, here's a couple of pitches for Indian Ayurveda. I do believe our saints and our sages who do Nadi and our Veds who do that, but they take 20, 30 years of experience before they can say something. And most of people, you don't believe it also. So if we subject this to rigorous testing and convert that into an algorithm, you will be able to, our body is giving continuous signals. The question is, the medical devices of today can't read those signals. And whereas if those signals you pick up, your AI at the back end, which is well-trained AI, will give you the answers. That's my hypothesis. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong. I'd love this panel to debate this. But I think this also has some little implications for the industry as a whole. I mean, I'm Mr. Revenue for your industry at my age. Yeah, I spend a lot. But more important is, with home care happening, with point of care devices, with data available. My bet is that if, let's say, 10% of beds in hospitals, and this is for you, you're saying hospital, my bet is that it'll become far more ICU-oriented beds than general purpose beds. Maybe the size may reduce, but I'm sure I'm going to be hated for this one. But that's a great social outcome. As a patient, that's a great social outcome if we can improve our medical outcome. And the last one, which I would like to say, is the US spends 20%, 18 to 20% of its GDP on healthcare. We spend what, 2%, 2.5%? I can bet if we do the right things, in 5%, we can get the better outcomes than that 20%. That's my wish for this. And we're talking of AROGYA BHARAT. That's what it is. So I hope that's some insights to you people.
Thank you. I think that's a great note to kind of capture the ethos of what we're all kind of working towards and believing will happen really in the future. I think a lot of changes. We're at a cusp of a lot of changes. Do we have time for one last question, or should we be wrapping up? Can someone indicate to me?
I think we can go to the audience. They want to ask some questions.
Okay, sure.
Fabulous presentation. I liked everything that everyone said. So I think everybody was relevant. Over to you, Arjun. Just want to ask you a quick question on your lab test package curator. And I'd love to have a conversation with you further about that. You talked about the AI algorithm that allows you to curate it. Is it also clinically based, the curation, or is it behavioral based? What is it?
It's both. It actually has various pillars on which the final results come out. Actually, the fantastic thing and what took the maximum time was that at the end, you get a list of tests. And with every test, you have a link that takes you to a publication that validates the test recommendation. For example, if you say that someone's a vegetarian and you're giving them a B12, then there is a study that is published in one of the journals, and the link is provided for everyone to see. And obviously, clinically, lifestyle, habit-based, family history, previous results, everything is inputted. Obviously, this is the MVP and it's version 1. We'll come out with further updated versions, like, everything in science is constantly evolving. But yes, it is something where we've taken a 360-degree view of what should be kept in mind, along with the doctor's advice while doing a test package. Yes. Of course. Any other questions? There's a question at the back.
This is for Mr. Seth. Thank you for mentioning us. We are from Cyclops. I'm the head of business. My name is Krishna Kumar. I just want to substantiate what you said, sir, about building up a hospital with IIT Kanpur. As you're aware, CCAM is trying to do the same exercise across the country, merging medical colleges with engineering institutes to develop bio-innovations. So I just wanted to substantiate that point. Thank you.
I don't think there are any more questions. Zavia, over to you.
Okay, great. So I think, okay, do we have a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same is for you from one IIT KGP to IIT Kanpur. And but I've from medtech side, I have been the president of Philips Healthcare and Consumer Lifestyle for many years, and founding Secretary General of NATHEALTH. My simple one question, this debate about we ourselves have eagerly talked about NASSCOM's example to grow NATHEALTH, but time is not there, so I'll ask it very precisely. This humongous growth that you mentioned, 500 million to 10 billion, is it correct understanding I have that mostly it came from, if I may use the crude word, export, that is revenue from abroad? If so, I would just highlight that because there is no time to discuss. I think that's where the biggest opportunity for Indian healthcare medtech lies, basically. because our export is still far lower than what it should be, perhaps. So that's the only thing, Zabia.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I completely agree, but I mean, I kind of spoke over too many things, but not this portion. But that's where standards come in. Today, every doctor or a lot of doctors recommend only if it's FDA approved or whatever, not according to Indian standards. We need to make sure that our devices and all are approved, and we need to do a lot of work on that space.
I'll just add something, Anjana, here. When we look at our company, we have a 2/3 exports and 1/3 domestic market. And I think for us, the export growth is phenomenal. I think, and what I think Arunji is saying, if we go to global markets, we learn about standards and we'll make better quality products in India for Indian market also.
Absolutely, that's the point.
Exactly. And that's what you amplify.
The only thing is that, Polymed, you operate in a certain space.
Yeah.
So we need many thousands of that volume to come to this dream of 50 billion by 2030. That's the point here.
This will happen, Anjana. This will happen.
Zabia, I have
I'm
11 seconds. I just want to make a NASSCOM related comment. This was our problem. We had something called CMM level, which was for software standards. So I remember that that time Infosys and TCS and all couldn't afford the license. So as NASSCOM, we took a master license, trained Indian trainers, and then gave people, our members, access to those standards. So that's what NATHEALTH should be doing. That you need to be, we were proactive. We bought licenses, negotiated with Carnegie Mellon, and trained Indian trainers and allowed our members to do it at 1/10 of the cost which they would have charged, which they couldn't have afforded. Sorry, I just remembered that. All this stuff we've done.
Okay, great. I mean, thank you to the panelists for a fabulous discussion. I think we kind of covered a very broad spectrum of things, a lot of insights for the audience. Thank you for your time, and look forward to the rest of the sessions.
Thank you for managing us in good times, Abhya.
Big thank you to all our speakers on stage and to Zahabia. She is visibly ill, but she is still making the effort to steer this discussion. Thank you so much, Zahabia, for taking the time out despite your ill health. I request all our speakers to please come forward for a group photograph. We want to thank you for sharing your thoughts on this topic. And as a token of our appreciation, we will be planting 50 trees in association with our NGO partner, Grow Trees, and they will be nurtured in your name. And of course, we'll give you a digital certificate so that you are reminded of our commitment to sustainability. Thank you to our speakers. We'll move on to our next panel discussion. And this is on fostering innovation, manufacturing, and exports in the medtech sector. Something that has been talked about in the first panel discussion as well, which is exports. So please welcome our speakers for this session on stage. Please welcome Mr. Pavan Chaudhary, Managing Director, Vigon India Private Limited, Chairman, Medical Technology Association of India. He will be moderating this discussion. So please give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Mr. Pavan Chaudhary. Please welcome our other speakers. For this session, Mr. Chaitanya Sarabate, President and Chief Executive Officer, India and South Asia, GE Healthcare, Managing Director, Wipro GE. Please welcome Ms. Ruma Banerjee, Vice President, Neotia Healthcare Initiative Limited. Please welcome Mr. Vikram Bhupala, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Nephro Plus. Dr. Anurag Agarwal, Dean Biosciences and Health Research, Trivedi School of Biosciences, Ashoka University. And please welcome Mr. Pratik Tiwari, Senior Director, Neuroscience and Specialty Therapy, Medtronic. Please give a round of applause to our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for coming here. And we look forward to this discussion on Make in India and exports as well. Make in India for the world. I'll hand it over to Mr. Pavan Chaudhary to start this discussion.
Hello. So it's a pleasure to be with you all. I can see so many faces which are well known to me for so many years. And here also, I have a distinguished very knowledgeable panel. Our topic for today is fostering innovation, manufacturing, and exports in the medtech sector. And I will start with innovation. So let me first go to Vikram Vupala and ask Vikram, who is the founder and CEO of Nephroplus, as to how can we foster innovation in this space. Vikram.
Yeah, thanks, NatHealth, for inviting me to be part of this panel. I think on this topic, in fact, I have a slightly negative view that not enough innovation happens in India with respect to customizing for the needs of Indian patients or Indian service providers. I think a lot of medtech innovation, which has happened already in the rest of the world, gets provided, access to that technology is provided, but Indian ecosystem and the kind of needs that providers like us have in India, they are quite unique. For example, in the dialysis space in which we operate, in India, majority of the dialysis service is provided with reprocessed dialyzers, which means the same dialyzer for the same patient gets reprocessed after every treatment for up to 5 to 8 times. Now, there are no credible solutions, med devices in India, which helped us solve this problem. The available options were so bad that we couldn't use them. And the overseas med devices, which are very dated, 30-year-old technology, were not accessible. So our biomedical team actually had to create a patented product to serve our needs. We are a provider. We are not a med tech company, but we had to do innovation. We had to apply for the patent. Now we are using a Bangalore-based manufacturer to create these machines for us. I think most of the medtech action that is happening, to be honest, is whatever is developed in the rest of the world, access is provided here. Not enough innovation is happening, which is relevant for the providers here, for the requirements that we have. I'll pause there.
Excellent point. I've come to this belief that when we ask the right questions or different questions, then new answers come. Till about 3,000 years back, we were asking this question whenever there was a lightning or a thunder, who did this? And the answer came, Lord Indra, Lord this, Lord that, and the solutions came. Let us have these hymns, these chantings, these yagnas. Religion was the technology at that time. In 500 BC, the question in China and in Italy changed. From who did this? They started asking what caused it. All science and technology was born after that. So we need to ask the right question. And as far as what Vikram has said, one of the points which he has said is extremely pregnant, that mostly the medical practitioner is instrumental in finding a solution to the need which he has. That means he is a part of the innovation team. This time he has done it alone. Hopefully tomorrow many of us will join medical practitioners like him. I would like to come to Ruma, who's the other important healthcare provider. Ruma Banerjee is the Vice President of Neothea Healthcare Initiative Limited. And I would like to ask her, in continuation, how do you think that more innovation can foster in this space, Ruma?
Well, I come from the healthcare delivery space. We run hospitals, essentially brick and mortar. In our last session, very nicely, two aspects they have covered. One is the patient's journey inside the hospital, which Mr. Gill very nicely said. And another was on the diagnostic space. While we're working in the hospital, I'll just take it over. The major backbone where we work is the HMIS system through which we work. That has improved from where it was to a lot. But today's day, in any function, in every touch points, it was very nicely discussed in the last session, every touch points we see there is a requirement of a technology, which actually reduces the routine functions of the workforce. the nurses, every touch point for that matter. There we see a lot of improvement perhaps will help us. A lot of technology can really help us in giving a better patient experience when through the patient's journey. So that's where,
Wonderful. I also liked in the last session the underscoring of one of the gentlemen who said, patient के दिमाग में ये है कि धक्के नहीं खाने पड़े,
एकदम.
So technology can help him avoid the dhakkas. That's really wonderful.
That is a part of the HMI, yes. Then the other touch point when the patient is out the hospital, I was talking about, home care is nowadays coming as a very important place. Hospital gradually, one of our panelists in the last panel was talking about perhaps in the going forward, the hospital will become all the critical care beds. Probably that's where we are. If technology supports, if insurance supports, patient would have to come to hospitals of, just for saline infusion. That's actually not a meaningful occupancy of a hospital's bed.
Yeah, absolutely. Home is where we like to heal because we have our memories there. We have our own schedule there. People can come and meet us there whenever they want. And medical tech have a very advantageous position as healthcare is moving from hospital to home. That means the doctor's stranglehold on innovation, or let me say healthcare workers' stranglehold on innovation, will no longer continue because the medtech guy will have another stadium to try and test his innovative capabilities, which is the home.
But here, insurance will have to play a very, very important role.
Bang on, bang on. Very well said. Now let me come to Prateek. Prateek, you have invested a lot in innovation in medical technology in India. What has been your experience and how can we foster innovation?
Before I answer that question, so my friend talked about localization. And I think one of the important factor which all of us as an industry, we need to understand is 90% of the products which we, like the medtech requirement is being imported. And currently, till the time we don't really reach that mark where as a country we are able to supply or serve all the patients, government, what they need to do is they need to really work on creating a level playing field for all of us where we can work on a couple of things. Like, for example, maybe the custom duty should be somewhere should be worked on. The second piece is on the regulatory process. I think it need to be strengthened. The third is on the PPP model, like the partnership and all. And now coming to the question, what you have asked about the innovation piece, Medtronic as an organization, we have done a lot of innovation on the product side. Just to call out a couple of them, robotic spine, cranial, TAVI, CGM, we talked about navigation, OARM, so a lot of products are there. Now, I think as an organization, we are moving towards services. Just to call out two of the services, what we are trying to work on is, one is we are promoting a lot of Indian startups. We are working with collaboration with startups. Just to call out the recent one with Cure AI. Cure is a stroke management AI tool, which works on a hub and spoke model. So a lot of time, these stroke patients, they have a window of only 24 hours. So they need to reach a hub center so that they can be treated. With Cure and Medtronic partnership along with hospitals, what we are able to do is in the spoke where the stool is being installed, any patient who's coming with a stroke, they are immediately being warned to doctor that there's a patient who needs immediate attention, and then the patient is being transferred to that hub hospital, which is really changing the way the stroke management is done. When we talk about COVID, a lot of patients, they died, but compared to stroke, every year there are around 1.4 million patients are being suffering from stroke. So this is one step what we are taking. There are a couple of more examples. And the second is on the skill building. When we talk about whether government is investing a huge amount of money in terms of developing AIMS, a lot of infrastructure is coming up. The private hospital is growing at a 12% CAGR. I think that's where, as organization, we are trying to build up training facilities. We are trying to do tie-ups with AIMS on whether neuromodulation, general surgery, laparoscopic, so whatever possible. I think that's where now we have to take the next step of innovation. That's what I feel.
Wonderful. In fact, you have really set the ball rolling in terms of investment. Today, India, though it is just 1 or 2% of the total medical technology market, less than 1% actually, out of the R&D market, we have 6% of expenditure here. We have 10% of the R&D scientists of global medtech sitting in India. And Medtronic is a company which is investing thousands of crores a few years again and again. Wonderful. And the skill building part also, you said, the skills of healthcare workers can be divided into cognitive, technical, and behavioral. Cognitive means numeracy and literacy. Technical means methods and tools. And the last one is behavioral. I think the middle one, the technical part, is completely provided by medical technology, and in which also you're doing a great job. I would also like to add one thing. Perhaps you do not know that Medtronic also contributed to the development of India's first ventilator from Nokark at the behest of the Prime Minister's office and the DOP secretary. So Medtronic has done that also, open sourced the ventilator design. Let me come to Chaitanya. Chaitanya is the president and CEO of GE Healthcare, and he is in the R&D space also, plus in the manufacturing space. I would like to now change gears to the manufacturing space, Chaitanya. How can we foster manufacturing in India?
Thank you, Pawan. Just to give a little bit of background, so GE Healthcare is present in India for the last 30 years as a joint venture with Wipro. And we have had a long tenure of developing, designing, manufacturing, and distributing and servicing medical devices here in India. Mostly diagnostic devices, which are used both in hospitals, diagnostic centers, etc. And I think to Vikram's point earlier, I do agree that in the initial phases, most of the MNCs were focused more on making products in other markets and then trying to sell them in India, irrespective of what the need of the local doctor is. About 10 years ago, we realized that that doesn't work. And we embarked on a strategy to say, we need to design products which are required by the clinicians, such as Vikram here in India, for the local needs. And once that happens, both the market expands, creates the necessary scale, which we are able to then use in order to be able to export. So the first thing that is required is I have to make products which the customers want, and I have to ensure that I create the market which is required in order to scale. So as an example, we started manufacturing a CT device, a computed tomography device. Now, that's a high precision device. Typically, it's used to be imported from other countries. We realized that if CT has to be installed in small towns, it cannot be the same way as it is installed in the United States. And so we went with quite a few doctors, actually some of them are here, even here, to understand what is the local need and realized that one of the biggest problems that doctors have here is servicing of the CT is a specialized skill, and it is not easily available. So if it's a small town where the CT is installed and a service engineer cannot come for 15 days, patient dhakka khayega, and the doctor is unable to service a patient who walks into his center. And so using that as a problem statement, we realized, okay, I need to reduce the number of moving parts which are there in CT so that it doesn't break down as frequently. And we started using 3D printing in order to make the parts which are there inside a CT, reduced the parts almost 60%, which ensured that the CT would remain hardy for the conditions that are there in India. And that ensured that the dependence on service reduces dramatically. And that translated into the CTs going into far and away different places in India. But the most interesting part was we started manufacturing that in India with the 3D printing with technology, which is used in the same things as rocket engines, right? And to our surprise, we noticed that this is not just have a demand in India, but we started exporting because there was interest that started building up from other countries, whether it was in Indonesia, whether it was in Africa. And slowly, without any intention, we started realizing that there are more and more countries have similar requirements. we had to keep on expanding our manufacturing facility to be able to export it. So that's for me the way that we can actually ensure that manufacturing can take hold. First is we have to meet the customer requirement. Second is create the demand. And then the third one is selectively recognize that the problem statements which clinicians may be facing in India may also be present in other countries. And that ensures that there is a export demand that builds up as well. So hopefully that gives you an answer.
Yes, yes. So basically you have said identification of the need, finding an answer, ensuring quality so that you can find demand elsewhere. Margaret Thatcher had said, if your goods are quality, customer will come back. If your goods are poor quality, goods will come back. But Margaret Thatcher was a forensic scientist. She was a chemist, as you know, as you might, some of you may know. She was not a medical technologist, because otherwise she would have added one more thing, that if your goods are poor quality in medical technology, then patient will not come back home. Okay. So because the product is reaching out through its quality, they are saying कि खुशबुओं को फैलने का शौक है, मगर मुमकिन नहीं हवाओं से रिश्ता किए बगैर. क्वालिटी वो रिश्ता है हवाओं से जो आपकी खुशबू को फैलाएगा. Wonderfully done for YG. Wonderfully done. Let me now come to Dr. Anurag Agarwal. Dr. Anurag Agarwal is the Dean Biosciences and Health Research, Ashoka University. And he is also an intellectual giant in this space. I would like to ask you, from the manufacturing point of view, what should India do to foster this space?
So I'll speak on the biotech space because I know that better than hard engineering. And I think one of the key points was made by you about parts. And what you realize is no matter how simple the product is, it's got multiple components to it. And even if you were to take something like CRISPR, CRISPR is a cutting edge both for therapeutics and for diagnostics. In terms of basic R&D, in terms of having an indigenous CRISPR, India is right there. My former institute during the time of COVID came out with a CRISPR-based diagnostic that did not require any RT-PCR machine called Feluda. When we tried putting it together, the problems became very obvious. If you want to get the paper on which you'll build the paper diagnostic, it's not made in India. If you want to scale up the protein production to a very high quality level beyond lab scale, barely a few companies can do it. Even getting nucleotides of the right purity synthesized in India at long chain levels is tricky. I think in Hindi, the best way to put it would be Akela chana kya bhar fodega. Akela chana kya bhar fodega.
Very good.
So in cutting edge areas, you need an ecosystem. It's not about individuals and their ideas and their science. It's about a group of people committed to quality across the entire space. And I think until that happens, we will be in some degree of trouble.
So in the last panel discussion, the underscoring line was patient धक्के खाएगा. अभी तक की इस सेशन की underscoring line है अकेला चना क्या भाड़ फोड़ेगा. That means ecosystem नहीं है तो manufacture कैसे करेंगे. That means we should go for those products for which we have the ecosystem. Maybe they might be in the textile space, medical textiles, or maybe they might be in the consumable space. And to add to what you said, Akela chana kya bhar podega, I would want this only to reign. But the point is, I am reminded of a couplet. नहीं जमते ये जमीन आसमान तो छोड़ दे इनको. नहीं जमते ये जमीन आसमान तो छोड़ दे इनको, लेकिन पहले नए जमीन आसमान पैदा कर ले. मतलब पहले नया इकोसिस्टम पैदा कर ले. अकेला चना क्या भाड़ फोड़ेगा. Got it? So wonderful, wonderful. Now let me come back to Vikram. Is there any other point on manufacturing which has lighted in your mind? And then I'm coming to Ruma on this space, and then before I go to exports.
I believe it's a classic chicken and egg issue, right? Without the ecosystem, manufacturers struggle. But I think there needs to be a plan that in the next 3 to 5 years, we'll set up the ecosystem. After that, in the next 3 to 5 years, we'll manufacture these specific devices in India. There needs to be a plan. Right now, everyone is saying, how do we talk about custom duties, excise, tariffs, and so on? But creating the ecosystem is also our job. I don't think anybody else will come and create.
Wonderful. See, my panel is so diverse. वो कह रहे हैं अकेला चना क्या बाहर फोड़ेगा? And Vikram कह रहा है, like Amir Khan was saying in Hiropo CAD, अकेले होती है हर नई शुरुआत. जब क्वालिटी हो आपके पास तो जमाना देगा साथ. This is what Vikram is saying. Wonderful. What a diverse and fully complementing views here. Ruma, would you like to comment on manufacturing?
Again, from the healthcare delivery space, when we talk about manufacturing, I will say that there are different technological products coming to us to use on our patients. So what I'll say is the technology innovation and the delivery system cannot work in silos. There has to be a bridge between the two. It cannot be the inventors keep on doing something which is not directly relevant or meaningful to the delivery system. Nowadays, we get products. There are a lot of products. A lot of people are actually working in this space. Some are into the initial work. Some have reached a maturity. So we get to see a lot of products. I won't say that everything is actually aligned to the healthcare delivery system. The reason being, there's probably no established bridge or a platform. Even as a healthcare provider, probably we also need a space where we can talk about, or a platform or a community where we can talk about what is actually our need. In every patient touch point within the entire, in a healthcare delivery system, what's our requirement? Where do we feel that innovation can help? That is really, really important.
Absolutely. In fact, I was sitting with some nurses, and they brought out this point that 21% of shift time is lost only looking for devices. 21% of shift time is lost. Just imagine a consumable company from India putting a sensor on its catheter which responds to your voice. 6 French catheter kahan ho? It responds, yahan hu. So simple. That bridge can happen when there is strong interaction between people, healthcare workers who are suffering because of lack of innovation, and people who are already there. So I do agree with what Vikram says, that for less complex engineering, for ecosystems which are developing, there should be a greater optimism in raising protectionist barriers. But for let me say not 90, 80% of the products which cannot be made in the next 3 to 5 years, by raising protectionist walls, we might find that we are imprisoning ourselves, and our healthcare cost as well as healthcare overall outcomes would go down. On that note, let us come to exports. So Chaitanya, you are already, everybody knows that you are a big exporter. Now, how can we nurture the exports of medical technology from India?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, any export business can only function when it has scale. Medical device industry is a scale industry. So if my Indian market, and I'm just talking about in general, is 5% of the global market, China is 15%, United States is 40%, manufacturers who are supplying to those markets are based there and supplying there are going to have scale benefit. Now, PLI incentive was initiated as a way to be able to reduce the disability of essentially infrastructure. But I think there is one additional piece which is required, which is to ensure that the 5% market that India has becomes much larger. And that can only happen when providers, who are essentially the consumers and patients who are getting as a result of that, providers don't face price cuts, right? It is not something that can function whereby medical device business cannot function and my market cannot grow if my providers have price limits, right? So that's one aspect. Second one is in general, from a government standpoint, there can be financing incentives, which can be given to providers, which is if you set up hospitals in tier 2, tier 3, and if you buy from Indian manufactured goods, then you will be given certain capital subsidy. I pay taxes when I export, and that can fund it. And so from that standpoint, anything that can actually help grow the local market, give me scale, and allow me to export to even more countries where I can become competitive. Besides making sure that we make products which are what clinicians want, I think making sure that we have demand in the local market is the most critical element in order to ensure that my export competitiveness is there.
Absolutely. In fact, raising markets, as you know, increasing the size of the market is the job of the medtech industry. Medtech industry trains providers to use the product, then the market blossoms. Regarding the price cuts, I fully agree with you. In fact, I was with one enlightened bureaucrat, and I shared with him that when price cuts were brought on, let us say, rentals in America, people stopped maintaining their houses well, so the tenants started suffering. Eventually, people stopped investing in real estate, so the real estate collapse happened. And 2008, I think the subprime crisis was a sequence of that. For last 3,000 years, governments and kings have tried to control the prices of medical practitioner fees, products, etc. The results have been not promising at all. In fact, in most of the countries where price control has come, they have a communist country-like healthcare service left. So I'm very, very concerned on that front. And we should, fortunately, we have enlightened bureaucrats like Mr. Arunish Chawla, who left. And I'm saying this behind him, so he must be really good. And the other one is Dr. Vivek Paul. I hope our voice will reach them so that they do not allow any arbitrary price cut to come in. The third point, which, sorry, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to add on to the discussion, I think another area which probably needs a little more focus is while the bigger companies who are investing into the medtech R&D perhaps are aligned to the bigger chain of hospitals to validate their data, etc. While the smaller startups, they really don't have a space. That ecosystem also would be very, very important to complete the entire ecosystem. So they come up with fantastic products, but for their data validation here, I think the public hospitals also will have to come into play, because the number of patients, essentially the number of data which is generated in a public hospital is much more. So I think that also needs to be, looked into.
Yes, surely. In fact, something on those lines is happening through GEM, but lot needs to be done at the GEM level also. Anurag.
I think when we speak about exports, we ignore one simple thing. Anybody who develops a first in the world, best in class product can export. Because even you build a better mousetrap, the world will beat a path to your door. That's an old saying. Now, in India, I mean, even if I sit from the funding agency point of view, where I sit on committees, it is rare to see an application for a grant that is truly a first in the world idea. And I think until we recognize that that's a deficiency that we have in our system, we're not even beginning to imagine the possibilities of a first in the world idea. The export part will remain cost competitiveness. And you all understand that far better than I do, but there are difficulties in that direction. In fact, the Indian Council of Medical Research in the last meeting I just approved, there'll be a new category of grants only for first in the world ideas, knowing that 95% of them will fail. But even if 5% of them, even one of them succeeds, we could facilitate a path towards genuine exports. Just a thought.
No, absolutely. In fact, I was speaking about this new breed of bureaucrats, let me say. They are also asking different questions in exports. Earlier, till about 6 months back, the concept was, let us make everything in India and export. Now the concept is not that. Now the concept is that how can I export more than I import or equal to what I import in dollar terms. They have changed the question. I told you how it changes the situation when you change the question. This question will help us export because we might be exporting only, let us say, 10% or 5% of the medical devices, but we will export them in such a robust manner that it will be equal to nearly our imports. Also, we will not face the difficulty of having poor reputation in those areas where we are not competent enough to export and then trying to erase it after our first bad experience of reputational failure. So, great. You also wanted to say something, Vikram?
I think just a small point on the exports, right? We export from a services perspective. We operate in Philippines, Uzbekistan, Nepal as well. And recently, when I went to Uzbekistan, one of our own employees in our clinic was saying, Vikram, Nephroplus is doing all this very cutting edge service work and everything. But what about the cough syrups that killed 6 kids in Uzbekistan, right? So building reputation takes a long time, but destroying is very quick. So whoever plans to export, I would like to caution that only when you reach good quality, then you should go out. Otherwise, improve the product, build a very good product, which is best in class in the world, and then try to export. Reputation, I think it takes a long time to rebuild that trust.
Great. I think that was a very, very good, let me say, last parting words from you, Vikram, that we don't get 2 bites at this cherry called repetition. So let us be careful in making very solid products which we export so that tomorrow we don't have a negative on our balance sheet of repetition. Thank you very much, everybody. Really enjoyed chatting with you and chatting to you. Sorry. Go ahead.
We spoke of exports. I mean, I was just Googling as we were talking. India imported about 61,000 crores of medical devices last year, and the number has gone up by 22% since the previous year. Mr. Bose spoke about what exports we could do and how much of value, but there's so much of value within the country which we're not tapping. And I'll specifically speak about cancer care. Our incidence of cancer is growing, and 1 in 10 will have cancer. Just some stats around that is USA has about 3,500 linear accelerators. India has about 700 of them, of which you knock off the 200 cobalt, we have about 500 of them. So USA has 1 LINAC for about 1 lakh people. We have 1 LINAC for about 30 lakh people. Given the incidence, 15 lakh new cancer patients every year will need at least 15,000 new LINACs. Multiplied by the number of 15 crores each, we're talking about 150,000 crores of linear accelerators required over the next 10 years. That's a huge market size by itself. And what are we doing here? My concern here is, on one hand, affordability is a challenge in our country. We have Ayushman Bharat, which is helping us meet the gap. On the other hand, we have increased our duties from 21% to 38% for importing a linear accelerator. Now, that is a concern. That's dichotomous to me. Your input, sir.
Not only that, I think you have made a beautiful comment. It's a very solid closure. I have Dr. Harsh Mahajan sitting somewhere here and my other friends who have planned for an import of a particular machine at X $1 million. You suddenly increase the custom duty by 18%. The whole plan for next year starts shaking. So this is something which we have to see, that are we increasing the cost of those products, which are already rarely available here or less available in the name of protection, and not being able to produce those products to a good quality level or even to produce at all. So I am also I advise the Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Board, and I fully empathize with what you're saying, that technology flow fluidly across borders, and that will ensure that we stay competitive, outcomes are top class, and our costs remain low, and our import bill, which is a concern, is reduced by our exports of certain category of products which we can export robust quality. Thank you very much for your intervention and for all of you, your patience and everybody's intervention.
Please give the speakers a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for coming here and sharing your views on what India needs to do when it comes to manufacturing and exports of medical devices. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. We want to thank all our eminent speakers for sharing their thoughts on this topic. Request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. As a token of our appreciation, we'll be planting 50 trees in collaboration with our NGO partner Grow Trees, and these will be nurtured in your name, and we are presenting you with this digital certificate, which is a sign of our commitment to the environment and sustainability. Thank you all for coming here and sharing your thoughts with the audience. I request all of you to please take your seats off stage. We will now move on to a very special address. And for this, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Arpit Bajpai, Director, Category Management Health, Government E-Marketplace, GEM, Government of India. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Arpit Bajpai.
Very good evening to everyone, to all the esteemed member from the NATHEALTH and from the industry. So I am only Arpit Bajpai, not doctor. So just a small correction in that. I represent GEM. I'm Director Category Management for the healthcare sector. So I just want to quote one thing. I was just going through one of the report which mentioned that there is always healthcare innovation industry is currently 30 billion, where the pharma is already established one, and the medtech is growing very fast. It's like a green shot. So basically, there is a major factor is a regulatory tailwind, and in reconfiguration of the value chain. And also there is a push from different policies and the schemes from the government. But from the perspective of GEM, I want to mention very important point, because GEM is a portal which is B2G, business to government. And it is one of the facilitator or a portal where the government agencies, the central, the state governments are buying different medtech products, medical services. And just give you a brief that GEM has almost like more than 1,200 medical devices categories, which include consumable, disposable, medical high-end equipments. And we have more than like 20 categories which is relevant for the medical services. We have medicines and drugs as a categories. And we have different features for the bidding purpose, reverse auction purpose, for have a better and the best price with the best quality for the government, hospitals, establishment, medical colleges. Saying that, we are also emphasizing on different aspect of the quality, which include BIS conformity or the standard having in medical devices having a BIS license mandatory or having a conformity with them. We have now the mandatory medical device rule, which says having a manufacturing license. So we are adhering to that also. And we are very much focused on the quality products. So the medical device regulations will be implying on all the OEMs and the manufacturers and their authorized distributors. So we are very much particular and making it mandatory for adherence on the portal. If we are seeing or we are having a report while monitoring all these non-adherence, we take a severe action against those companies and their resellers. I hope the medtech industry's growth in past decade is very good and hope for the best. So this is from my side, and I will be there in this panel discussion also. So a lot more can be discussed over there. Thank you.
We will now move on to our third panel discussion, and this is on the regulatory framework and Make in India initiatives, navigating compliance and promoting indigenous manufacturing. For this, I would like to invite on stage our moderator for this session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Ashwini Agarwal, Director, Healthcare Management Consulting, PwC. We've seen his presentation on the medtech sector, and he shall be moderating this discussion. Please give him a round of applause. Please also welcome on stage Mr. Atantra Das Gupta, Senior Director and HOD of Samsung HME Business, India and SAARC. Please welcome Mr. Guru Prasad S, Vice President and Global Director, Bosch Global Software Technologies. Please welcome Ms. Shobha Mishra Ghosh, Director and Head Government Affairs and Policy, India and South Asia, GE Healthcare. Please welcome Mr. Vishnu Bhatt, Chairman and Managing Director, Blue Neem. Mr. Sudhakar Mehrpadi, Director, Government Affairs, Regulatory, South Asia, Becton and Dickinson, India Private Limited. Please give a round of applause to our speakers on stage. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Dr. Ashwini Agarwal to steer this discussion forward.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back. We have a liberal 30 minutes to discuss a topic, navigating regulatory compliances. I mean, how difficult it can be. Let's crack it in 30 minutes. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, everyone on this particular panel. Maybe consider the time that we have and consider that Shobha ma'am has to leave. So maybe please give me the liberty to start with you, ma'am. So ma'am, you have been part of this particular industry for some time now. And I'm sure that in your career, you have seen the regimen evolving, the best practices across the globe and things like that. In your experience, what are some of the best global practices that we as a country should incorporate? What are your top 2 recommendations from a regulatory perspective? Yeah.
Thank you. I think the last 2 sessions actually have very well articulated, what is required in medtech sector. We know that in the last 7 to 8 years, medtech has actually taken a different shape in India, and suddenly there is a seriousness, and it is in a roller coaster ride as far as development and growth is concerned. And there have been several regulatory interventions and supportive policy interventions that have taken place. However, we all know that if there is no predictability and stability in the regulatory framework, and if the policy is not actually implemented to its letter and spirit at the last mile, it does give out a little bit of unsettling signals to the investors. And that is what I think the government has to take cognizance, that while it's doing everything to support, there has to be a lot of focus more in the implementation of the last mile. And that one can do once you have the good regulatory practices in place as per the World Health Organization norms. And for that, there can be a lot of learnings and lessons which we can take from the developed economies. So there is this International Medical Devices Forum. My good friend Sudhakar will, agree that we have been telling the government that India should become a member of that forum, because it has all the good practices where most of the developed and emerging countries are members, and they strive towards globalization and harmonization of regulations, and that is the need of the hour. So definitely that is one step that we should look forward. And the regulator, while they are doing everything to keep the business continuity in place, I think more industry interaction is required proactively by the regulator, and for that they need their own internal capacity building so that, very critical issues of clinical investigations, licensing of parts, and so on and so forth, they can be, rules and guidelines and processes can come across based on industry consultation, so that there are right signals that are going to the investors and companies at large?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. I fully agree with you that the predictability and the stability of a regimen is probably two most important constituents to make an ecosystem more effective. And like you rightly mentioned, this will drive in the confidence both in the investor community and the lab ecosystem also. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mr. Guru Prasad, maybe I'll move on to you. So as part of the Bosch ecosystem, what in your experience has been the role of the medtech globally? How do you see the medtech industry playing a central role in driving the healthcare outcomes, driving the patient safety, things like that?
Thank you. Thanks to NatHealth for having me here. And half of us are from Bangalore, so we're also seated together. Thank you very much. From the medtech industry, medtech plays a totally different role because it's an enabler to the rest of the ecosystem. What do I mean by enabler? There's a provider whose core competence possibly is giving care and comes from a clinical background. There's a payer who is the financier of this whole ecosystem. So the whole premise is finance. And then the regulator who comes with compliances and assuring a certain amount of quality. In that sense, the medtech player is always at the enablement level, where the medtech player enables each one of these other ecosystem players to make their outcomes better. Let's take the example of a provider. A medtech player replicates a clinical function and provides scale. Let's take a payer. The medtech player basically connects the payer into the ecosystem so that a value-based care can be delivered and it is no longer an intervention-based care. Similarly, because the medtech player is operating in a scaling perspective and a connection perspective, he or she is really the enabler. And one of the core competencies of this medtech player, unlike all other players, is a technology play. And especially in the future of healthcare, digital connectivity and technology will start playing roles which we have not seen in the past. So from the Bosch perspective, being a core engineering technology provider, every solution we put to the market is today connected. It is remote diagnosable. It has AI implemented. And to your earlier presentation, by default, it is SIMD. It is also now SAMD. What more than this for a medtech player to become an enabler to everybody?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think that was a great closing remark. Probably everything is in this particular space as a SIMD or SAMD. So what more can we? Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, you touched upon a very important topic on this technological transformation. So maybe I'll ask Mr. Dasgupta. From your perspective, sir, I mean, like we discussed in the morning, the lines are getting blurred between a software, between a hardware, between a firmware. Practically every high-end medical device have a software component, which he also mentioned. In this particular regimen, what should be the role of the regulatory capacities? How can we ensure that we have the right regulatory ecosystem to enable the approvals part of it, to enable the procurement part of it, and to drive in the adoptions?
So I will, first of all, thank you, NatHealth, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you. So I will take a leaf out of your discussion, SAMD. So now why we are talking more about software? Because the world is now digital. We are talking about digitization. Even the patients are being digitized. So when you are talking about payer, when you are talking about provider, we should also take care of the producer. So who all are producing this software? Where the data comes from? Who is the originator of the data? Today, the medtech industry is there. The hospital is there. The diagnostic centers are there. They are having a huge repository of data. But who is the owner of the data? So when we talk about software, the three things we have to keep in mind. One is verification, one is clinical validation, another is analytical validation. So we have to look into it before we get into a regulator mode. We have to see the software is correctly verified or not. The verification is there or not. Today, if you look at US, because there are a lot of examples of giving what is happening in US, they are trying to come up with a separate regulation for this connected device for the software as a medicine. So they are getting into a different monitoring, which they're calling as a biomed. And it is designed around a human being, because we are the producer of data. We are the the technology is there, but the co-producer is human being. They are the enabler. We have to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, if I can ask a follow-up question, how would current preparedness level in the industry, from the OEM perspective, from the regulatory perspective, do you think we are sufficiently equipped, or do you think there is a need to work together with the regulators and the industry to make this happen?
Yeah, because regarding the data with an AI coming in, there is a need of the preparedness. We are in the very nascent stage. Today, we are looking at only the hardware part of it, but hardware is a very little portion, because today it is all software intensive, whether the software is embedded in the hardware or it is coming independently as a device. So we need to get prepared. More and more industry interaction has to be there. And it is an interdisciplinary field. It's not only medtech, but also the software companies has to be there. The the regulatory authorities needs to get involved. So it's a multidimensional field which needs to be looked into.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think I will take away that maybe it's a journey that we need to necessarily traverse. We are at a good starting point, but definitely we need to work together in partnership and collaboration to make this happen. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I'll move on to Mr. Sudhakar. Sir, we heard in the afternoon actually, that maybe multiple initiatives have been taken. We have seen MedTech Mitra, we have seen single window clearance, we have seen PLI scheme and the PREP scheme. So from your perspective, what next is on your wish list? What can be done further to felicitate this particular regimen from a registration perspective, licensing perspective? What would be your two, how should I say, request from the regulators actually? What's on the top list mind?
Yeah, thank you, NatHealth, and thank you, Chair, for giving opportunity. Two key asks from the industry will be: one, from the procurement perspective, all of us are the healthcare providers, are the manufacturers. The PLI scheme is good. It has got an experience of 29 investors, and it started with the motivation of 1,200 crores investment. So far, 800 crores has been invested. But the interesting thing, I just want to bring it to everybody, all of us have invested before this PLI scheme has come, a lot of us. So the government should also give a provision for existing investors, the brownfield, the investors already there in place, either in R&D or a manufacturer or enabler, services, etc. There should be provision in the preferential procurement policy. Currently, it is not there. Because I can go on telling Shobha's company or any his company, we are all there from long time. We provide jobs, we provide develop software, export. But as of today, we do not get into the provisions when we sell the government. So we would urge the government of India, the GEM team and etc. Can we get some marks, some credits if there is an investment of so and so? Because 75,000 medicals are now regulated. We cannot attract everybody to India. Ireland started so and so, and they've generated 40,000 people, job, etc. No, it's a long journey. So the ask is, please consider already invested parties into the government procurement. Secondly, the good opportunity came. Can we have a single window scheme? Answer is yes, and government has just shown a way. They have just come out with the 2 licenses which are brought into the single window scheme. It's a long way to go. I was just talking to some of my colleagues. Minimum 1,000 to 1,200 tenders happens per annum across India. So we keep submitting the data, same data, company data, etc. Can there be single window where people can be enabled and faster submission and they can participate in the tender? Or the GEM can be used by the state authorities. Thereby the time waste can be reduced. Secondly, there are 13 to 15 ministries we as manufacturers comply with. I think hospitals comply with 72 requirements. If there is a single window scheme happens, the time will be reduced in getting the approvals from the various authorities and repeated submission of KYC and etc. etc. So that's an ask. I think government has considered that. It's a long way. It is 2 licenses out of so many licenses, 13 ministries. So we would urge to expedite and make our life faster and ease of doing business will be better. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think those are two very specific recommendations. And I think we will have to incorporate that and maybe present to the authorities also. Incorporating these can actually make the life simpler. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vishnu, if I were to move on to you, what's in your opinion the value of initiatives like technology transfer? How do they play a supporting role in Make in India initiative?
Thank you, Ashwini, and thanks for having me on the panel. See, I fundamentally believe that the technology transfer, know-how transfer is nice to have. But I think for a country like India, where innovation is actually at the core of our DNA, which is proved in several instances. For example, the IT industry did not grow as a result of technology transfer per se, or the biotech industry did not grow as a result of just technology transfer. We didn't send the spacecraft to Mars in the first attempt because of technology transfer, or we did not land on the far side of the moon because of technology transfer. So we have the core capability of doing things, right? Technology transfer, therefore, I would say is a nice to have and not a must have. I think the key thing that we probably should focus on as a medtech industry is how do we enable R&D? Because if you look at from a regulator's perspective, there is or the government's perspective, a whole lot of focus on production, PLI and so on. But I think we need an extraordinary amount of focus and support on R&D for two reasons. One is the gestation period and cost of research is very, very high. I think in the previous session, Vikram was making an important point that there is not enough innovation but we provide access to technologies that have been innovated overseas. Now, without a significant R&D and support for R&D, innovation is likely to be incremental at best. All right. So how do we really enable an ecosystem of R&D so that new things can be done? Now, from a regulator's perspective, I think one of the key things that's important is that if you look at the know-how of regulation and the variety of what we do in the medtech industry, it goes from pure manufacturing, no technology, hardware plus software, software only. The variety of what you need to regulate is very high. So I think one of the key things that the regulator can do in enabling disruptive technologies is, first of all, from a government's perspective, can we incentivize R&D? Secondly, can there be mechanisms of safety and regulations around safety, which can be learned from countries who have already done that? So I think more than technology transfer, I would say understanding the process, understanding the know-how of how to regulate these devices, and providing young ecosystem players to innovate and bring their products into the market without too much of gray areas. I think that would be the core things to look at in enabling R&D, supporting financially, if possible, for small organizations to get over the line, and having clarity of regulations for new and disruptive innovations to be taken to market.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think that's a very confident answer, and it shows the confidence that we have in the domestic manufacturing. So thank you for that, sir. So if I can ask a follow-up question, you mentioned about incentivizing the R&D. Now, over the years, we have seen that maybe the IT exemption has gone down a bit. How would you say that the regulator or the government can start incentivizing the R&D once again?
See, I think if I can touch a little deeper on that. See, if you look at from a medtech perspective, the complexity of ensuring safety is very, very critical, right? So the amount of time and money spent on bringing life to a medical device, which is innovative or new in construct, or novel, if you can call it as a novel device, it is prohibitive. You spend years and years on research, and then you have to spend years and years on validation, which is extremely expensive. And if you look for investments from the outside, nobody invests in a product which is not even an MVP, a minimal viable product. But you don't have an MVP until you spend millions. Now, that is where the catch is, right? So is it possible to construct a framework where there is an incentive in some way or the other for organizations to venture into this space of innovation, take the risk with some protection that, you know, how can somebody support me get across the line? Secondly, the biggest fear is if I have a medical device which is novel, nobody knows literally what it takes to commercialize it. What kind of trials are required? What would be the basic requirement? Because we have, as a country, not done it before. Now, I think there is an enormous amount of learning involved because there are several countries which have done it. So is there a knowledge transfer, more than a technology transfer? I would say there's probably a more rewarding outcome if we actually learn from countries who have done that as to what does it take to ensure safety of a device in terms of frameworks, regulatory, and so on and so forth, and how to implement it fast. The risk is that if the gray area is too much and too long, people will not venture into it. It's too complex, it is too difficult, it's too risky. Because you would already spent a lot of time and money on it and you can't take it to market. Or you have the risk of taking to market a substandard product, which is not what we want to do. So I think if we can really get the regulatory framework to come up to speed on understanding those nuances of what it takes to really get a disruptive innovation into the market or a novel device into the market, I think that will go a long way in enabling innovation, either through a technology transfer or otherwise. But I think the country has the wherewithal and the strength to be able to innovate and take it to market.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Yeah, so just wanted to add that actually Department of Pharmaceutical has come up with PRIP scheme, which is promotion for of research and innovation program, where they are talking about actually supporting and providing funding for one is formation of COEs in academia, industry academic research programs, and in-house in-house research programs for commercialization, both for MNCs and startup. Now that has gone a little bit on the back foot because the way the scheme was designed was not really conducive and wouldn't have attracted too much of industry participation. So it's a lot of inputs have been taken from the industry, and I think we should seek his interventions and submit it to the DOP. That's in the formulation, so it's the right time to get.
And I think it's also just to add to that. Sorry, I did take more time. So there are countries which have done this well. For example, Australia is a good example of how they have really enabled R&D in that country, or Israel for that matter. So I think there is a whole lot of learning we can take from some of the countries which have done well with respect to R&D and see if we can get it implemented.
Thank you. I'll just take 1 minute. So we have been talking about, obviously the integration of AI, ML, data analytics, etc. in the hardware, software, and electrical and mechanical, composition that MedTech is all about. So patient safety definitely is, one of the key areas that we should be talking about. Today in India, particularly when we talk about patient, quality of medical technology, we start from design, development, manufacture, sales, distribution, and it stops at that point. But the medical technology is used at the hospital level, and that is where I think the focus for annual maintenance and regular service is something very, very critical. And we do know that bulk of our hospitals, because of the cost implications, do not go in for regular maintenance and service CMCs. So therefore, it's very, very critical that we need to regularize it, ensure, just like in the automobile industry you have, right? You buy a car, you have to have an insurance so that it kind of monitors that regular service and safety aspects are taken care of. Medical devices is something where actually, your patient and the workers who are sitting and working at the technicians who are working at the, machines are actually exposed to radiation. And you'll be surprised that a WHO data says that there are 364 million adverse events, which takes 2.6 million lives annually in developing and low-income countries. I think that should be a big focus area, and we should take our recommendations to the government that it should be, and the liability eventually comes on the OEM. So any kind of service maintenance should be either through the OEM or OEM authorized partners. And it should not be left to, the local engineers who do not know the specifications, the design aspects, and the safety aspects. And God knows how many adverse events are actually happening in our country. With this, I will actually excuse myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thanks, Nat.
Thank you. I think Mr. Guru will also make a point, and then maybe you. Yeah.
I'll just continue. Unfortunately, we will continue. The medtech world is moving from equipment, passive systems, to active, proactive, continuously learning systems, which are going to be deployed no longer in controlled facilities. If we look at wellness, from illness to wellness was the previous discussion, it will go to places where there will be no possibility for a service technician to go and access it. So we are looking at, it's a traditional, right? Aerospace, automotive, then comes medical. It is by nature that all these things will converge into medical world. We are looking at topics like flashing over the air for managing intelligent software on the device, without which the device is actually useless. Now, when you're talking of this world, the regulatory framework is no longer the traditional framework. It is an interdisciplinary, inter-science, inter-technology play. And are we geared up for it? Today, the frank answer is we still have a long way of learning to go, because just like in any conglomerate, like where we all come from, interdisciplinary is where it will fail. When you box it, it will succeed. There is always a saying in a large conglomerate, right? Show me a pilot which failed. Show me a program which actually succeeded. The pilot is boxed, the program is in the real world. The interdisciplinary forces act on it. And that, I think, is a need of the hour rather than a blame game, right or wrong.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dasgupta.
So quickly, I will get into it because we have a tendency to draw a line, user, provider, patients. So now it is the time we have to abolish that line. Today, as a medtech providers, we also have a responsibility because today products are software intensive. It needs an updation and upgradation. So why can't we provide a multiple year warranty? Why we should look that the users, the doctors has to buy. So during when we sell, let us give a multiple year warranty. We do a remote monitoring because it is all for the customer's customer. That is the patients which we have to look into. So that's my take.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that opinion. So, Mr. Sudhakar, what's your viewpoint, especially on the patient safety and the post-market surveillance?
Yeah, only one suggestion will be to collaborate with the healthcare providers to continue to maintain implant registries, and one request to all the medtech companies comply with the prevailing regulation, that is submission of adverse event reporting timely. Regardless, currently only 10 to 15 companies out of 100 of companies operating in India are submitting, because the regulation in MDR 2017 says only in case of the death it has to be reported. So there also needs a inter revision, and we also need to be proactive. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I think that's a very definite suggestion that the post-marketing surveillance or the submission of the industry responsibility also. And maybe we as an industry group need to comply with that. So I move on to you last actually, and probably we are running short of time. So we'll ask you one last question. In the morning, we also discussed that probably as a country, we have multiple states, multiple UTs, some 35 states and UTs. And maybe we have a slightly fragmented regulatory ecosystem. Different states, different UTs, they may have a different procurement policy. What's your opinion on that? Do you see a window of opportunity where it can be standardized? What's your opinion, experience over there? Yeah, on the procurement side.
No, I think on the procurement side, I think it is slowly moving towards standardization. I think there is a much stronger understanding of the nature of fragmented procurement, if you will, and the inefficiencies thereof. It's still very it is still very confusing to some extent, but I think there is an effort made towards standardization of procurement. Can technology be used in this in the future? I think absolutely yes. if we can, if we can bring the technological aspects of standardized frameworks for procurement, I think if we can integrate something similar to ONDC onto procurement of for healthcare purposes, I think that will bring in a significant amount of standardization and reach, if you will. I think if you look at it today, the biggest gap in procurement would be matching the need versus availability. That is one. Secondly, I think there is also, we talked about earlier in the previous sessions, how can we really cater to the needs of the clinicians, especially the felt needs of the clinicians? Because, while procurement has a commercial angle of need and service, can the medtech industry in India respond to the felt needs of clinicians? And if we are able to create a framework where those felt needs are made more available so that you can work on them, that's another thing from a futuristic innovation standpoint where the industry can respond. Because, I think that's a point that was probably not touched upon earlier, is that while the medical practitioner in India is trained on a philosophy of a UK or the US, the practitioner himself or herself are very innovative. Now, that brings in a unique opportunity for medtech manufacturers or players to be able to respond to those felt needs in a very innovative way. Now, again, I think that's really where the catch is, because if we are looking at innovation as a core and addressing the felt needs of the practitioner, both of the procurement frameworks and how those felt needs are addressed and how those devices are monitored and approved from a regulatory standpoint to be able to reach the market, these things need to be integrated really well. Because once we have a device which is further away from an existing predicate device, it becomes more complicated. Right? So the closer you are to a predicate device, it's easier to get to market. The farther away you move from them, the complexity increases. Is there a way to bridge that? Right? So I look at this procurement questions from both angles. One is existing demand and who can actually supply at the best value. And is there a way to really cater to the felt needs? And the third thing is, I think, I was thinking about this in the earlier panel today. People talked about L1. There is an L1, which is where the price factor plays a big role. And there is a technology, compatibility or minimum needs met. Is there a way to work on V1? I refer to V1 as the most valuable offer or value for money offer, right? Rather than being an L1 or a T1. So is there a way to define, can we get a V1 framework so that a best product with the best value is chosen?
I think that's a great suggestion. Can we as a country move from L1 to V1 or V Max actually? I think that's a great recommendation. Thank you, sir. What we will do is we will compile this particular discussion, we will compile the findings, and we'll make these recommendations to the right authorities. But thank you once again, panelists. Thank you. I'm sure when we meet next year, when we next time, we'll have a different regimen, we'll have a different ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, speakers. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Of course, we'll be presenting you with a digital certificate of the 50 trees that we will be planting for this session in collaboration with the NGO partners Grow Trees. And these trees will be nurtured in your name. And we will, of course, give you this digital certificate. If Anvesha Pandey is here, request her to please come up for a group photograph. I guess she's... Right, we'll move on. And for this entire session on MedTech, I would like to now invite Dr. Ranjan Kumar Chaudhary, Advisor, Healthcare Technology, National Health Systems Resource Center, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to please come up on stage and give the concluding special address. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Ranjan Kumar Chaudhary.
For giving this opportunity to share my ideas, and I bring greetings from National Health System Resource Center. We provide technical inputs to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and I'm very closely associated with this MedTech device. And it was a very interesting session, hearing and a new concept coming out of V1 Max. Definitely value for analysis we have been assigning, since many years. Still, we are yet to get that exact value, optimal value. There are terms like value-based procurements and value-based services. We will have such type of discussion in near future also, and we will be getting the most economic as well as our service delivery value. Ultimate goal to serve the patient safety. I was listening. It was very heartening to know that the industry is looking forward for reporting adverse events, because the Metro Vigilance Program of India, which is run by the IPC, we are a technical partner. And every quarterly, we go through all those events reported and we analyze them, whether it is a manufacturing risk or it is a procedural risk. So takeaway I can say from the innovation sector is, you all know, and a lot of have been told about MedTech Mitra, the single vertical. I'm not going to repeat that. The most important is the AAA. That is, I'll say accessibility, affordability, and the acceptability. The problem in the country of the innovations are the struggle that startup or the innovator struggles to bring his product. And the real challenge comes in the adoption and the diffusion in our public health system. We are looking for a substantial benefit clause. Okay, this innovation is going to change. To talk about the latest technology, you all will be aware that AI has come. AI is making things easier for us, but it has to be trained. AI has to be trained with data sets. We can't rely on the foreign data sets and say AI is working well. So it will take some time to mature. So at the maturity level in the AI in healthcare, we are not very far. Though in the innovation sector, we are quite comfortable and we are progressing. Our medical tech products, we have 12.8% of exports from 2011 to 2022. And I'm sure it's going to rise further because the industry itself is quality conscious. We have seen COVID. I'm just telling an anecdote. The China may produce bulk, but we all know about the quality what we are having from China. So we are very proud to be Indian, and we are proud of the industries that we produce quality substance, quality products. And our products are regarded as quite good, if not the best, in abroad. There was talk about the technology transfer also. That's important. And you will be happy that the ministry is working on with the DOP and the CDSCO and BIS to develop some quality standards, because quality is very subjective. You have to define parameters. So if you go through, there is a risk management in the manufacturer's domain, which they have to put it up to the CDSCO. And the Bureau of Indian Standards, they go for the ISO 13485 certification. But the quality, what a common man or a patient's perception, this will do is a good quality or bad, that will only be determined after use for a time. I'll give an example. Right now in the country, we are grappling with the POC device test for thalassemia. We have not yet succeeded in getting a low-cost POC device which can detect the thalassemia. Yes, sickle cell is there. There are combined sickle cell and thalassemia. Similarly, hemoglobinometer. We produce hemoglobinometer, but when I visit to the field and all, I see people don't rely on that instrument. They say ki ye gadbad reading deta hai. So we have to develop some robust, good equipment which can be relied upon by the user. That is the takeaway. And I think the direction what we are following with having online Sugam portal and the National Medical Device Promotion Council, and recently the launched medical device policy, we are in the right direction. Equipments are having various parameters to be assessed until and unless they used. They, when you test it, like if you don't do a field trial, you cannot say this is very good. But until and unless a field trial for certain period and the studies are published, by then the technology changes, some other technology comes. But overall, I can say the industry as such, the PPP model, what we have in the dialysis is really commendable. I must compliment and thank everybody. In the country, it is the only program which I can say with so confidence with the industry we are working, not a single case of, death or some risk has happened. So that gives us the confidence, and the way we are running our dialysis in One Nation, One Dialysis program, the way the industry come forward and helped us, we are having around 70% right now capture on the PNDP portal. That means at a single touch of button, you can have the visibility of what is going on at everywhere. So it's a great thing. And from the side of, ministry and my personal side, I thank all the partners here who have helped us to achieve this. So MedTech is here to stay and grow, and we are sure that we'll be producing quality stuff. Already with the, ease of doing business and the favorable regulatory policies, we are able to have a good market of IVDs, the consumables and surgical instruments, and only the 80% dependence on the, high-end equipments for the imported parts. We'll take over that also, I think, because you will be surprised. There's another device where, lateral flow immunoassay microchip based, like TrueNet had come. Similarly, there are instruments which can, cut down the cost for like HPLC equipments and all. So like this, innovative and new products are coming. We have to just give some time, do some trial, and to adopt them and diffuse them in the thing. So I think for this much I can say, an interesting session, and we'll take forward the V1 Max concept and work on it and think how is it done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to thank our platinum sponsors, Apollo, Fortis, O3, and Termo, and our gold sponsors, Siemens Healthineers and Wipro GE. Before we start with the next plenary, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Shravan Subramanian and Mr. Amit Mukim for a special announcement. I request both gentlemen to please come up on stage, Mr. Shravan Subramanian and Mr. Amit Mukim.
Good afternoon. We started the entire initiative on innovation a few years after NATHEALTH was formed. And the agenda and the objective for us was to bring in innovation that is so important not only to build access, but also to mainstream it within the institutional framework. The innovation program started with creating an entire community of entrepreneurs and startups. And today, where we are is, this is a full-fledged institutionalized program for NATHEALTH. It is my pleasure to invite Shravan, who's been part of our innovation forum and the past president for NATHEALTH, and now with Premji Invest, to have supported and mentored this program for innovation. But more importantly now, Shravan is digging his heels deeper into driving the agenda for us. And without stealing his thunder, I would like to hand this over to Shravan to make this in one announcement for us on how we will take the innovation agenda for NATHEALTH one step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, and thank you, NATHEALTH. I'll keep it very simple. I asked Siddhartha, what would it take to get the innovation hub up from the basement to the plenary session? He said it'll cost you 50 lakhs, and there's a check. But in all seriousness, this is something that we've been working on for several months. And really big thanks to Amit and Siddharth and the whole secretariat, many members of the board, where we've been talking about innovation. How can NatHealth be a force to support innovation with the ministry, with NHA? How can we come together to promote ABDM, digital adoption? How can we make it, not just that it should not be an innovation anymore, right? It should be normal. But for it to be normal, it requires a boost. And as industry, we come together. And a few years ago, I think it was probably during Daljit's time and eventually Dr. Balal's time, we set up a CSR opportunity for us to invest into such initiatives. And very, very delighted that at Premji Invest, we're able to support this with a first check of 50 lakhs. But I say first because I'll come to you hat in hand. I always said that, I'm going to come to you for support and for contribution. And now that we have got something in the kitty, I have the face to come to you. And anybody who's making eye contact with me right now, I'm putting you down for 10 lakhs. Thank you very much.
Stay on the stage. You can take care. I would like to thank both of you. I'll just take 2 minutes. I think the question we are asking ourselves a couple of years back is, how does the startup agenda, the innovation agenda fit into NatHealth? And one of the days we're jokingly saying a startup essentially has 1 out of 3 outcomes. The first outcome is going to fail. And being in touch with people who own the market, who have the market access channels, domain experts in industry, being able to interface with them, ask them questions, mentorships, can only lower the bar of success, which means the odds of failure is going to come down. So that's one tangible value NatHealth can create. Second potential outcome of a startup is it's going to get acquired. Who is going to acquire it? It's all going to be the folks who are within NatHealth already. And so if a startup is looking at an exit and wants to get acquired, so NatHealth is the place to be. And absolutely the third option is they're going to go all the way and go IPO and become part of NatHealth as a full-scale industry. So in either of these 3 outcomes, NatHealth has a role to play. Dr. Shravan has been the NatHealth president in the past. In his new role, what we wanted to see is, we want to seed this program and create those pathways to scale, which we can take back to all of you. Hopefully, all of you will come on board with this program. And Dr. Shravan, I would like to thank him twice. One, as the NatHealth president, when he thought about this idea, and then second time when he's made it happen in his new role in Premji Invest. And as far as Amit is concerned, the first day I had come on board into NatHealth almost 5.5 years, 5 years back or so, and taken over the reins from Mr. Anjan Bose, who is right here as the founding Secretary General. Amit had said there's one agenda I'm really passionate about, which is innovation, and we'll see the day. A day will come when we'll start with the program. And Amit has been a driving force all through in the last 4 or 5 years. And increasingly, for those of you who have come to this summit since 2000, for the last 5 or 6 years, you always have a startup component that has been growing and has now reached a point where it has started making real traction. So thank you, Amit. Thank you, Dr. Shravan. Thank you, the entire NatHealth community for making it happen. We are going to meet on April 3rd in Mumbai, about 10 days from now. And one half of that day in the sidelines of NatHealth AGM is going to be around the digital health agenda. And we are going to move from today to that 10 days later. Hopefully, we have 50 to 100 startups there in that room. And Amit, with his extensive connects in Mumbai and other places, we'll look at the first dialogue to shape this program more constructively. Thank you to all of you.
We will now move on to our plenary session. on skilling allied healthcare professionals, unlocking the base of the pyramid. Highly trained allied healthcare workers, AHPs, are one of the pillars of world-class healthcare system. They help minimize errors and help to ensure patient safety and improve efficiency by optimizing workflows, resulting in smooth functioning to enhance overall quality in healthcare. It is estimated that we have 7 AHPs for 10,000 patients, and there is a mismatch in the skill set of the available AHPs with the demand of the employers. In this session, we will discuss the policy interventions required to ramp up the capacity of AHPs, effectively unlocking the base of the pyramid in delivering world-class healthcare services. We would like to thank our knowledge partners EY for their support in this session. Please welcome on stage Mr. Daljit Singh, past President NATHEALTH, who would like to make the opening remarks. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Daljit Singh.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be standing here in front of all of you. Without much ado, I'm going to launch into my little welcome address, if you like, which is really about setting the agenda. Before that, I do want to say that there are 3 key messages that I've taken today from some of the sessions that were held earlier on. Every session was fantastic, but I think relevant to the discussion that we're going to have today, just now, there are 3 things that come to mind, and I would request our panelists for the session also to take note of this maybe. One was in the session chaired by Pawan Chaudhary. He's, as you know, a very good thought leader. He keeps sending out very thoughtful videos about 1 minute each or 2 minutes, where he talks philosophical stuff, but which is very practical. So the messages that I actually took out from that session, which were relevant, was that you must be able to ask the right questions if you want an appropriate answer. That's number 1. Number 2 was a point which also came up in the same session. I think Vikram Vopala made this point, was that we need to have an ecosystem to drive improvements and to generate solutions. The second part that actually hit home to me was the session anchored on PPPs by Ainab Devgupta. What I loved about his session was, he says, don't fret, don't be frustrated if you keep banging your head to find solutions. Ultimately, solutions exist, but we have to find them and continuously remain positive about it. And I think there's a message in it for many of us who may turn cynical that we haven't seen too much change in the past 20 years. But change has taken place. And his solution was very relevant, that there are examples, if not in our own country, somewhere in the world where people are succeeding in finding solutions. So can we go and see what is it that people in other countries are doing? And can we pick up something relevant from there and perhaps use that as an example? And he's rightfully, spoke about the experiment and the work that was done in Odisha. And finally, I particularly liked what our Secretary DOP, Mr. Chawla, actually mentioned. And he spoke about the fact that at the end of the day, the solution lies amongst all of us. We are the professionals, we've got government representatives. So all the thinking ability and the doing ability and the policy ability exists within this room. And he says that we must learn to take ownership. And he said that I'd like to invite you to a 2-day conference where I'm going to lock all of you up for 2 days and not open the lock till you come out with a solution. And I think there is a message in it for all of us who sometimes are very cynical about, this is what I can do, and we don't want to be part of the fact that we need to have a multidisciplinary approach to solve problems. I think this happened in one of the previous sessions just now. So with that brief observation, I'd like to talk about the session that's in front of us, which is about allied healthcare professionals. This is really a group of people, and all of us who are in healthcare delivery in any form, diagnostics, home services, hospitals, you name it, laboratories. We need allied healthcare professionals to make our operations run. Without them, actually, we don't have a business. We cannot run a hospital without the so-called GDAs who are there, who are providing very vital service, which is critical to patient welfare and patient experience. Whether it's ophthalmology, whether it's dentistry, whether it's physiotherapy, whether it's occupational therapy, or whether it's home care. Many of us have elderly parents whom we look after, and we deploy people who are trained in this area. And we find challenges if they don't do a good enough job. They need to be empathetic, they need to be competent, they need to have compassion, they need to be skilled in what they do. So our reliance on this group is very, very critical. Having said that, I think in many ways, whilst we talk about it at conferences, there is very little that we do to take ownership for this group. This group is largely ignored, especially in the larger setups. I've been in the hospital setup for the past several years, and I recognize that there are very few of these allied health professionals that I can actually relate to or I can name. Yet, this is what, and yet they're critical to patient experience. You know, in management, we talk about the teeth to tail ratio. The teeth are the people right up there. They are the doctors or the senior management or whatever it is. And the tail is the people who make it happen. And as we go down that pyramid, the pyramid base starts becoming larger and larger. And the number of allied healthcare professionals that we need in healthcare services is enormous. But that is a group that we don't necessarily own, or we don't nurture them in any significant way. And I think we need to understand where the relevance actually, lies. So let me talk about what this group is all about. In a technical sense, there are 10 broad categories that these so-called allied health care professionals, they are clubbed. And there are 55 roles that are defined. And they very well may be many more such roles. But this is what has been classified from a structural point of view. In India, we have grown with ever since the first McKinsey report came out. I still remember in 2002, when I entered the healthcare sector, it spoke about the abysmal ratios that we had, whether it's in terms of beds per 1,000 population or doctors per 1,000 population or nurses per 1,000 population. We were grossly inadequate. And when I was looking at the figures, 22 years later, okay, nothing much has changed. Whilst we have generated doctors, whilst we have generated, produced doctors in medical schools and upped the capacity, the ratios have not changed because the population has also increased. And that's something for us to think about very deeply. So today, when we look at doctors, we probably need twice the number of doctors. In terms of nursing, we probably need about 2 or 2.5 times the number of nurses. What is it when it comes to allied healthcare professionals in our country? The ratio today is 7 for every 10,000 people. Now, is that good, bad, ugly? So we look at other countries to provide us some benchmarks that what do others do? And the fact remains that in England, for example, UK, developed economy, they've got 3 times as much. But then there is Brazil, there is China, which is 3 to 4 times the number that we have per 10,000 population. When you look at Australia, it's 10 times the number, 10 times what we have. And when you look at US, it's at the other extreme as always, it's 20 times the number. Clearly, the message here is that we have very few healthcare professionals that are actually being produced or that are currently being deployed within our healthcare system. And that's not okay, because our care delivery depends on that. Point number 2 that I want to mention here, that any business or any ecosystem runs on a demand-supply thing, demand-supply equation. And the conundrum in healthcare today is, or in this particular space is that whilst demand is huge, the supply is very little, and there is almost an anti-demand supply dynamic that's actually working, which really means that we are not producing the number of people that are actually required, even though there's a huge demand. And why is that happening? When there is a requirement we still don't have the number of people that are there. Okay, there are either it's not attractive or several reasons for this. And let me give you a little stat. And this in relation to lab technicians, whom we understand very well, or radiographers that, you know, organizations like Mahajan Imaging, etc., they deploy. In the past 6 years, since 2018, okay, the total number of radiographers that have been generated, overall growth has been 3%, which really means it's 0.5 percentage point every year. When you look at lab technicians, it's 4%. So which really means 0.67 or 0.66%. It doesn't even go with our growth rate in healthcare is probably 8 to 10%. So that's abysmally low. Point number two, in the last 6 years, a large number of training centers have been put up under the aegis of HSSC, and HSSC has done some great work. You know, Ashish Jain is here, who's the CEO, and he'll talk about this. Overall, 2/3 of the training centers that we have in the country today, I understand from a BCG report that was published, were set up in the past 5 years. It is interesting to note that 75% of the so-called pass-outs who are certified to be healthcare professional or allied healthcare professionals, only 75% were found to be inadequate to surpass the quality standards that are actually required. Effectively, we are producing people or so-called professionals who are not deployable in the healthcare sector, which is quite a shame after having put in all the effort. So what really are the issues and challenges that we face? Number one is very clearly around poor availability. We don't have availability. And whatever is available is probably inadequate quality, and they are not deployable on the shop. Okay. Consequently, there is also a very high turnover is something that we observe. In hospital systems, it's very common to see that people in this domain, the shift out almost 50 to 60% is the attrition rate. And they go out to the gig economy. You know, there's very poor remuneration they get. I'm not sure whether most of us are aware, but most of us probably would be aware that the average salary of these people who are deployed in hospitals is about 14,000 to 16,000 rupees per month, which is probably less than what many of us probably pay a person who comes to housekeeping into our own homes, and certainly well below what we pay our drivers sometimes. So in some ways, these are the people who are going to drive patient experience, and we do not necessarily respect them adequately and remunerate them. So they gravitate to the gig economy. They go become Zomato deliverers or Swiggy. And that's what happens, because there the average remuneration is upwards of 20,000 rupees a month. And what we also observe is that there's a low willingness on the part of providers to pay for these services. We always want to keep pricing low for good reasons, but the fact is that when we stinge on this, it impacts patient care delivery. There is a national commission for allied healthcare professional that's been set up to address this particular issue, and we hope that some of these issues that are spoken about will be addressed. So in conclusion, I'd like to specify two things. One is, what is the conundrum? Conundrum is that the need is huge. We are going to become an aged nation. We'll require more and more people to look after the aged in our country. Our hospitals require a lot of people. Anybody who's into healthcare delivery, through whatever means, requires these professionals. But our current state is extremely poor availability. We are hugely underserved in this area. That's the headline news. So I have broadly 3 questions that I'm posing to the exalted panel that we'll have in front of us just now. The first is, how do we get the capacity up? And capacity simply doesn't mean numbers. We get very enamored by numbers. I think it goes hand in hand with quality and with deployability, that people who are generated, the talent that we generate must be fit for purpose and must be deployable in a healthcare institution, any institution that serves. Number 2, how can we make this role of allied healthcare professional attractive? And there are, again, 2-3 points that I'd like to mention here. Number 1, that the role must address the respect that the role commands within whichever system it's working. That means there are people who are actually doing this should feel valued. Number two, the role needs to be enriched. Today, it's a dead-end role. So if you're a housekeeping person, you continuously do that, and there is actually no progression that's taking place. Okay, if you're cleaning bedpans, that's what your job is, and you will not move from there. Okay, and finally, it is about remuneration. Everybody needs some level of remuneration to look after themselves and their welfare and to meet their aspirations. This is probably the lowest paid, just about minimum wages, close to minimum wages. And the third ask is that, and this largely is our responsibility, people who are in the larger healthcare ecosystem that we spoke about, which is how do we integrate them into hospital systems or into clinics, into our laboratories, into our diagnostic centers and whatever. How do we make them as an integral part of our healthcare delivery system? We don't consider them as part of us. We need them, but no. After nursing, there is nobody else that we actually look at. I think there's a responsibility in all of us to provide a career path for these people so that they too can grow up. Yes, they may have to do some courses, etc., but these are the people who are 24 hours a day serving patients. So they understand a hospital system, they understand a care system. And how do we therefore provide a career path, and we can encourage them that stick here. There's a long red here, path ahead of you where you will prosper and grow. So without much ado, I would hand over these questions to the panel that's actually going to come forward, and hopefully some of these will be addressed, because we are here to provide solutions and not simply talk about high level philosophy and then go away. I think that's really the purpose of this conference. Thank you.
I would now like to invite on stage Professor Paul Lalwani, Founder and Executive Director, Empower School of Health, New Delhi, Geneva, New York, to please come on stage and give the keynote address. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Professor Paul Lalwani.
Good afternoon, everyone. As usual, Daljit stole half my thunder. Let me make an alternative introduction of myself. I happen to be my family's favorite son-in-law, also the only son-in-law. And my mother-in-law was diagnosed of diabetes about 3 years ago, but she's convinced that through meditation and good behavior, she can keep it under control. Occasional rasmalai, pinni, laddus, that's okay. And as a good son-in-law, I convinced her during this trip to get a blood test done. Sure enough, the phlebotomist came on time, wonderful. He had his gloves on, which appeared to be on, I think, while he was riding his motorcycle. And then he finally fumbled and started the procedure. And after a little bit of blood on the floor and 4 pricks in different parts of my mother-in-law's body, I became slightly less favorite of a son-in-law. And the result was done. The anecdote to mention the quality of allied health workers. And this is just not an isolated example from that point of view. So the other introduction, my name is Paul Lalwani. I'm the founder and executive director of Empower School of Health, an institute that I founded here in Delhi 10 years ago. After about 20 years in the UN system, living in Geneva, New York, Washington, but also in Papua New Guinea, Afghanistan, Yemen, and other developing countries in Africa. So a lot of that experience I bring to this institute and what we developed. And the objective, the vision, the founding of Empower School of Health was when I was heading an organization their Department of Procurement and Supply Chain called the Global Fund. It's based out of Geneva, and had a budget of almost $1 billion over 2 years to give grants to countries. And half that money came back because the countries didn't have the absorptive capacity. There wasn't enough skill in the country. So that was the origin of starting this organization. And today, using technology and innovations, we are based in 4 countries, and we are based here, Geneva, New York, and Nairobi. Our learning solutions are delivered across 100 countries and 20 languages. We are funded by various donors and organizations. We work in 20 languages. We've trained more than 500,000 health professionals. All that to say is, bringing technology, innovations, and experiences, there are ways to move the needle and the points that Daljit mentioned and the pain points that you're aware of. Some of the points you already know, so I'll go quickly through some parts and then slow down. The healthcare opportunity and crisis, 2 sides of the same coin. Population's aging, great. Morbidity rates are accelerating. Fantastic. Well, depends who you are. Innovation and launch of new technologies. Again, excellent. But the demand for healthcare services are not being met effectively. Human resources in health are not keeping pace, and we heard percentages, very low growth. And for the healthcare industry, this is a lost market opportunity, not to mention the impact on morbidity rates. We heard about the 10 allied health professional categories and 50+ subcategories. And it's really important to emphasize, human resources for health is a decelerator for the health sector. It's actually a decelerator. With all we've got lots of, I think, at least 6 people that I met are investors in this sector. The hospitals, the clinics, all the new innovations that you're going to introduce, the tech industry, all of that, you will not be able to achieve your objectives and your targets unless the human resources for health, and especially the allied health workers, are part of this whole strategy. The estimate is there's a shortage of 62 lakh allied health professionals, gaps in competency, new hires need retraining, mixed standards for accreditation, high attrition rates, and due to dissatisfaction, they often drop out, join the gig economy, and all the good ones. And there is a national strategy. Let's get good people, good health professionals out of India. Let them work for English-speaking developed countries. Who could say no to that? Well, it doesn't help us unless we have a strategy to address that. And as we mentioned, the human, if I had the option, I'd rather work in IT, tech, telecom, logistics. Working in healthcare is just not rewarding today. So from an allied health professional, from a GD assistant or a phlebotomist, I need to look for, and I may not search for careers in this area. I'll have to select skilled courses, often longer duration. We heard about the midwife. Is it 2.5 to 3.5 years? There are countries that do that somewhere between 6 months to 12 months. Limited or no job options, jobs at very low wage. So basically, it's not interesting. The supply side is not motivated to join. We've created a problem already. The demand side, difficulty in searching for allied health professionals. Candidate not found or difficulty to keep that person. We end up hiring low-skilled professionals at low wages, limited investments, and training and retraining. Both sides, it's a loss-loss. So what's the theory of change? What's the vision? To reimagine the creation of an industry-driven, government-supported, self-reliant ecosystem. We heard the word ecosystem. for meeting the growing demands of skilled, competent, and job-ready allied health professionals that are fit for purpose. That's the vision that we co-developed with NATHEALTH and with several of the past presidents as well. Who are the key stakeholders? They fall in 5 buckets, 5 areas. Governance. Who are they? Government, professional councils, sector skills councils. The supply side. Schools, colleges, government, also the unemployed youth or unemployed population. The skilling organizations, the funding organizations, and most importantly, the demand side, the hospitals, the clinics, the manufacturers, the med tech, who need to work across. What are their roles? Well, for the governance, it's regulation, curriculum, and certification. For the supply side, promote the health sector, showcase new opportunities, funnel future health professionals into the sector. For the skilling organizations, creation and curation of effective fit-for-purpose training and skilling strategies, but that's only possible if we get it right in step 1. Funding organizations, investments in not just health sector, but also supporting services. There's a case study on this where when we looked at all the gold mining that took place hundreds of years ago in the United States, some mines made money, some didn't. But the companies that provided the tools and services for mining, the pickaxes, the shovels, and everything else, always made money. So the support services for the health sector, human resources, is a great investment for you guys to consider. The demand side, working across the stakeholder spectrum to increase employability. You need to work with each of those other stakeholders. Each one's too busy doing their own thing in their own segment. You need a mechanism, a change agent that can work across. How do we make it happen? You need a catalyst. Catalyst in the form and shape of NATHEALTH. You've heard what they've achieved in the past, what they've launched today. Tremendous potential. It's already been set up 10 years ago, and you're learning and growing from that. Focus, policy, advocacy, connect, and there'll be other areas. The Alchemist. What are the focus areas? Strategy, technology and innovation, institutionalization. Where do we put this thing? How do we help strengthen and scale what's already happening? Standardization and scale. So with this initiative, the brainstorming that is happening, still early days, and the global experience we bring, and we'll talk more about that in the panel. The initiative that we've co-designed, co-developed is what's called the H capsule, looking at it from the entire spectrum. H for health, CAP for capacity building, skilling, and you can't stop there, upskilling, learning, and employment. You have to talk about employment. It's not just about skilling, and we'll discuss more of that as well. We are currently working with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Our goal is we've been asked as part of the G20 work, India and India for the world, and creating digital public goods for training, for capacity building, that'll be used in India and globally. Working with the National Institute for Health and Family Welfare, an organization that is perfectly positioned to transform the health sector workforce, at least for the public sector. We're working closely with AIMS and even their curriculum for MBBS doctors. I know we're talking about allied health professionals, but to give you an example, the curriculum for doctors today is not fit for purpose. So we're working with them, looking at their 3 aspects that what doctors are supposed to do, especially if they join public health: the clinical side, the public health side, and the administrative or the operational side. They don't have several of those experiences. Great clinical. And we're talking about a curriculum that's been developed by the National Health Commission, deployed by all the National Medical Colleges network and beyond. Working with IIT Delhi for innovation and technology solutions, working with the UN, United Nations Institute for Training and Research across the other 40 countries that I mentioned, working with the World Health Organization, the Africa CDC and the African Union. In fact, Daljit and I, we went to Ghana, we've been to Uganda to see some of those components and working with other organizations, and we need to bring many more into the ecosystem. This is just to give you a sense of the scale and scope of the work that we are doing. So with that, I'll leave it for open discussions. Thank you.
We will now move on to our panel discussion, opportunities and ideas ahead for revolutionizing medical education. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Rajneesh Gupta, Partner, Tax and Economic Policy Group, EY. Please give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage, Mr. Rajneesh Gupta. Please welcome our speakers in this session. Professor Paul Lalwani, Founder and Executive Director, Empower School of Health, New Delhi, Geneva, New York. Please welcome Dr. Shubham Singh, Principal Advisor, Healthcare Confederation of Indian Industry, CII Advisor, and Governing Board Member, Health Sector Skills Council, Governing Board Member, Life Sciences Sector Skill Council. Please welcome Mr. Ashish Jain, Chief Executive Officer, Healthcare Sector Skills Council, Mr. Rajiv Singhal, Founding Member, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Marengo Asia, and Professor Sarang Deo, Professor, Operations Management in Indian School of Business, who is joining us virtually. I'll hand it over to Mr. Gupta to steer this discussion.
Hi, good evening to everybody. We have a very diversified panel of people who are users of or who are employers of allied healthcare workers, people who have been involved in training, and members who have looked at the space for actually half a century. So when I was listening to Professor Lalwani's example about his mother-in-law, I think the thought that came was, well, allied healthcare workers is where, as they say, the rubber hits the road, basically, which is there. That's the experience which is there. So he may come with a great instrument, great diagnostic, but that is the experience that you have. So it's a very important. Now, we at EY did a report last year, which was looking at India in 2047. And there are 2-3 aspects of it thought very relevant over here. So one is, we said that India will become a $26 trillion economy. And where we were coming from was that it has a big demographic dividend, which could become as much as 1 billion people, working age population by 2030. So ideally, we shouldn't have any shortage of any workers. We have a huge demographic dividend, basically, which is there. The related to that point is what Mr. Daljit Singh said, that there are going to be a lot of aged people over here in India. So what the numbers say is that by 2050, we may have something like 350 million people who are above the age of 60. And this is larger than the population of United States. So there's a huge amount of people who will be over there. And then one of the big drivers for India has been our service exports, which are there. And so, for example, there are numbers that in the US, you may have a shortage of 500,000 healthcare workers. So there's also an opportunity which is there for India. And so it's really, really important that this issue is addressed. Otherwise, we won't be able to deliver what we have in mind. So I'll start with you, Dr. Shubham Singh. You have been in this area for over 50 years as we So you've been over here in this area for over 50 years, as we were talking earlier on. So how do you look at this whole space of allied health workers, education evolving? What do you think have been some of the challenges basically which has been there?
So I'll take some pointers from what Daljit said and some from what Paul said. So primarily, an allied health worker is a ghostly figure in a hospital and in a patient's mindset. That individual does not have a societal recall as being a preferred choice of careers. That is the sad truth of the matter. And it is with this perspective that when we started, at that time I was working for a company which was starting out in healthcare. You may be familiar with it, Max Healthcare. And we did a quick dipstick as to what is the ratio of a doctor to an allied health worker. It was 1:20. And there were these 20 people on which our life depended. And I remember our promoter saying very clearly, you may do the best as far as the patient is concerned, but when that general duty assistant, it was a coinage we put together, took the patient out and the valet did not bring the card, the experience, the feedback of the patient was, it was a bad experience. And that pushed us to understand this space. And I'll mention two challenges. In the interest of time, I can go on forever. Number one, in the eye of the learner, it's not a preferred choice. Healthcare to them means doctors and nurses. We have not gone beyond that societal thing. Secondly, absolutely yes. To Daljit's point, neither has the employer gone beyond this. So not only do they do not give them that requisite space to be on the table for decision making, despite the fact that they are 24/7 with the patient, they don't even bother to give them that growth pathway or the compensation. So in this milieu, where do you think you're going to be able to change mindsets? It's a huge, huge issue. And the sooner we wake up to see the problem and address it, we are always, Paul can try his level best across countries. This needle is not going to change. And I'll just add one more and then stop here. Today, the matrix of healthcare has been looked at from the eye of treatment and disease-free. That's how we look at health. It has gone far beyond this matrix. This matrix now is an ecosystem of me and I want to live forever. So health is in each and every one of us. We all have to learn how to take care of our health. We all are allied health workers. So it's just not healthcare professionals. I'll stop here.
Yeah, that was very interesting. It's a multi-pronged problem from what you're saying. It's as much about training, educating, as much it's also on the part of the employers. So moving on, Mr. Ashish Jain, you are the head of the healthcare council. So what are the challenges that you see in terms of being able to educate allied healthcare professionals? And also how much importance is it being given to training them vis-a-vis doctors and nurses when we talk in a wider sense?
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I think already challenges have been very widely mentioned by Mr. Jalli, saying Dr. Shabnam also spoke about it. Very quickly, the importance, I think, is paramount for healthcare. I think it's not only for AHPs, probably it is required for doctors, nurses, AHPs, and what we call skilled health professional, SHPs as well. Because for the treatment, probably it's a teamwork. It's not individualistic, either AHP or a doctor or nurse which provides treatment. If any one of in the team is not skilled, probably it's the patient which loses, is the healthcare institution which loses. So probably all of them needs to be skilled. And of course, why we need to focus on the skilling for healthcare, allied health professional, which is already highlighted, I think, by previous two speakers. For healthcare today, the jobs which are meant is either doctors or nurses. Probably below them, there is no job. So if you go and ask anybody outside, a parent today, and somebody wants, what are the roles in the healthcare? Probably they talk about only a doctor or nurse. Probably people don't know too much about either technicians or allied health professionals or skilled health professionals, what I think Mr. Jaldi Singh spoke about, GDs, etc. But if you look at the time spent by these technicians and the GDAs and the skilled health professionals with the patient and their family, this is the foremost the maximum. Not the doctor spend this much of time, not the nurse. So effectively, if we can train them well, if we can skill them well, probably total outcome, the healthcare delivery will be much, much better, much faster. What are the challenges? I think challenges again enumerated. One is that recognition of this cadre in the entire team was missing till few, I think years back. I would say, we had come some way now where the recognition start happening for AHPs, and we're recognizing that it's a team effort. It's not only doctor or nurse which can treat a patient. So we are looking at it as a team. There's recognition which is coming in for this, even for a smaller person like a GD and a technician. So there are instances which, I can quote, for example, while a surgeon gets into OT, probably they would require a specific technician for their patient because they have trust in their skills of this technician. And how is this technician actually, got this skill set, either through training or on the job training? So there are multiple challenges in terms of the nomenclature, in terms of the standardization, etc., which were dealt by the Healthcare Sector Skill Council, while it was constituted only for this purpose to see how we bring standardization into the allied health professional and the skilled health professionals. We did our work and creating standard curriculums. And I think one thing is being said in the opening remarks, people are not employable which are coming out of these ecosystem. Why it is so? Because these are not connected to industry. So what we started with, we actually went backwards. We went to industry first and asked them, what is it need in this person? So for example, it's an X-ray technician, or it's a GDA, or it's whatever role that we are looking at. What is that competency as an employer is looking in them? And we started from there saying, then start looking at what training should be provided to them. And I think we worked it that way. And we were happy to see that, it's quite, results were quite, happy with the results, what we got in terms of the absorption, in terms of the recognition, but still a lot of work has to be done. We need to go a long way for this. I would say from an industry perspective, because I'm sitting at NetHealth today, we need to recognize more such people. We have to see how we can recognize them, how we can invest in training of such people and skilling. Government is doing their bit. Government is spending a lot of money in terms of skilling, but I think industry needs to come forward, like they have come with us, to set these standards in place, to say what standards are going to be there for training these people. Probably they now need to come forward to invest in training as well, and not only depend on government, and need to put more focus on allied health as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You're talking about employers and the need for training. So we moved to Dr. Rajiv Singhal, who's actually in the other side of the fence, who has just set up a facility, and he's the one who's employing and training people. And also we talked about retaining, which again could be a challenge for you. So what's your whole experience been? How easy was it? How difficult it is, running a hospital and looking at these professionals?
Thank you, Rajneesh. And once again, thanks everyone for inviting us as panelists, and pleasure to be here. Just a brief background about Maringo Asia before I start. We have 5 hospitals and 1,700 beds across 3 states now. And I remember the day when I had walked to Ashish and I said, Ashish, we would like to do something different to basically work with you so that we can have some kind of allied health professionals who can come into our organization. And we are happy to work with you to create a programs so that we are able to have better employability for them. And I think Ashish was kind enough. He said, you come back to us with a proposal. And this also came back from the mind that there are a lot of foreign people who come to us for training. The idea was, how do we recognize them, give them certification, and at the same time also create similar stuff for Indian allied professionals. And I think we were able to scale that. And today we are Maringo Asia hospitals are a recognized health skilling through Skilling Council centers for training. Having said that, a lot of changes have to happen if we want to ensure that these programs, they succeed. And one common thing which Mr. Daljit said, Dr. Paul said, everyone is talking about is basically changing the mindset and giving more power to these people. I think the most important is this allied healthcare workers have to come to the mainstream and have to be recognized by the people who are running the hospitals. What we have done in our hospital and some of the other bigger players and other people can replicate. 10 days back, there was a skill council organized Kaushal Mela, which was in Lucknow. We have hired 80 people from that particular place. All allied healthcare people, we have hired 80 people from that. What we have done, we have created a bridging course with the help of the consultants, that if I'm picking up somebody for Flebo job, somebody for a GADA job, somebody for the other areas, we have involved the people, those who are asking them to do the job on the ground, so that they have created a curriculum. So it's a 6-week bridging course. So when they join us, these people, they go through that particular course, and after that, they hit the shop floor. We learned it hard way. The first batch of 10 people when we hired, there was a noise from the doctors, there was noise from the pathologists, there was noise from all the people saying that these people, they do not know the job. Everything, this is a common phenomenon. Whose responsibility is this? And if we want this program to succeed, we have to work in a collaborative way. Skill Council, government can do their own bit. They can actually walk a certain distance. Somebody has to cover the last mile. As a healthcare operator, we are doing it. And one of the most important thing which we have done, we have stopped calling our HR department as a HR department. It's a PDO department, People Development Office department. In Marengo Asia hospitals, there is nothing called as HR department. It is called as, so our responsibility as an organization is to develop skills of the people. And we are working actively with all the industry people in trying to do it. So there is a curriculum, there is a process of onboarding, and then we are able to make a success story out of this.
Well, it's great to hear that you have had a successful experience, and it requires a lot of mindset change, not just at a managerial level, but more importantly at the level of doctors and pathologists, as you were saying. So I now go to Professor Lalwani. So we have been talking about, that the situation that we have in India is not the best. And you have been working across geographies, looking at different places. So how do you compare the situation in India? How do we stand with some of the other countries around the world, both developed and developing?
Thank you very much for the question. And thank you to the other panelists as well for their key remarks. I would actually give 3 examples from 3 very different countries: Thailand, Kenya, and the United States. Probably one of the best, most cost-effective, quality healthcare delivery countries, nations, is Thailand. About a month and a half ago, there was a global conference there, PMAC. If you haven't been, you should try and attend next year. It's by invitation only. There were more than 2,000 people, the Prince Mahidol Award ceremony, and where they showcased some of the work that they are doing. And I'll give you another anecdote to identify this. By the way, they have achieved universal health coverage in that country, which is very cost effective and excellent quality as well. And today, if you do an executive physical check, I've done it in all the best hospitals here in India when I lived here for 15 years. I did it in Thailand several times. They'll do it in half the time. You will be escorted very much like a white glove scenario. And you'll get the results by either the end of the day or the next, within 48 hours, you'll get all your results. So the quality and the efficiency of healthcare services and the training that they provided to those individuals is phenomenal. Thailand is a great case study. In Kenya, there are spotted examples that are really interesting. Home healthcare support is a tremendously important area. Knowing that our populations are aging and there's a lot more innovation and technologies that can be then delivered at home. So what they've done in Kenya, the Red Cross teamed up, realizing there's a major gap, and they wanted to create a financially sustainable model. The Kenya Red Cross started to look for individuals, women mostly, who were unemployed, trained them over 3 to 6 months. And after they were certified, both in terms of physical classroom training and simulated training and working in simulated hospital clinic environment, branded them as Red Cross home healthcare support. Provided the training, branded them, gave them the motivation, gave them the credibility, and it's a very successful model. Could we apply and deploy something like that? United States, very different model. They've realized they have a healthcare crisis already at hand. They've now started to add new allied health professions. The physician assistant was added many years ago. They've now added a surgical assistant. They've re-looked at some of the nursing curriculum and have shrunk it by almost 1/3. Why does it have to take that long? Can we be more efficient? What can be task shift to others as well? So the idea is to explore and look for those initiatives from that point. And looking at it from a macro point, which is also relevant for AHPs, allied health professionals. I'm working with an organization where we are creating a new health professional cadre. It's called a health supply chain. It's a complicated area. It's not regular supply chain. It's not health. It's a combination of both. And they look at employability in a broad way. It's not skilling, but employability. And they look at 4 factors: staffing, skilling, working conditions, and motivation. And you have to bring those 4 pillars if you want to make this succeed and if you want to scale this area. Thank you.
Thank you for that. In fact, on the point of the time that it takes to train people, we'll pick this up in a subsequent question. So I'll now go across to Professor Sarang Deo. Professor Sarang Deo is from ISB. And Professor, you have written a lot of papers on population scale impact of healthcare. So I just wanted to ask you that if we were to move away from the big metros, big cities, where you still have much better facilities and much, it's easier to get manpower. What's been your experience when you have researched this, especially in parts of the country which can be more remote, more rural in areas? For example, we did some work on dialysis last year. And one of the challenges over there was to have people who are skilled, who are located in each and every district, which gives a very, very different challenge to being in Delhi. So your comments on that.
Yeah, thank you. You can hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, and maybe I'll come to it in a minute because I'm also reflecting on some of the things I've heard in the panel. One stakeholder that is implied but not explicitly called out is hospital management. So we talk about doctors, nurses, and then allied health professionals, but who's sort of orchestrating this show? It's the management. And of course, we can ask, is management, run by clinicians or administrators? But there is management. And the reason I say it is because the more we believe that it's the healthcare system that delivers outcomes and not the clinician or the doctor, the role of the allied health professional becomes that much more important. And in which particular way? So what are the tasks that these allied health professionals are doing? Why are they doing those tasks? So I think unless we get into that level of really micro planning, micro execution, we are not going to be able to make the jobs enriched by themselves. Okay, and I tend to think that hospital managers or management is made up of very smart people. And so the fact that this is not being taken up seems to suggest that there is no business case for it. Okay, let me be a little provocative. We can say whatever we want here today. But if hospitals were told that by empowering allied health professionals, your margins, your EBITDA will grow by 15% next year or 5% next year, why wouldn't they do it? So I think there is something missing. Either those calculations have not been done and they can be done and a business case be made internally, or it is that there is some cutting of the corners that's happening not in the organized part of the healthcare delivery system, which is largely represented here, is my understanding. I'm not there physically, but that's my understanding. There is, of course, a long tail of healthcare providers in India, small hospitals, and you mentioned coming out of metros or even tier 2 cities. Again, I'll be very forthright, right? I'm not sure if everyone who acts as a nurse in some of those hospitals is actually a nurse. Everyone who is a phlebotomist is actually a phlebotomist. We can't ignore these places because that's where a bulk of people are getting treated. That's where hospitalizations are happening in that very long tail. So we got to figure out a way by which those hospitals or organizations find it, profitable, find a business case where well-trained allied healthcare professionals can be embedded meaningfully in their work. So that's sort of my sort of overall observation, because I'm not able to make ends meet in my head as to, we were told that the growth in allied health professionals is marginal over the last 4 or 5 years, but all of us know that healthcare utilization has increased. So how is this happening? Either these people had a lot of spare capacity before and now we are making them busy, or that other people are picking up the slack. It's not the people who are well trained who are doing it. And to that, I think, to coming back to this point about making a business case or some evidence, we ran some studies. These are not hospital based, but more community based disease management. And we were able to show that you can engage community pharmacists, private pharmacists, to control hypertension for people in the community. And they were willing to do that at no additional cost because they saw business in it. The more people are adherent to their hypertension medication, they're going to come back, and that's going to be revenue enhancing for the pharmacies, right? So that's one example of how we can make a win-win situation. And I'm talking now more broadly about allied health professional. That's not just within the hospital system. I'll pause there, and maybe if there are other questions, I'll come back. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think you make a very interesting point, the two sides of the spectrum, where one you're saying in some of the smaller cities, people who are claiming to have the skills, whether they have or they don't have. And the other point that you have made is that it's possible to train people from the communities who can be very effective in terms of being able to deliver. So I think the message which is coming through is the training of individuals is paramount with anything else which is there. So we'll take the discussion forward in terms of maybe getting some ideas on how to solve some of the problems which are there. So I'd start with you, Dr. Shubnam Singh. You believe that we require a very multi-pronged type of approach. So in the earlier discussions we had, for example, you talked about there may be changes which are required in laws for liabilities and all that. So what are the 3-4 recommendations that you would make to have a better outcome, basically, which is there?
So the first recommendation would be that we've already passed the Allied Health Bill, right? The implementation of that and the rules of that need to be done ASAP. And the reason why I say that is that doctors and nurses trained in India have international portability. Why? Because the curriculum in both of them, there will be some differences. It is totally standardized. So once you have this act, there cannot be the multifarious, totally different, numerous people, each one trying their own hand at making curriculums and training people and having institutions of training which are totally diverse. That's point number one. Point number two, which is extremely critical, and that is legislative and judicial empowerment of the individual, which again I'll relate to the Medical Council of India Act as well as the Nursing Council Act, which then empowers the individual to perform his or her duty. You will never be able to have a nurse practitioner. You will never be able to have a surgical assistant till that judicial and that legal thing happens. And the last one I would say is that institutions, and that speaks to the point which Sarang said, that though it is not the norm for our country to go to these large hospitals where you have hospital managers and the entire governance and administrative systems, but de facto they form the direction for other people. And that is, you have the system in place that they are recognized, they go up a value chain of career progression, and that is what HSSE does. And then gradually that societal change will take place, and you will be able to, the student acquisition part will start moving the needle. Because believe you me, in radiology, in certain areas, and especially when we are walking into genomics, so like what Dr. Dang was talking about, having in a lab somebody tell you what kind of tests you need to do in his discovery model, the kind of compensations they get are far beyond what Daljit said about GDAs. They are in lakhs. These people get 2, 3, 4, 5 lakhs in oncology. So that kind of messaging, etc., like what Johnson & Johnson did in the US for nurses, that's how they changed those mindsets. So these are the couple of things that if we start working towards it, and then we have a winner on our hand.
Thanks for that. I'd like to ask you, Dr. Singhal, and I'll actually like to take off on the point that Mr. Deo made. That is that if you had better trained professionals, which is there, then your EBITDA could go up over a period of time, basically, which is there. There's also been comments which have been made that the compensations could be higher, which is there. And so in a way, it boils down to a issue around retention of people who are skilled and who have been trained, so that their efficiency is higher and you are able to get much better outcomes which are there. So from where you sit, running a system with 17,000 beds, what's your take on that? And what do you think is the ideal world, basically?
In healthcare, I wish there was an ideal world, but coming back to Professor Sarang's point, very interesting point you made, that there isn't a business case which can actually excite the management across healthcare, that if there is a business case, I think everybody will latch onto it. So what we are today missing is a business case, and somebody has to take that initiative to come out with a business case, and then this will be a given norm. So whatever has happened in Indian healthcare, majority of time, we do not want to take innovative approach. We are actually trying to say, how do I continue to secure my EBITDA at the end of the day? And that is where the challenge and the problem lies for all the healthcare operators. But if we are able to prove a case saying, fine, if the quality of care does not dip, you are able to retain these people, you are able to empower the people, and you have greater acceptability in eyes of the management, for the patients, for the doctors, and the entire healthcare ecosystem. And on top of it, backed by the numbers, I think people will start seeing the value in that. So I think that entire ecosystem creation, today, we are working in isolation. One organization is training people. Second is finding it difficult to accept it. Third, people are trying to figure out whether it is my cost-effective modality or whether it is more of a retention tool. Somewhere, I think it will take 3 or 4 years down the line. I think on the same podium, we may be actually discussing this and saying this is a proven case. This is where I think we have moved. So I think I would say a journey which we have started. Somewhere down the line, I think we will have more answers as we walk this journey.
Thank you. So we'll wait for a pioneer to emerge who proves this case, basically, which is there, and then everybody else can imitate. So my next question is to Mr. Ashish Jain, and I'd like to take on a point which Professor Lalwani was making, which was in terms of cutting down on the training time of the nurses and all that. And also the point which was made earlier on was for somebody who's coming and spending time in whether getting educated to some extent or getting trained to some extent, what he or she ideally would look like is what are the returns that they get? Will there be employment? So you have any suggestions on how the cost and duration of the training can be optimized so that there is a greater choice, there are more people who get into the system?
Thank you. I think there are enough choices today in the ecosystem where healthcare providers can choose how to train and what duration they had to train. Say, for instance, in the skilling ecosystem, we had a provision where we can actually train person for a smaller duration and they can get micro credits, which are embedded into national education policy now. So what happens if a person is doing these micro credits or small credits, which can then add up to become, to a graduation or a post-graduation, depending on, and there is a provision which is already created in the new education policy now, which is already there. Secondly, I believe, while we look about this, probably one way of looking at this is, can industry themselves come forward to train these people? So Rajiv said, they are training people themselves, and which also talks about how do you retain these people for longer duration. And there are enough provisions for doing that again. So for instance, if you want to set up a nursing college or a medical college, probably it may be difficult for private hospital to get into that. But if they want to skill or reskill and upskill their existing staff, there is a possibility through Healthcare Sector Skill Council that they can come on board and can train. Many of the people sitting in this room are already doing that with us. Another important aspect is, which is government has provided, is the apprenticeship scheme. Can they utilize apprenticeship to engage this person for a longer duration while training, and then put them on the job where they learn it and then start working on this? So there are multiple areas which can be utilized to see how they can do it. And also, in the passing, I would say, how retention will happen is that probably if they recognize the skill certification and they are not treated as a third or a fourth person in the organization, probably retention will be much better. So everybody is looking for some respect in the organization. Probably some respect needs to be provided as well. If that can happen, probably I think we'll see better retention, and the cost is already in some cases. I think all the healthcare providers have some kind of training program, so cost can come from there. In addition to that, government is always willing to provide funds to train people, provided there's a case for it. Like in the Healthcare Sector Skill Council, we do train large number of people where the government is funding the training today. Similarly, which I mentioned about apprenticeship, government is willing to part fund the stipend which is to be paid to the the trainee. So government is willing to chip in. It's now for us to see how we actually make use of it, but we also have to take one step to see that how can we utilize which is available.
So I just want to ask you a follow-up question over here, which is, we have talked about the importance of training by employers and then, skilling basically, which is going on. Do you think accreditation program, and then Dr. Shabnam Singh was talking about, people need to be employable overseas. So do you think any accreditation program of professionals who have worked for 2 or 3 years or something, who are trained, who are really interested, would solve a lot of the problems that we are talking about?
So in a sense, accreditation program is already available. While we train a person on a standard qualification, on an NSQF level, the person is accredited for that particular NSQF level, which is recognized in India, and it could be mapped globally as well. So there's an accreditation in some form which is already available. We are talking about accreditation for a person, which happens by the way of certification, which gives him or her credit also to move up the ladder in terms of the progression to the higher levels. So accreditation exists, but yes, if we are looking at a specific personal accreditation, we can look at that and provide a specific accreditation also for a skilled health professional. For allied health professional, probably the commission which is there would accredit them and provide them the necessary registration, which will act as a accreditation.
So I just got a message. We are overshooting on the time. So last 2 questions. So I'd go back to you, Professor Sarang Diom. So, you talked about training of people in the community and all that. So any comments that you have on the importance of managerial skills, softer skills, along with the technical skills which are there, especially in a community setup?
Yeah, thank you. I was actually going to make that comment as well, not only in the community setting, I think even within the hospital setting, because what I'm understanding is that the allied health professional is a very wide spectrum. And Shabnam mentioned is that some people may even command a salary into lakhs. Those are different people. And so what we need to understand is that the training, while the technical training is obviously catered towards a particular type of those technical skills, the soft skill is important. And the one way to differentiate is who are the people who are front facing and who are the people in the back end, right? Because the front facing people at least would need communication skills, would need collaboration skills. They are the people who end up navigating patients in a hospital. As a caregiver, I'm not always able to access a nurse or a doctor and I ask someone around ki ye kahan pe milega, ye report kahan pe milega, ya ye main kahan le jaun. And so they end up, whether we like it or not, becoming navigators, brand ambassadors, etc., etc. And the technical skills they require may be not, that complicated. So now, who can provide this soft training? I don't think the training houses can, which is why I like this notion of PDO, People Development Office, as it was called. Every organization has responsibility to continually develop people. And a large part of that development comes not through technical skills, but these soft skills. And I think the issue with soft skills sometimes is that they get equated with saying good morning, good afternoon. In fact, I'm sure all of us have encountered this where even if it is afternoon, the person is saying good morning because they've been told to say good morning, right? But I think that's where true empathy needs to come in, where these people are able to understand the patient or the caregiver's perspective. And are able to guide them in the right direction or communicate appropriately. So I think it's quite important and possibly low-hanging fruit. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So the last question, Professor Lalwani, how can we leverage online education?
Thank you for that. I'll keep it brief as we're closing. So technology is a wonderful accelerator and enabler, but it doesn't necessarily solve everything. There has to be, as we heard about soft skills, or you would need hands-on training as well. But technology has tremendous potential. And what we call the S3, the 3 S's. You've got the standardization, you've got the scale, and you've got sustainability. And they can bring all of those. So from a standardization, you could standardize the technical content. You could standardize delivery, the pre-assessment, post-assessment, the certification, and even the verification. So all of that, and the systems are in place. There are open source platforms, easy to develop turnkey systems that can be deployed by the various institutes over here. That's number one. Scale. Again, with these same systems, we are working with various institutes. You could train easily tens of thousands of people in multiple different languages, which is what we're doing right now, 16 languages across India. And you could do that with maybe 10 to 15 people. So you can bring scale relatively easily as well. And then sustainability. The same technology can be installed in your companies, in your institutes, focused on, like we heard, people development or talent management, because you need continuous learning. We heard from the Meditech that they're introducing new products all the time, software upgrades, digital health. You cannot rely on induction training or once-a-year training. What you need is a learning system, which again, the technology can give you that. So standardization, scalability, and sustainability is what technology can give you.
Thanks for that. So with that, we come to the end of the session. We'd be consolidating all the comments and the findings which are there. And one of the comments the panel members made when we were discussing this was that this should not be a one-off exercise, but it's something which should continue and we should try and make an impact. Do we have any time for audience questions, or we are done? So thank you very much.
I request all speakers to please gather for a group photograph. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. And we will, of course, share with you the certificates for the 50 saplings that will be planted for this session and nurtured in your name. We'd like to thank our silver sponsors, Krishna and Polymed. And now we move on to a very exciting section of the conference, which is going to focus on startups. Leapfrog innovations to power the next wave of healthcare. Disruptive startups in health tech fields have brought in innovative solutions to many challenges faced by the healthcare sector. While the initial excitement had created a lot of interest among venture capitalists, now there is greater caution amongst investors with focus no longer on hypergrowth, but on creating sustainable businesses that are efficient and profitable. This session will provide a unique platform for innovative health tech startups to showcase their solutions, and domain experts will recognize and mentor innovative ideas that can power the next phase of growth for startups. We would like to thank our knowledge partners, IQVIA, for their guidance. And just for the benefit of everybody here in the hall, starters will commence right outside the hall at 7 p.m. If you wish, you can bring to your tables a plate full of starters, but do stay in the hall because the startup pitches are going to be very interesting and eye-opening. So all of you would, I'm sure, learn a lot and enjoy those pitches. So do come back to the hall for the pitches. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Shravan Subramaniam, past president, NATHEALTH and advisor, healthcare and medtech investments, Premji Invest, to come on stage and give the opening remarks and set the context. Please give him a round of applause.
Good evening. Good to be back and grateful to have a full house. We hope to keep this quite exciting. We have startups that will be coming and doing their pitch. And it's very special for us because it's the first time since we started engaging with startups. I think probably 5 or 6 years ago, towards the end of Anjanda's tenure and the start of Siddhartha's tenure, we started engaging with startups. The first one, we had the startups outside the hall. Subsequently, we had the startups in the basement. And finally, this year, they are part of the plenary session because they are the ones that are going to change the face of healthcare. And as service providers, as medtech companies, we have all of you here with my humble request, excuse me, to give feedback to our startups, to invest in them, to buy their products, because that is the real encouragement we need for our startups. While there's plenty of advice, advice is cheap, but please buy these products and make a difference to the startup ecosystem. You know, we've come a long way as a country from our understanding of technology. I shared in the past during some of these talks when we're addressing AI that about 6 or 7 years ago, when Sundar Pichai had come to India, there was a headline where it said, Sundar Pichai, Google to invest in Air India. And we were thinking, wow, that's pretty patriotic of a CEO to do that. But when the next day, there was a disclaimer that said, actually, Mr. Pichai had said, Google to invest in AI. And our press had interpreted that as Air India, right? Now, fast forward to just last month, when Satya Nadella visited India, and he was so impressed with the AI capabilities that we have in our country. He said India dropped the ball in the previous 4 platform shifts, from personal computing to the internet, to mobile, to cloud. And but then when it came to AI, he felt confident that the Indian talent and technology is on par with the technology around the world. So we are at that point where we can really make a difference. And so we are converging. We're bringing technology partners together. We're bringing startups together. AI is going to be part of our routine parlance when we're talking to each other. And Dr. Mahajan and I have often joked about whether AI would replace a radiologist. And he would say, a radiologist who utilizes AI would replace a radiologist who doesn't. But maybe there is a future where hospitals and service providers are going to look very, very different from today. And I'll take the liberty of saying this. Perhaps a radiologist is going to be replaced by, or at least several of their functions are going to be replaced by AI. We've got a perfect storm going here. We have a government that is very supportive of AIs. Nitin Mantri was just talking to me about his visit to Pragati Maidan, where they're having this startup Kumbh Mela with hundreds of startups and a lot of attention given towards healthcare. So policies are favorable. Funding is favorable. Innovation, academia, we have people from the government sector and private who will be speaking. And this morning, people were, the person with the quiz was talking about very dismal statistics. But actually, I love those statistics because when they say only $3 per capita being spent on medical technology, I think that's great because there's only one way to go, and that's up, right? We have an aging population, so there's going to be more need for healthcare and healthcare providers. We have our GDP per capita is increasing. Our healthcare spend per capita is increasing. So come on, startups, get in there, make some noise, do some damage, and transform healthcare. We've curated, Amit and I and a couple of others, we spent a lot of time, we were wondering, are we going to have enough startups to bring on stage? And we were overwhelmed by the response. It was very difficult for us to pare it down to the few that we have speaking to us. And for the ones that made it, thank you so much. We're very grateful. For the ones that didn't, it's on Amit. So you can take it up with him after that. But we do have some amazing speakers. Amit is going to be introducing Dr. Indu Bhushan, Mr. Sujit from T-Hub. I visited T-Hub that's in Telangana. It's a public-private partnership. We were talking about PPPs this morning. What a phenomenal initiative that is, where the government and private sector have collaborated together to create an innovation hub, to create an accelerator. Absolutely envious of the people who get to work there. And of course, we have our eminent jury and our panelists who are going to be, in a mock Shark Tank, if you will, speaking and advising our startups on where to go next. So with that, with a lot of excitement for this next session, a lot of gratitude for all of you to show up here. We will pay you back for that gratitude with dinner, which comes after this, but not until you hear us out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sure all of us are very excited to hear the startup pitches. Who doesn't like a live Shark Tank, right? But before we get to that, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Amit Mukim, Managing Director, IQVIA, South Asia, to please come on stage for a fireside chat. And he'll be in conversation with Dr. Indu Bhushan, former founding CEO, National Health Authority, NHA, and Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, and Mr. Sujit Jagirdar, Chief Innovation Officer, T-Hub. So please welcome both our guests with a huge round of applause. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Amit Mukim to steer this fireside chat.
So after the highly energizing talk that Shravan gave, one of the things, Shravan, I remember when we did the first startup session and we managed to get 100 startups in the hall, it was Dr. Indu Bhushan who came and inaugurated that session, so if you remember that. So thank you. Thank you again for being here. And we wanted to have a short conversation before we get the 6 startups to have the discussions and presentations for you. And it was important to set the stage because when Shravan was talking about the perfect storm at many fronts, the sands have shifted in a few ways, especially post 21-22. One was the entire wave of the pandemic. The other was the geopolitical situation not only caused shifts in markets and the way countries started looking at relationship for trade, but it also caused shifts in capital flows. And the third and most important point was the entire wave of technology. And suddenly, the wave of potential that technology has. I have not seen for the last 3 to 6 months the conversations people are having on what technology can do. And it's only now being left to imagination of what role technology can play in healthcare. So with that, thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And before we get into the conversation, I'd love to ask both of you a little bit more about beyond the introduction that was made on what's keeping you all busy so far.
I think for me, it's golf and bridge. And I'm also working with the Johns Hopkins University. I teach a course there on health financing. And I am working with them on a 5-country project on digital health. And I'm on a few boards, both corporate and not-for-profit. So that's more than enough.
Wonderful.
Very good evening. Thank you very much, NatHealth and Amit, for having me here. So to just answer your question, in fact, 2 objectives that we run with. A bit of an introduction. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Subramaniam for a fantastic intro to T-Hub. Not many of you might be aware. We are the world's largest innovation hub. Yes, I mean it. You heard it right. Right in our backyard in India, in Hyderabad. So we incubate, accelerate close to 2,000 startups over the last 9 years of our existence. And currently, we have close to 450 startups in the building. And just to give you a little more about the topography. So it's an 18-acre land. It has obviously the startups. We run curated programs for startups to encourage them from idea stage till they are able to raise funds. We also have another interesting sister concern called T-Works. So it's India's largest prototyping center. Now, I'm sure you know, sorry, it's a long answer, but this is what is keeping us busy. So the India's largest prototyping center, and I'm sure some of these pointers came up in various panel discussions. Startups, when they walk in, when they start at least trying to identify where to go and build those prototypes, no manufacturing unit would want to stop their production lines and try and get few pieces in, right? Few tens of pieces or hundreds of pieces. Where do they go? So some of these very practical on the floor, on the ground problems is what we are trying to solve for startups. And that's what keeps us busy, Amit.
Thank you, Sujit. You really are busy. That much I can tell you. Yeah. So let me start with the simple word, right? Which is innovation. And when I look at innovation, and for developed markets, it has a very different context. But when we talk about innovation for a country like ours, and Dr. Bhushan, maybe you can opine on this because you literally launched the largest universal health program in the world 6 years ago. When you were looking at it, and when you were looking at innovation that could come in to actually support this, what were the dimensions on which you would have hoped that innovation could come in and really help this cause?
Just to clarify, so you're talking about Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, right? Yeah. PMJ, very unique experience for me, but also for the country, because we had to launch that scheme within 6 months. And just imagine launching a scheme which is going to be reaching 500 million people and implemented in 36 states and UTs, who have different systems, and impaneling 20,000 hospitals, and ensuring a system where we can identify each person who's going to be coming, whether the person is eligible or not, and the person is the person that he claims or she claims to be, and then tracking what treatment has been given and making the payments and ensuring that there are no frauds and abuse in the system. All that was to be done within 6 months' time. And of course, we had the benefit and have here who helped us create that. And so we wanted to have a system where that all could be done in a paperless manner end to end. And their IT systems, we had 3 different modules that we had put together, and that helped. And within 6 months, of course, we could not only implement it, but also sustain it, and the scheme took off. And without that IT innovation, that scheme was like it was impossible for that scheme to be implemented in a diverse country like ours.
Sir, one more follow-on question to this. And if I draw the parallel with the digital economy that was created through UPI, right? And it's a classic example worldwide on such scale, we created mass digitization. Now, if I compare that to healthcare, where do you think the aspiration could be with respect to this journey?
Well, Amit, I think that's a great question. And after we had launched Ayushman Bharat PMJ, we also launched again, supported by Mr. J. Satyanarayana, ABDM. Now it's called ABDM. At that time, it's called National Digital Health Mission. And I truly believe, and many of us believe, that ABDM has exactly the same potential for health sector that UPI has shown already in the finance sector. But there's a few things that one has to be careful about. One has to be patient. NPCI, which is implemented UPI, was established in 2008, and it took close to about 8-9 years before we started to see the results on the ground. So it's going to take time. We also have to see that, in UPI, we were dealing with small number of banks, maybe 50 banks, or maybe maximum 100 banks that have all the major information, and of course, millions of consumers. In health space, we have thousands of providers and different kind of providers, not only corporate hospitals, but small hospitals and small diagnostic labs and what have you. So we are dealing with large number of providers who have information, and they are diverse as well. Also, as we know that in the banking sector, all the information was digitized about 3 decades ago. We've been using internet banking since the early 90s. In health sector, that digitization has not taken place. Most of the PHRs, most of the personal health records are in paper form, even in the best hospitals in the country. You go to AIMS, you go to PGI, most of the records are in. So it will take time in terms of providing that. But UPI was also lucky because there was a push for Jandan accounts. Large number of Jandan accounts were created. And also there was a demonetization, which gave a push to UPI. We are also looking for that moment for health sector where this can be done. And once this ABDM takes root and takes off, I'm sure that it will lead to similar kind of innovation and a lot of energy which has been released in UPI or in financial sector. We'll see the same kind of energy and explosion of innovations in health sector as well.
Sujit, Dr. Bhushan mentioned 2 words which I want to ask you of. One was he talked about paperless. The other, he talked about data, right? Now, when I look at healthcare, and similar to UPI in a way, you have multiple stakeholders. You have the patient, you have the hospital, you have the clinics, you have the payers, you have the life sciences industry. Data is completely segregated, and yet everybody is trying to make meaning between themselves. And then the question becomes, what's in it for me, right? Now, in the place that you are sitting, you are engaging with many of these stakeholders.
What I wanted to ask you is, from the time in your own journey, are you seeing those steps being taken by the ecosystem to become stronger?
Yeah, so before I answer that question, just an addition to what Dr. Bhushan said, the little secret as far as UPI's success is, there were quite a few startups that build the stack behind, working along with NPCI. And I'm sure when HI, comes into picture, that's what is going to be the case. I think hence NatHealth and the teams that are engaging with startups, I think they are pretty much in the right direction. So, and coming back to the question as to all these stakeholders coming together and what's in it for me, obviously each one is having that question in their mind. I mean, for that, I would like to take one step back and understand what are the things that they are trying to solve for. Right, when you look at the corporates, I'm talking about whether large corporate hospitals, etc. Data is still very fragmented, and the sharing of data is not so easy for them for various reasons. Because one, it is in some sense a competitive advantage for them to hold on to the data. Second is that, how do you integrate with the external parties, right? When they have to interface with any other, unless there are standards that are created, right? So at a very, highest level, the integration, data sharing, all of that is a challenge still not solved for. Now, when it comes to startups, they require that data to build the, if it is a technology startup, it's a medtech, entity that is trying to build some kind of, a pilot for their products. How do they access that data, right, or information? So, and of course, there are multiple other startups, for example, funding, so mentorship, etc. And then you have various other providers, who have typical challenges. Then the other issue is researchers. How do you bring researchers back to the fold to help, especially the startups when they are in their journeys? So what we are trying to do, Amit, is trying to see if we can create consortiums, right, that evolve some common objectives. I mean, it is like saying common minimum program, right? So that will address all their challenges, yet it doesn't get into a place where people back off. So that's what we are trying to do, trying to see if we can build those consortiums. And one of them that was launched recently in Hyderabad was a BFSI consortium that has actually, is trying to do similar work. Why not MedTech consortium? Right. I think Dr. Shravan and NatHealth is already in that path. Probably we need to have more of such, discuss these challenges and see how we can come out with something more meaningful, addressing all those, what is in it for me. But right now, is a solution available? No, the answer is no, at least from my perspective. Would you like to add?
If I, this question was the first question probably that was asked when we started consultations with hospitals and providers on adoption of National Digital Health Mission, that hospitals would ask, what is in it for me? Why should we be interested in ABDM or NDHM at that time? And I think it's a very genuine question because, right now, if you look at it, the interest of, unlike UPI again, interest of hospitals, providers, labs, and consumers, they're not converging because maybe hospitals want to hold on to the data, they not want to share it, or some providers may not be able to, like, they don't want to be accountable to, or maybe transparent, and maybe please don't take it otherwise, some of you. But we had created some use cases where we're trying to convince hospitals that it's going to be helping them as well. Of course, primarily by making the treatment more effective, but also on mundane business issues, because we realize that a typical hospital for starting has to take about more than 50 approvals from different regulatory agencies. and they have to file different kind of forms and follow-up is different. And if we could ensure that through ABDM, all the information which is put by a hospital, which is verified and which is in a form which is acceptable to all, and they can read off the same page, and they don't have to fill out different kind of application forms, and which will make them the whole process more transparent and cost effective. That will help. Similarly, Amit, digital health has taken root in those countries where insurance is deep rooted, because insurance companies have inherent interest in ensuring that whatever treatment is given is transparent, and they want to know what hospitals have like what kind of treatment hospitals have given. They are also interested in the background of patients and consumers, and so they insist that all the transactions are digitized, and that's why digital health has taken root in many countries. And in India, since Ayushman Bharat in a way is the biggest insurer right now, covering more than 40% country, and much of what Ayushman Bharat does is digitized in terms of empanelment of hospitals, all the records which are there. And once this increases, probably the ambit of Ayushman Bharat increases, more people come on under the coverage. Then obviously all the hospitals and providers won't have any choice but to digitize, because otherwise probably the treatment, the payment will not be done for large part of the population, right?
Sujit, I'm going to ask you a slightly provocative question. The current environment, reality is that the froth on capital is gone, right? There's no fastest finger first on people running and funding startups. There's a lot more rigor in the way entrepreneurship is being looked at, scale is being looked at, and everything else, which is great. And then you have a situation based on what both of y'all have said, that the entry points are not easy, especially for entrepreneurs who are trying to engage in an institutional framework. If you're going to launch a brand, a consumer brand in India, I think if you've got the right product market fit, you can accelerate and you have a runway. But if you're going down the route of science, if you're going down the route of institutional partnerships to actually launch and commercialize your product, whether it's in the private or the public health space, the question is, in your ecosystem, when you all are engaging with so many entrepreneurs or startups, what is it that you are seeing some of them doing, or how are you guiding them to set them up for success?
Actually, good question, Amit. In fact, that's, I think that brings the point of what we actually do. I mean, apart from the nice building that we have and, infrastructure that we have, we run certain curated programs. In fact, just to add to your point, the mortality rate of startups, and this is an unfortunate reality, is that it's almost 93%, right? And most of the startups start with, I don't think any exception is there, start with their self-funding, right? Bootstrapping, as we call it. So how do you improve that significantly enough? And that's what we do very quickly. I know we are running out of time, but we run very curated programs. There are programs for ideation phase. There are programs for design phase. There are programs to create MVP specifically. There are programs to have access to market, right? So how can a no-name startup come in front of the entities here, the platinum partners and the gold partners that are listed there? So we create those opportunities so that a lot of validation happens at every stage. All these, and then finally, of course, for helping them with the funding, right? Prepare them for the funding stage. So all of these are 100-day programs. So technically, any startup that walks in on day one, after say 400 days, roughly over a year, they actually are ready to raise funds, which is one of our success criteria measurement. In fact, to be very honest, we are at now 40% of our success rate. So still it is best in class, I would say. So that is what we are trying to do. It's a tough ask, but that's where we engage with corporates. Part of my role is to engage with corporates to help them come onto the stage, right? And work with startups in prototype building or designing, providing them with access to data or piloting POCs. That's how, the validation happens. And that's one of the ways that we engage to help out.
Thank you, Sujit. Dr. Bhushan, one final question, and then I'll maybe invite comments from the group. There is still a huge gap in access, right? We can continue to build hundreds and thousands of beds in India, but I don't think we're going to solve the problem, right? And I think when you started your journey, even 6 years ago, you would have seen that. Today, with everything that is going on, I would like to ask you, where are the specific pockets of opportunity that you see for entrepreneurs to bridge that gap in healthcare, both for public and the private sectors?
Well, a great question again, Amit. We don't have to go very far. Just 3 years ago, when COVID hit us, government finalized the guidelines for telemedicine, and just one guideline of telemedicine expanded the access to specialized consultation in a big way. And that was one example how digital health can improve access. But that is not all. Actually, we've just scratched the surface, because, digital health has potential to expand the output of our current workforce. We were talking about radiology, and what one radiologist can do in one day, probably with AI, that person can do 3x or 4x. So the same number of radiologists can provide services which maybe 4 times of those skilled workers could do. Earlier, Dr. Lalwani was talking about old age care when our country is aging, and home-based care can be expanded in a big way with the IoT and with the digital health in terms of their monitoring and in general the healthcare in hospital, because no one wants to be in hospital longer. No one wants to go to hospital, and hospital care is so expensive. So in future, it could be that we go to hospitals only for procedure and invasive treatment, but most of the time we are recuperating at homes and being taken care of at homes with the much lower level of skills that are needed to look after you. And with the IoT and other devices, you are being monitored. So I think the potential for innovations to increase access are immense, and think we'll be probably looking at some many unknowns. We don't even know that these potential possibilities exist, which will create options for improving access.
Just wanted to add the unknowns part. In fact, though we are situated in Hyderabad, in Telangana, 40% of the startups are from across the country, and about 10 to 15% of the startups are from across the globe. Actually, as on today, we have UK-based startups that are getting incubated there, because India is a very big market. World has realized that they are technically, many of the startups and many of the countries are looking at, to get their startups access to India market. So the opportunity is, opened up now. Across at least 6 different countries, startups are getting incubated in T-Hub. So the unknown is really, wide open.
Thank you, Sujit. Thank you, Dr. Bhushan. If we have time, I would like to invite only 2 questions from the audience, because we've got the entrepreneurs waiting, and I'll also explain how we've created those groups of entrepreneurs based on the last point Dr. Bhushan mentioned. But any comments or questions for the audience? Yes, Himanshu.
Hi, thanks for a great discussion.
Himanshu, just introduce yourself.
I'm Himanshu Sikka. I lead blended finance facility working with healthcare entrepreneurs, both early stage as well as established, called Samrit Blended Finance Facility. One challenge that we also face, like in the startup journey, is the regulatory approvals. While we have the CDCSO, within India also, many of the private sector don't recognize that as a kind of golden thing. They always are looking for FDA and CE clearances for the devices specifically before adopting them. The other thing is scientific papers and all published. So where do you see how can, like when we're talking about India for the world and exporting medical devices in the future, what do you think government can do and incubators like T-Hub can do in that space?
So you are absolutely bang on. Actually, one of the startup founders was saying, yeah, they have built a medical device that actually tracks, non-invasive glucometer. They have created one of those devices. He was saying that it took 1.5 years to build and 2 years to get the regulatory approvals. They were almost bankrupt. Absolutely right. Interestingly, in September, I think end of September last year, US FDA commissioner and his entire team delegation was at T-Hub. One of the topics was that, and again, I'm calling out US FDA purely because they are the gold standard in approvals. If you have that, you have access everywhere. So the point was, they cutting the long story short, how do you bring the whole compliances, regulatory requirements into design itself, so that you don't discover that at a later stage after pilots. I'm talking from a startup language, right? So early in the design, understand those and embed them so that you don't falter at a later stage. That's what has been one of the learnings. So this is one way of looking at things. No easy answer, but that's a path we are exploring.
Thank you. Any other questions or points? Yes.
Hi, this is Agrigesh. I run a biotech startup out of Chennai. Follow up to what the last question was, clinical studies and research papers and other studies that needs to be done for any medical device that is getting launched. This itself pretty much cost consuming. So both the people over there, all of you guys combined in both regulatory aspects as well as in clinical trials and other things, will there be a fast track process which looks at a very small budget to get this done? Is there a possibility for that? Say, let's say 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs clinical trials to be wrapped up rather than going to into crores.
Well, my honest answer is that I don't know. And but
between three of you,
yes,
may have to find an answer because.
But what you're saying is makes sense. That if you want to encourage startups and so they should be some fast track process for clinical trials. But it's a much larger issue where if we're dealing with the health of people, we can't have a different process for different kind of entities, right? We have to have same rigorous process that we have for a big company or startups, because ultimately we have to make sure that not only the intervention that you're suggesting is effective, but also it's safe for all different kind of humans, right?
I didn't mean a quicker process by cutting out something out. Let it be rigorous and let it be everything. Let it just not be cost prohibitive. That's all.
Okay.
We don't have the budget as a startup when we are starting of millions of dollars. In the US, it is possible. In India, it's pretty hard to get millions of dollars in the starting phase.
See, one of the models I've seen, and this is maybe an idea we can explore in India, where I have seen some of the sponsors of the trials, especially in developed markets, investing in that process itself and becoming partners in the research journey. Of course, then they also share the upside. And that could be something to think about, right? And can that framework get created where you have some of the sponsors, hospitals, actually coming in and participating in some way, right? Now, coming back to Dr. Bhushan's point, look, I think the only area I have seen where, and because we operate in clinical trials across the world, the only area I have seen where there has been created a framework for a different way to look at trials, keeping patient safety and everything aside, is in the area of digital therapeutics, right? So there have been frameworks that have got created in digital therapeutics because that is now becoming an additional class of therapy, software as a medical device and other areas, which may require a different way to approach a trial. So there you have had developments in the regulatory framework. But in the traditional course of medicine, I think there is a rigorous process that needs to be followed. And there, then I think you need to look at partners who can partner in your journey to actually create the resources available to you.
Just to add, I mean, I'm assuming you are looking at access to certain data to enhance your, process. There is an entity called RICH, Research Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, which is headed by Dr. Rajit Ranjekar, who's the ex-director of ISB. In fact, they work very closely with a lot of research institutions to try and provide access to data information. If that is what you are looking for, to help with your clinical trials, maybe, you can approach them as well. We can facilitate that. But as he said, there's no simple answer right now.
Yeah. So on that note, yes, Harsh.
See, I think what he's talking about is the cost that is involved in running the trial. He doesn't want to shortchange anything. He wants it to follow the rigors that are necessary for bringing a medical product into clinical use. So I think this is where someone from Samridh was here. This is a blended financial instrument where, USAID, IP Global, Samridh, they get together. Maybe the answer can be found in some such financial instrument to be able to help them bridge that gap. If it's 5 crores that's necessary, then someone has to take the risk, as Amit said, but they will also share the upswing that may be there when the product comes to market.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ash. So on that note, I'll echo back to when Shravan was mentioning the whole construct of this session. The way, of course, now we are at the most exciting part of the session, having set the context. But I will call upon, when I was asking Dr. Bhushan the areas, and when we were looking at how we invite some of the entrepreneurs to actually share their pitch with you, we identified 3 areas. We had looked at, are there companies, both in India and companies across the world, that are disrupting the way provider or delivery of healthcare is happening? So that was one. The second was, are there companies that are progressing in the area of AI, data, and analytics, right? That was the second. And the third, companies that are innovating in the area of medical technology that could actually bring more access in the current infrastructure framework. So we had more than 24 companies that reached out to us. Of course, it was very, very tough for us to make sure that we have a representation in this way, as well as have people from across the world also try and participate in this. So we have 6 companies, 3 physically, if I'm not mistaken, and a couple of them virtually, who will come in and share their pitch with you all. It's an open forum, right? Please do hear them out. They would love your feedback. We would want that this engagement and interaction is beneficial both ways, right? Not only with respect to the feedback they receive, but also opportunities for either partnership, investment, any scaling that could happen as a result of the investment they are making to be part of this forum with us. So with that, I'll hand it back to the MC. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please stay back for the pitch sessions if you can. It'll be very, very interesting. And back to you. Thank you.
to our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and your guidance. Thank you. And now we give center stage to a set of 6 health tech startup companies that will make a pitch to our expert panel of healthcare veterans. I would now like to invite on stage Ms. Kritika Sivaraman, Senior Vice President, Investment Banking, Indian Capital, to steer this entire session forward. Please give it up for Ms. Kritika Sivaraman.
Sorry, problems of being short. Hi, everyone. I hope you all can hear me fine. Thank you. So I know that this is like end of the day, so I'll try to keep this context setting, if you will, brief. Very quickly, right? So over the past few years, we have all seen this increasing number of tech-driven innovations, especially in healthcare and, med tech. And this has been largely in line with increasing technology adoption, as well as driven by what we know as, strong VC venture capital interest and government initiatives. But while we've heard a lot, I would say a whole lot about startups who are doing things like online consultations, medicines deliveries, diagnostics at home, and so on, which target, end patients and consumers. There are this wide range of startups, some of whom are, here with us today, that focus on providing solutions within hospital settings and for healthcare providers. These startups address things like clinical management, inpatient, care solutions, therapeutics, and medical devices, and so on. And these startups, right, we feel the 2 key success drivers for them are A, access to hospitals and healthcare providers, and B, access to patient capital. With that in mind, Dr. Shravan, who you met, the IQVIA team and us at Indian Capital decided to work with NATHEALTH to, curate this pitch session wherein we can help, healthcare leaders and founders such as yourselves to meet and interact with health tech and med tech startups and understand what are these innovations that they are doing and how to collaborate with them. And parallelly also for these startups to get, first-hand access to this room full of healthcare leaders and potential customers for them, as well as investors. So towards that end, we have a panel of experts who are there with us to help provide these startups with valuable inputs and feedback. So I'm just very quickly introducing them for the larger audience's benefit. We have, and you already saw him, Dr. Indu Bhushan, former founding CEO, National Health Authority and ABPMJ. We have Dr. Harsh Mahajan, past president, NATHEALTH, founder and chief radiologist of Mahajan Imaging. We have Dr. Shravan Subramanian, immediate past president, NATHEALTH, and advisor, healthcare and medtech investments, Premji Invest. Mr. Shivinder Mohan Singh, past president, NATHEALTH. Mr. Anjan Bose, founder, secretary general, NATHEALTH. Mr. Amit Mukim, managing director, South Asia, IQVIA. Mr. Nitish Agarwal, managing director, Indian Capital Advisors. Mr. P.L. Mehta, vice chairman and managing director, Neotia Healthcare. Mr. Mukul Bagga, advisor, DG Bridge Healthcare. And Dr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO of Indian Healthcare Angels. So with this, I would say wide range of expert panel, amongst which we have investors, advisors, and healthcare providers. We will introduce you to the 5 shortlisted startups that would be presenting in this brief pitch session. These are startups, across the areas of, data-driven healthcare and analytics, AI platforms for diagnostics, medical devices, insurance, and so on. So on that note, I will quickly let you all know what's the kind of format we'll follow for these 5 startups. Each startup will get about 7 to 10 minutes to present their pitch and solution to the audience. We'll follow that up with some questions from the expert panel as well as the larger audience here. So broadly about 15 minutes per startup. With that, I would like to call on stage the first startup that we have with us, which is Promaxo. Promaxo was founded by a team of entrepreneurs and healthcare innovators to develop a minimally invasive and patient-centric MRI and robotic platform. The company's mission is to improve lives through the state-of-the-art imaging, robotics, and AI capabilities. Dr. Amit Vora, founder, president, and CEO of Promaxo, is here to share his presentation with us. Welcoming him on stage.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and present the Promaxo story to you. I'm going to go through this thing pretty fast. I do this all the time. So just stop me anytime along the way or I'll wait for questions. Again, a bit about me, Amit Vora. Been in startup world since 2008, PhD, and then did my MBA along the way. But, worked in imaging, worked in urology for a while. So I'll go through Promaxo and hopefully you guys enjoy the story. So what we're doing at Promaxo is we're building a portable MR platform that we are commercializing. And we have our own robotics as well that allows us to do procedures in outpatient. So what does that mean? What we have done is we've made MRIs adaptable, flexible, that now they can go into outpatient without needing shielding, without need of infrastructure. But more importantly, we're not focused just on imaging. We want to be able to do interventions under an MR. Our beachhead market is prostate, and that's what we are focusing on. The company is at revenue. It's actually one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing medical device company in the US right now. And that's a big claim to make. But it is what it is. We've got people who've done this a few times. The company last year did about 47% in gross margin, about 45 million in bookings. A lot of innovative stuff around it, as you would see. We have over 250 patents protecting the technology, both on MR, robotics, as well as system patents. The company at scale will be over 30% EBITDA, which is in the next 3 to 4 years. And we get to being EBITDA positive over the next 12 months as well. A lot of peer-reviewed publications around it. We'll go into some of our clinical stuff downstream in this deck. We look at doing biopsies, finding cancer specifically on the prostate right now. And our detection rates are approaching 77%, which I'll go into a bit more as well, is way better than the standard of care. Again, 510(k) cleared as you would envision, massive markets we're going after. Prostate by itself is about a 3 billion annual TAM for us. We've already sold over 100 systems. I think we're approaching 110 as of yesterday. So it's been a very fast growth rate for us over the last 2.5 years. And we're going into other applications, female pelvic, OBGYN. We're doing a lot of work on kidney with Mount Sinai and then going into it with Cleveland Clinic as well. So let me just move on and show you some more stuff. We all know MRIs. Everybody here knows. And this is a question I asked somebody on a 1-minute pitch once. Do you enjoy being inside an MR? And one of the ladies in the audience did raise her hand and she said she did, which was surprising because I didn't know what to say after that. But bottom line is MRIs have their place. We're not trying to replace a conventional MRI. That's not the story here. What we are doing is creating a new class of MRs that could make it more flexible, more adaptable as well. Like MRs by nature, are hard to work with. It's hard to bring tools under it. It's hard to install them. They're expensive. Patients do not enjoy the claustrophobic environment. So that's where we come in. Let me just move this forward. So what we are doing is, this actually doesn't show our MRI. We'll show it on the next slide. But in the prostate space, we're able to do MR-guided biopsies now. We're doing everything transperineally. We're able to do targeted treatments as well. We've already done cryo. We've already done HIFUs, even IREs directly under the scanner, and all in outpatient, ASCs, or even in clinics. And finally, we're building our own screening protocols. This is a low-field MRI. We're at about 60 millitesla, and we're single-sided. So this is the first single-sided MRI ever cleared by FDA for doing procedures as well. All right. So this is what the MRI looks like. Now, in pictures, it looks pretty small, but just to give you an idea, it's about 4 feet tall, 30 inches in diameter, 20 inches deep. I know I'm talking in inches and pounds and everything, but please, pardon me for that. What it is it can go through a regular door. When I say a regular door, I don't mean this massive door. It should go through a regular door. It can go into an elevator. It can go into anything and fit into a small 9 feet by 10 feet office. And it doesn't need any shielding, any cryogens. We have our own MR compatible robot that's going to FDA. This should be cleared over the next 10 to 12 months as well. And this enables us to do needle guided procedures directly under the scanner. And finally, like I said, we're a California based company. So there's no way we don't use the word AI. We have to put it everywhere. I was just thinking of putting generative AI here, but AI is good enough for now. So we do use a lot of AI. We actually have clearances on AI as well from FDA. And we use this for enhancing our images, denoising because we are low field. But in the long run, what we are building is, computer-aided diagnostics, predictive analysis, adaptive treatment planning. And this is where this is going. We have sold across every customer segment in the US. And when I say that, I mean, US and urology is kind of unique. 50% of urologists, up to 70% of them are in community setting. So we sell directly into offices, small offices, large offices, mid-sized offices. We also sell into ASCs. These could be physician-owned ASCs. These could be hospital-owned ASCs. But also the thing that kind of pertains to the Indian market is we are selling into hospitals as well, in OR as well as in ambulatory surgical setting. We've sold to a small practice of 2 people. We've also sold to massive IDNs like SCA and everything. So this is what truly excites us as a company. Yes, we've done a lot of work in prostate, and we've realized the prostate biopsies and treatment market, but we're also looking at clinical expansion opportunities. So we have a big research grant with CHUM in Montreal that's looking at ovarian cancer, low-dose brachy. We're doing work with NIH, which is looking at tissue characterization and various treatments. We're working with Mount Sinai, even Cleveland is getting on this bandwagon, which is going to look at kidney and breast. Also, again, procedure-driven, right? Doing kidney biopsies, single breast imaging with breast biopsies. Someday we'll go to orthopedics, which is mostly an imaging play, but not as excited about that. Like again, on the products, we have the MRI, which is cleared for prostate, looking at other indication opportunities. We have a robot that is MR compatible with a clearance expected later this year, and then building more and more on our classifiers. So on the key top line financial metrics, the bankers really love this. As you can see, this has been brushed by multiple bankers, right? Because all these numbers are not what we usually put in. The company has grown from doing $1 million in bookings to 14.5 to 45 to looking at doing over 75 million this year. So it's been 100% year over year forward growing, compounded annual growth rate as well. Gross margins approaching 70% over the next 18 months with EBITDA break even, 30% EBITDA margin at scale. Last year, we sold 69 systems. As of yesterday, I think we're approaching 108, 110, some number around there. So it's been a pretty fast growth rate. And we've sold across different states. And the reason that metric is important for us is we spoke about payers. Like in the US, we want to work with every MAC to see how the reimbursements are working out. And this is a purely reimbursement play on top of better clinical outcomes as well, because now practices can bill for MR in outpatient. And that's a big deal in the US market. So this is a video I think I'll play with one of our urologists who uses it. So hopefully I'll stay quiet for a minute and a half. And I don't see any volume. I'm not sure how I can do that, but is there any way I can play volume? No.
This is different than an MRI fusion biopsy. It's offered better patient care, better outcomes, and less side effects.
I was very worried going into my Promaxo biopsy because I had a traditional biopsy before. The recovery from that took a very long time. It was very unpleasant, and the procedure itself was extremely stressful.
We can accurately look and find the cancers without any transrectal ultrasound or probe.
My Promaxo MRI biopsy gave the doctor exactly what we needed to know to determine my course of treatment. There's just not enough words to describe how much easier and how much less impactful the Promaxo procedure is.
Promaxo has enabled me to run clinic and perform biopsies at the same time. Before I was running to the ASC to do my biopsies. Now I can bring it all in-house. And for patients, that makes the experience so much more easier. This is a technology that is eons ahead of what we have here in our community. And bringing this on board has really set us apart from the other practices around us. I imagine in the future, we're going to be using this machine for so many different things in our offices. We're just at the tip of the iceberg.
My Promaxo MRI procedure was so easy and so much less invasive. My recovery time was just days. I had no complications whatsoever. I came out very, very
That's the most important thing for us, that we're not going through the rectum. It's not a transrectal approach. So there's no chances of infection or hospitalization either. And that's a big deal for the IDNs and the hospitals and the payers. Actually, it's surprising that a lot of payers wanted to look at that secondary endpoint rather than even the cost of MRIs and implementing them. So this is the final slide. The highlights, we got FDA clearance in March of 21. Continue to sell in 21, 22, 23. We have products in pipeline, which is our own robot and tissue characterization algorithms. We have research agreements in place with all the big academic names. We're going into Europe with the imperial colleges of the world as well. Rapid commercial traction. We've sold almost 110 systems, approaching 70 million in cumulative sales, and bunch of publications, both detailing the technology advancements as well as the clinical advances as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amit. We'll now open this up for questions. Over to the expert panel, please, perhaps. So, can somebody?
The price in the US market is $650,000, but we have flexible sales models. We can do pay-per-use, we can do op leases, we can do, capital sales. And actually, all the practices that we sell to usually end up being pay-per-use or op leases. And we have big financing partners who are supporting the whole equipment financing.
So anybody can report the MRI? The way the MRI is coming, anybody else can report on that?
So currently we're cleared for we don't need a radiologist to be in the room or a urologist to read the interpretation. Or radiologist to read the interpretation, but we do annotations on previously acquired MRs as well, high field, and that can be done offline. So everything gets stored in our cloud. So that's kind of unique. We store all the data, raw data, we store reconstructed data, everything. Yeah.
Now, based on what pricing you have got procedures in the US. Compared to India, have you done any homework that what are the price in India, the procedures and the payback?
Yeah, we have. It's going to be a lot cheaper in India, but I think what offsets it is potentially the number of procedures that we could do with it in the Indian market. But these are, answers we are kind of getting to right now. So I can give you more detailed answers one-on-one, but I don't want to say all the numbers out loud.
Philips, GE, and many others would be very interested in what you're doing.
Yeah, we know everyone, and they know us for years and years. So we make management presentations to all of them. The bankers are running market checks. We're running towards a dual track of an IP or M&A. So literally every imaging company, every robotics company, all large market cap companies are talking to us. So,
is there any interest in investing in your company or taking you over?
That's the idea. People have already invested in us. We've raised a lot of money, but that's kind of the thing. They want to acquire us. So, but for now, I think we're happy. So.
Would love to get your thoughts on unit economics. Is there a unit economics different from what you see in the US versus India?
Yes, absolutely. US is really reimbursement driven here, procedurally driven. The whole system was designed to be able to do prostate procedures and then potentially ovarian cancer or breast cancer procedures. And we're mostly oncology focused because that's where we can make the biggest impact. Now, even in a country like India, that does help us. If you're oncology focused, the payments are a lot better. Everything is a lot better rather than just being a pure imaging play, because we don't see that really differentiating us on the low field side.
So these 240 patents cover only the prostate cancer usage, or you're planning to actually expand the use case and then that 240 patents actually cover that? Just wanted to understand.
Patents cover everything, right? We have every indication covered through it. Our beachhead is prostate. So we want to focus on something, but IP covers everything.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll take other questions offline.
All right, thank you, sir.
Introducing our next startup, Haystacks Analytics. Based out of IIT Bombay, Haystacks is a health tech company creating clinical genomics products which enable diagnostics labs and hospitals to offer accurate and personalized diagnostics. Dr. Anirban Chatterjee, who is the founder and CEO, is joining us via Zoom. Over to you, Dr. Anirban.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm just checking if I'm audible in the auditorium.
Yes.
Cool. It's an amazing opportunity missed for me to be in this amazing auditorium and the group here. Nevertheless, I'll present some of the work that we have done. We work in genomics, and I'll straight away get into it. Why do we think genomics needs to be reimagined? I have myself been in genomics as a researcher for more than a decade now, and I think genomics, while it has really transformed healthcare in many different ways. What has been very difficult to understand is why has it not percolated to patient care as much as we would have liked. So we started Haystack Analytics to reimagine genomics so that it can be made available everywhere. And we think that there are three things that need to be done to make genomics relevant. The first, and in this order, the first thing that needs to be done is genomics needs to be made applicable. What I mean by that is, can a clinician use a genomic report? And I think that was the biggest challenge. Can a clinician use a genomic report and take a decision in 15 seconds and change the life of a patient for better? So we needed to make genomics applicable. The second is we needed genomics to be accessible. Genomics as a technology is such a ivory tower technology. It is known to be present in all the best research institutes in India and around the world. It's just not available around the corner. How could we make it accessible? And we think that if we can make it applicable and accessible, we can make it affordable. So with that thought, three of us got together, Professor Kiran, Gaurav, and I. All of us have huge technical backgrounds in different domains. I have been primarily in microbial genomics. I was at University of Oxford and Technical University of Denmark. Professor Kiran is an evolutionary biologist and a biochemist, and Gaurav is an engineer from IIT Kharagpur and also the finance guy in the room. But together, Professor Kiran and I have more than 40 years of research experience, and we have had the opportunity to publish in the best known journals in the world. So the three of us tried to kind of understand how to make this really work. And the journey of the country the company has been that we started brainstorming this in about 2020. By 2021, we launched our first product in tuberculosis, and we'll come to that product soon. In 2021, we also received the BHARAT grant for making the TB solution for India for the National TB Elimination Program. I think a pivotal moment for us was our partnership with Intel and GE Healthcare. We do have, to our credit, that our genomic stack is on the GE Edison platform with all the compliances that go along with it. And 2022, I think it was the biggest year for us in terms of innovation, where we actually created the universal ID test, which I'll be talking about now. As you can imagine, this journey has been only possible by the tremendous amount of partnerships and collaborations that we have done. We have been supported by the Department of Science and Technology, BIRAC. We are working very closely with the Indian Council for Medical Research, several of the national best-known hospitals in India, and have collaborations internationally as well. So our main focus has been in infectious diseases. The reason we have focused on infectious diseases are two. One, because we think this is a problem which is very India-centric. It's not that, post-COVID, it's very difficult to say that infections are only an LMIC problem. But then it is a problem that people have not invested a lot on. And secondly, we do believe that the first applications of genomics, where genomics will replace all current technology in diagnostics, is going to be in infections. We think that genomics is going to replace RT-PCR. We think that genomics is going to replace culture. So much so that I think we have already achieved that to some extent in tuberculosis that we are working in. And we are just about starting with non-communicable diseases. To make all of this happen, we had to first make the genomic software, which can completely automate bioinformatics. If you go around the room, whoever has done genomics, the common problem is going to be data. The common problem is going to be interpretation. The common problem is going to be annotation. And that requires a huge amount of skill. We have gone ahead and created probably one of the most niche skills in India and probably in the world, where we have domain experts in microbiology from PGI and several other places who have gone ahead and created the best known annotated catalogs that we can, and the technology team, which earlier used to create software for Fujifilm and GE, to have created the software stack to go with it. Our first solution, getting straight to it, is a TB whole genome sequencing product. This is the need of the hour for India. I was very fortunate to be part of the team in Oxford, which deployed this as the first solution in 2015 when they launched whole genome sequencing for TB. This is the only test right now available which can do drug resistance profiling for 18 antibiotics in a single test. And these 18 antibiotics include drugs which are already known and declared by WHO as unreliable to be diagnosed using culture microbiology, include bedaquiline, linezolid, pyrazinamide, ethambutol, para-aminosalicylic acid, clofazimine, and tritonamide. Interestingly, these are the drugs for the next 5 years for TB patients. If we do not have a way of testing them, we will land up with more drug resistance, as we know. This is the only test which, along with finding 18 antibiotic susceptibility report, can detect non-tuberculosis mycobacteria. In the work that we have done till now over the past 2 years, we realized that between 3 to 5% of patients in India who are being treated for tuberculosis do not even have tuberculosis. They actually have non-tuberculosis infections who will not respond to any of this therapy. And most importantly for clinicians, as we said, it is very important that we work for the clinician. It addresses a question which is called as the fall and the rise of disease, where because of multiple clones of TB present in the lung or other places in the patient responds to the therapy in the beginning and then grows resistant because there are different clones. This is the only solution which can detect mixed infections in this test itself. It's a single test which can detect 18 antibiotic. It replaces current 7 tests. It is cheaper by 50%. As per the price of the current test, which are non-genomic in nature, and it takes almost 80% lesser time than the current test in the market in TB whole genome sequencing. As we were working on TB, which is a bacterial disease, we expanded this to even further. We now call this new solution which is infection. This is targeted at the sepsis and the fever of unknown origin market. It is a test which can detect pan-bacteria, pan-fungi, and antimicrobial resistance in a single test in a turnaround time of less than 12 hours, direct from sample at site in a hospital. This is a test which can actually go ahead and modernize any molecular diagnostic lab into a genome sequencing lab with a minimal investment in CapEx, which is unthinkable before this. But the most important thing, as you can see here, is, again, we concentrate on the report because we concentrate on the clinic and the clinician. This is a remarkable change the way you have been seeing infectious disease report. Every report that you might have seen till now would have seen SARS-CoV-2 detected, not detected, typhoid detected, not detected. This is the first report which says pathogen identified, E. coli. This is a non-targeted test. It can detect any bacteria, any fungi, and antimicrobial resistance in a single test using genome sequencing at a cost which is comparable to current day RT-PCR costs when done for multiple diseases. In fact, all of our work has been published. Some of it is now, we are now going to publish the case studies. The earliest one, proof of concept in tuberculosis, was published, and I had the opportunity of working with some of the best known microbiologists in the country. The minimum viable product, when we took it to the National TB Elimination Program, this was published with the JJ Hospital. This was our validation study of whole genome sequencing of presumptive MDR-TB cases in tertiary care centers in Mumbai. And more recently, the infection test that I was talking to you about has been published in probably one of the most respected technical journals in microbiology, the Journal of Applied Microbiology, as an integrated method for detection, simultaneous detection of bacteria and fungi. It is a multicentric study, including the JJ Hospital, the Tata Cancer Center, and the Department of Microbiology in Breach Candy. What this means is this infection test can currently replace 100+ different tests which are there in the market. For the diagnostic labs and hospitals, that means that instead of ordering several different SKUs for several different disease cases, they can actually order a single SKU and get all infections screened in a single test. For a clinician, what it means is that it is hypothesis-free testing. The clinician does not need to carry the burden of what tests to be done to reduce the cost of burden to the patient. The clinician can just order an infection test, and the test is going to detect the bacterial or the fungal infection that it is. We are in a very elite club in this. There is another company in the US, the Carias DX, which has a very similar test. But unlike Carias, which is a central lab model, because we have been able to use nanopore sequencing, which is a smaller sequencer from Oxford Nanopore, we are able to distribute this test at a tremendously low capex. What we have been able to do with our algorithms and the kit is bring a huge amount of sensitivity, which is greater than 98%, and a specificity, which is greater than 99% for this test. As we said—
Sorry, Dr. Anirban, we're kind of running out of time on the pitch.
Last two
You can
slides.
just sign up with this, yeah.
Last two slides. With the TB test, we have already reached out. We are a B2B player, which means that we have been able to scale this. We are already in more than 100 cities and more than 300 zip codes in India. That is the scale we have achieved in less than 1.5 years. And I think for us in the company, what is most important is our ability to get something like this, where a doctor says that the test helps in diagnosis and treatment of the patient with a shorter stay in the patient for the hospital. And I think that is what we are all trying to aim for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Anirban. Over to the expert panel for questions, if any.
Anirban, I don't know if you can hear me. Quick question. What does it cost to deploy this solution? And what is the unit cost for the patient undergoing this test?
So we are a B2B player. So we provide this to the hospital at the CapEx installation cost, depending on how the lab is, varies between 7.5 lakhs to 10 to 12 lakhs. The total CapEx for a current molecular lab to get going. The cost that we offer this to the hospital is about 8,000 rupees for a single test, and they then price it further. The TB test is available to the patient for 6,500 rupees all across India.
So, Dr. Chatterjee, have you been in touch with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and the TB control program people? Because if it's it's a tremendous innovation that you've come up with, and they should be interested in mainstreaming that for the whole country, right?
Yes, so we have been in touch with the National TB Elimination Program. In fact, we are already doing projects with the state TB offices in few of the states. We have also been invited by the ICMR. We are waiting for the decision. We have not been able to reach out to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I wish I was there in the room. I wish I can get connected. I would like to reach out to the Health and Family Welfare, but we are very well connected with the NTEP and ICMR, and we would like to go forward with that.
Anirban, what happens when TB Mukt India happens? What does actually your business model will evolve around? Yeah.
It's a tricky question, right? In infectious diseases, if a vaccine has been developed, it is developed for elimination, right? But I think the way I look at it is if India has to eliminate TB, we are going to be an important player, because there are two parts of tuberculosis. One is able to detect latent TB so that it doesn't spread, and the second is to be able to stop multi-drug resistant TB. And I think our solution will aid in TB Mukt Bharat. I think that's going to take a few years. I'm sure we will have bigger problems to solve. And we'll be very happy if India eliminates TB. As far as the rest of the work is concerned, I think that's the reason we are working in AMR and antimicrobial resistance. We'll continue to work on that.
Quick question from my side. What are your plans for the global market outside India?
So we've just initiated some work with BMGF and FIND, where we are, because they already have a large user base of sequencers and sequencing machines around the world, including LMICs. We have started work with them. By this year end, we are hoping that through that network, we can get to some of the high burden countries. But we are happy to also look forward working with partners such as PATH, the CHAI initiative and others, wherever possible. So any such collaborations, we are happy to look into it. Currently, we have been able to start a project with BMGF and FIND.
That's fine. We'll reach out to you. We're working with all these organizations, including others. Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Chatterjee, this is really exciting, the innovation. How does it compare with the currently available ones like BioFire, which can actually give you multiple, diagnoses of the bacteria or viruses and fungi?
There are two ways to answer that. One is scientific, the other is commercial. I think commercial, it's a very easy solution because the capex of BioFire is, I think, very conservatively between 3.5 to 4 times more than what our solution is. And per sample is, I think, we are about 2.5 times more affordable than BioFire. The bigger problem is scientifically. BioFire is an RT-PCR film array-based technology, which means every new infection, every new strain, every new variant will have to be updated in a kit. That kit needs to undergo the IVD testing. It is going to be applicable. That film array is made for the Western markets. As infections evolve, it is not going to be enough. BioFire is working on a technology in molecular diagnostics, which is PCR. Genome sequencing is the technology basis which the PCR is designed. It's a compromise. Running a PCR test is a compromise when one does not have an affordable genomic solution. Genomics is the gold standard in molecular diagnostics. I have a huge amount of respect for all PCR technologies, but I think going forward, it is only going to be fair that technologies become more comprehensive. And I'm sure we'll be able to work with all of them. I think this is going to split into 2 parts. There's going to be specialized testing in labs using genome sequencing. The rest of it is going to become POCT.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nirvan. That was, most enlightening for all of us. We'll continue offline. Thank you very much. So with that, everyone, I'd like to introduce the next startup, Carpal.ai. Carpal.ai is a vendor-neutral artificial intelligence platform that allows radiologists to access, assess, and integrate radiology AI solutions in their clinical practice. Dr. Vidur Mahajan, CEO, is here to present Carpal.ai to us.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I will try to keep it shorter than the allocated time because having been an avid member of NATHEALTH, I know what it means to be between this and that. So essentially, Carpal is nothing but connecting AI applications on one side and healthcare providers on the other side, trying to disrupt the so-called iron triangle of access, affordability, and quality of care. Thank you for letting me present to the group. I have my own dad as part of the expert panel who's actually conceptualized all of this. So that's pretty exciting as well. Moving ahead, there is, so we operate in the world of medical imaging. There's almost 3.5 billion MRIs, CTs, X-rays, ultrasounds, what have you, done all over the world every year. And these are increasing at a rate of anywhere between 8 to 12% per annum, $40 billion market, huge, huge market. And there's each of these scans that needs to be read by a very smart doctor called a radiologist. And there's not enough of them. There's, again, 250,000 of them all over the world. A bunch of money spent on their salaries every year, predominantly in the West. And it doesn't matter if you're in Boston, Bangalore, or Bangladesh. There is a lack of radiologists. It manifests in various ways, sometimes high price, sometimes just unavailability of the test itself. Of course, 2015, 2016, deep learning came to the rescue. And since then, there's been a plethora of startups all over the world. Again, anyone's guess, between 200 to 400 of them that have come to try to automate the work of these radiologists with the intent of bridging this demand-supply gap. $5 billion has gone into this industry. And today, there are more than 700 US FDA approved. So this is a regulated industry, software as a medical device. So more than 700 US FDA approved AI solutions, all of which are trying to make this radiologist cater to these scans in a faster, better, or cheaper manner. The challenge is that healthcare providers, the organizations that are to buy these systems and give them to radiologists, find it impossible to navigate this whole ecosystem, because each one of these applications, apps, cater to different use cases. Someone's doing head, CT, stroke. Someone else is doing chest, X-ray, tuberculosis. Third company is doing, prostate, MR, cancer. So body part modality disease, there's near infinite possibilities that emerge. Well, that's where we come to the fore. We are creating super radiologists. These are radiologists that use the encapsulated value of this entire ecosystem. So all the AI that is available out there today, use all of it to become 5x to 10x more productive. And, Dr. Indu Bhushan was alluding to this earlier, become 5x to 10x more productive in their work, in catering to these patients. How does that happen? We have a single user interface. So each one of these, again, these are all software built across the world, right? Millions of dollars being spent. They all have their own user interfaces. We unify all of that into a single, what is called viewer, right? For viewing the AI outputs. Then we are a single data channel, right? Every hospital, you go to the IT system and you say, yaar, yahan data bhejna hai cloud pe. The IT guy will be like, acha, fill this security questionnaire, we can't do it, time nahi hai, ye wo. Now imagine doing that across 50 softwares, right? Impossible. So we provide a single data channel for hospitals to be able to access, again, this entire ecosystem. And lastly, we are a single procurement channel, right? Again, having 50 contracts for 50 companies will take 50 years in some of the large health systems across the world. And that is how we have now created what is the world's largest AI marketplace, sitting here in New Delhi, in terms of number of applications that we have, right? So we have 110 different apps from 50 different vendors from across the world. Out of those 110, more than 50 are approved by the FDA, about 60 are CE approved. And the idea is to create this ecosystem and then take it as a whole to the hospitals to say, yeah, you're not using 1, 2, or 3 use cases of AI. Use the entire ecosystem and derive benefit at the start. And luckily, because of this, we are used today by some of the world's leading healthcare providers. So our target markets beside India are the US, Asia Pacific, and Brazil. Mass General, which is Harvard, uses us. RadNet and Rad Partners are 2 of the world's biggest radiology companies. They use us. Case Western, the Cleveland, the University Hospital, Stanford, Yale. So a lot of places that are at the epitome of this stuff use us, because again, they don't have to work with 10 different companies 10 times in order to work with 10 different companies. They work with just us. We've processed more than 100,000 patients in the last 6 months. We are the single platform for all AI in the Singapore government ecosystem. So all AI going into the Singapore government goes through us, so on and so forth. This is just, one of my last slides. If you think of it, what is the scope of a platform like this, right? Well, just, humor me with this. On one side, you have healthcare services. On the other side, you have AI applications. Well, the first thing is there are either multi-specialty hospitals, single specialty, diagnostic centers, or primary care centers. Each of these has either an MRI or a CT or an X-ray, ultrasound, mammo, PET, DEXA, whatever. And each of these, in turn, caters to an endocrinologist, a neurologist, ortho, cardio, blah, 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 right? All combinations of physicians. On the other hand, you have AI. AI can improve your outcomes, clinical outcomes, reduce cost, increase revenue, and help you do research. And how does it do that? Well, by preventing disease, diagnosing disease, treating disease, doing clinical trials, blah, blah, blah. And how does it do that? By a bunch of use cases. We sit in the middle, enabling all of this, right? So I think with this, you could get a sense of the near infinite level of scope that a platform like this has, that essentially sits between the AI ecosystem and today the radiology ecosystem, today the entire hospital network sits there enabling, each of these unique use cases. Again, this is my last slide. This is our thank you slide. We raised $6 million. We just announced it last month. from Stellaris Ventures and a bunch of angel investors. My dad serves as our main advisor, as our chairman. We have on our advisory board, Dr. Vijay Rao. She is the ex-president of the RSNA. Larry Tannenbaum, Suresh Mukherjee, globally renowned neuroradiologists. Then a bunch of people who've invested in us, many of them members of NatHealth also. So yeah, this is what we are doing. We are essentially simplifying radiology automation using an ecosystem-based platform approach. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vidur. Over to the panel for questions, I think. Go ahead.
Vidur, hi. This question, I've got two questions for you. I think the first one is really oriented to help answer the question to understand how it's used. Can you just share how Carpal can be used by a healthcare provider in terms of impact on time, on staffing radiologists, on cost, and on its accuracy in terms of diagnosis? And then I have a follow-on predictive after that.
Sure. So essentially, Shivinder, we look at outcomes across three metrics: clinical, operational, and financial, right? And what we are doing is, rather than taking an individual app, say chest X-ray automation, head CT automation, we club it all together and present the ROI as a single metric across these three, right? So long story short, we are seeing financially 5x gain. So we talk in dollars. So if you invest $70,000 into AI per month, you get a return of about $350,000 the moment you deploy more than 7 use cases, right? 7 use cases across the body. In terms of productivity gains, it varies by use case, right? Because we are a marketplace, but it can be anywhere from 5% to 35% in terms of time saved, depending on, again, the use case. That translates to operational gains and financial gains. Then we are seeing higher pickup rates. So let's say fracture detection is one very popular use case. It improves the sensitivity of a radiologist, allowing you to detect about 6% more than what you would already detect, allowing you to, from again, an operational and financial standpoint, admit those patients earlier and thereby recognize their revenue earlier and improve their outcomes. So I know it's a wishy-washy kind of answer, but we are like, we are Zomato. And if you ask us, what is the benefit of food, we'll have to kind of, put it all together into one benefit. But that's our attempt.
Okay, second quick question is, are you using Carpal for predictive? So if you get a chest X-ray or a spine CT done, even if the person is doing it diagnostically or for some other ailment, by putting his demographics together, can you predict, say, spinal degenerations and so on and so forth, and other degenerations per se?
So essentially, Shivinder, again, we are a function of the apps that we have, right? Each of these are third-party applications. Today, we do have third-party applications that can take not a chest X-ray, but a CT scan of the abdomen and predict the bone density of the patient, right? Something that typically you would not be able to do. There are applications now coming out of academia into commercial that can do breast cancer prediction. There's a paper just yesterday that has come. So all of those can come onto our platform, provided the provider wants that, the user wants that. So yes, certainly. So that's why there's clinical automation use cases, there's precision medicine use cases, and predictive medicine use cases that we cater to. So.
Hey, Vidur, Nitisha. Vidur, crudely put, you're distributing 50 AI companies, services to hospital. What value does the platform itself add in addition to the obvious one, which is selection, right? So ease of selection across all the variables that you do it. But in terms of, let's say, if I come up with 3 companies which provide what I'm looking for in terms of modalities or use cases, does the platform add value to that, or in any other way more than just providing choices?
No, correct. So there are 4 essentially platform pillars that we stand on in order to address, that specific issue. First is on seller support, right? So these AI companies, we actually take insights back to them as a platform that, this is what the performance of your model was and this is what you should improve. We may not actually take the data back, but we can tell someone, again, the fracture use case, that generally your AI model fails on obese men on a wrist fracture. So stuff like that. So that's the seller support layer. The second is trust. The platform not only allows, as you said, the curation or the selection, but also the ongoing monitoring of these AI systems. So it's not just that, there are today 5, let's say, chest X-ray AI companies out there. I select one today, but tomorrow there might be one out of those 4 that is now better because, the AI keeps getting better, or there might be a 6th company, 7th company, 8th company that comes around that is better than the one that you selected. So that ongoing monitoring of AI, and you can call it ongoing curation, is something that the platform supports. The third is delivery, right? The consumption of the AI itself, even if there are 3 different ones that you're using, how does a radiologist use 3 different user interfaces, right? One for head, one for chest, and one for abdomen, right? Impossible. So even those 3 are consumed through the same user interface. So that's essentially, our platform theory that we rely on.
Sorry, quick follow-up to that.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned Zomato and obviously B2C are
Yeah.
not comparable, but in addition to what you said, Zomato, for example, will give you a rating of restaurants to tell me if I
Correct.
want
Yeah.
to have,
Trust.
something, some particular food item, this restaurant's got a higher rate.
Yeah.
Do you do something equivalent to that in terms of telling a hospital?
Oh, yeah.
Which of those 3 options
Is
to
better.
choose?
Yeah. So we actually don't prescribe what is best. We have the tooling in place such that they themselves can run their data. So the way it works is, we call it the DEV approach, discovery, exploration, validation, where the hospital will put, let's say, 100 CT scans onto the platform. The 100 CT scans will run through 3 different AIs that do the same thing, right? Same use case. Let's say lung cancer detection. And then it will compare, using large language models to the reports that are also loaded onto the platform, and it will come out with 3 different summary statistics like sensitivity, specificity, etc. Correct. But what we do not do is say that because this AI worked at Harvard, it will also work at, Yale. That is something we don't do because AI doesn't generalize like that.
Thank you. Thank you,
Great.
Vidur.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you
all
so
the
much.
time we have, folks. So next, I'd like to introduce our last startup for the evening, Involution. Involution is a medtech startup with a diverse portfolio, including an award-winning cath lab, Pinnacle and Premier, revolutionizing medical imaging as well as drug-eluting stents, balloon catheters, guide wires, and accessories. Mr. Praveen Daga, the head of marketing, is here to present this solution to us.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, NATHEALTH, for inviting us to present our journey with all of you. I'll take you through what we have achieved so far, what we have done, what future holds for us. Involution is right now as a top 1% medical device company of the manufacturing company of India. We are also Asia's most awarded cath lab manufacturing company with 16 plus awards. We're India's top 2 selling cath lab companies. So we have sold almost 400 cath labs in India so far. 340 installations. The total market is around 3,000 cath labs. We have captured around 12 to 13% of market share in the last 5.5 years. We are top angioplasty balloon selling company of India, Sapphire, our most niche product, and we are top 5 stent manufacturing company of India. We started our journey of manufacturing stents last year itself, but within a year we have ramped up very fast. So the company was founded by 4 gentlemen. They share almost 100 years of shared experience between them, all in cardiology space. We have product portfolio includes drug-eluting stents, balloons, catheter, accessories. And we have made a kind of impact in India. We want to replicate the similar sort of impact in the global market as well. Involution started in 2010 with as a sales and commercial distribution company. In 2016, we started our manufacturing journey with ITPL, which was a joint venture between a company called Alpha. Alpha was the first company ever to build a cath lab in India, and then we started this. Now we have merged, and this is a single entity Involution. These are the four gentlemen who started this company. Mr. Gaurav Agrawal is the managing director of the company. Mr. Ashwini Sutar, Atul Sharma, and Sachin Garg are the co-founder and directors. Our journey, I'll quickly take you through. 2010, we started with Obusnesh balloons. We launched our own stent brand in 2011, founded ITPL in 2016, launched our first cath lab prototype 2018. So with 17 members team, we launched our first cath lab in 15 months. We won prestigious award, Red Dot Award, and which is considered as the Oscars for industrial design. Also, Sapphire became the #1 selling balloon of India. Became fastest growing and the most awarded cath lab company of India within 1 year of commercialization. Launched second generation cath lab within 8 months. So since the inception of cath lab, every year we are launching a new cath lab model. Also won the Good Design Award by Ministry of Commerce, Japan. We are the only company in the world to have won both Red Dot and Good Design Award for a cath lab. No other company has done that. Achieved net sales of $12 million as a group in 2020. That was a COVID year. Won India Medical Device Company of the Year award that year as well. Achieved the 100 cath lab milestone in 2021 after 3.5 years of commercialization, new facility in Bangalore. Net sales 24 million in 2024, doubled our revenue, 200 cath labs. So the first 100 took 3.5 years. The next 100 took only 15 months. Launched our latest and the most advanced cath lab platform, which is Premier. Sales Series A funding from OrbiMed. Last year we did that. We won Frost & Sullivan Imaging Award of the company. 300 cath lab installation. So first 100 took 3.5, second 100 took 15 months, and the third 100 took only 11 months. And we also achieved net sales of 50 million as a group. Also became the Great Place to Work company. We're present in 22 states, 201 cities, 400 cath labs sold, 340 installations, 1,400 partnered hospital, and 300 plus distributor network. So our mission is to install an involution cath lab in all 800 plus districts by 2030. I can proudly say that there are almost 23 cities where there were no cath lab. We were the first one to install an involution cath lab there. This is our team, 80 plus sales team members, strong service team, 100 plus production manager team. We have a dedicated R&D center in Pune with 35 members and a new product development, so which actually works for that. Most of them are MTechs or PhD from institutions like IIT and Oxford. Now 500 member team and 30 cities. These are some of the awards. I've already spoken, but apart from that, we also won a National Innovation Award by the President of India, Best ET Best Brand, WCRC Best Brand Award from the House of London, Great Place to Work. I'll just quickly show you one small video on Red Dot Award. This is a very, very close award to us. I don't know whether this sound is not. Do we have sound? So as you can see, along with the likes of Google, Apple, McLaren, Ferrari, there was an Indian company which also won Red Dot Award in a very, very first product, very first year itself. We are again going for the best of the best award for Red Dot again this year for our latest cath lab Premier. Now our product portfolio, basically we have 3 products. One is cath lab. We have 5 models right now, Premier and Pinnacle. We have 2 platforms. Pinnacle is a left-hand side floor-mounted cath lab. Premier is a head-hand side floor-mounted cath lab. Both are CE marked, so we are ready for international market as well. And this is just, I'll give you a glimpse of how does the product looks and it feels. I will not take you to the entire video. This is our premier platform, the latest platform which we are talking about. Bharat, just maybe. So the idea for this particular product, we wanted to design a floor mounted cath lab which can deliver the similar sort of functionality which a ceiling suspended cath lab gives. It actually has a 55-degree cranial caudal, 120-degree LAO, which is normally there. Plus there is a less civil hassle and lesser space requirement. So, and we have been able to do that very, very diligently. Our stand portfolio, we are right now a 5th ranked stand manufacturing company, 1.5 lakh annual manufacturing capacity. And we are also doing a 1,000 patient study right now. We have 2 brands, Eternia and Suroflex, everolimus and sirolimus stand brands. And then we have a balloon portfolio. So we have partnered with Orbis Niche. This is how we started our journey in 2010. And we are #1 selling balloon of India. And these are some of the models. Apart from that, we also have orbital atherectomy. We are the one who launched this product for last year. Now it is going to some other company. But we are still, now we are distributing this in India. This is our plan for international markets. We are going to export in 20 countries in the coming year, and Southeast Asia, Western Europe, Latin America, Africa, and Middle East. We have already established our subsidiary office in Singapore, coming up in Indonesia, Brazil, and Russia, manufacturing setups in Asia and Europe. These are some of the active leads. So we have already have 4 or 5 international shipments, which includes Nigeria, Iraq, Bangladesh, Nepal, and coming up in the few months coming up in different territories also. This is what the future holds. We have been talking a lot about the AI. So we have been working on a lot of projects right now. Involution is working almost 30 plus projects, which includes artificial intelligence, vascular robotics, remote telechocardiography, drug-eluting balloons, IVUS, OCT, FFR, a lot of initiatives are going on. So this is what future holds for us. And that's about it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Praveen. Over to the audience for questions.
So Gaurav, some excellent work you've done. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
What I didn't quite get is that fundamentally, what is the starting innovation intense? What was it that you actually did? Because you suddenly started manufacturing stents and cath labs. You don't normally start from day 0. So where did the base technology come from? And what are these sort of add-ons? I see you've done some improvements and you continuously improve and innovate, which is fantastic. So I just want to understand that bit, which I was a bit confused about that.
Of course, sir. So stent we already started in 2011. Cath lab was something which we started in 2016. We got a partner, as I was mentioning, there is a partner called Alpha, which was the first company ever to build a cath lab in India. They were looking for a partner who can support there, and we were a commercial powerhouse. There was a dearth of products in the sub-2 CR cath lab segment. It was primarily dominated by the refurb cath labs. We wanted to break that barrier. We wanted to build a cath lab, which is a sub-2 CR segment, plus it is a fully loaded. So that's how the Pinnacle got invented, and that's how, and it has almost all the functionality which is there. Superb image quality, 65 kilowatts. So we have used our latest, at that time also we used Aspire, which is an AI algorithm for superior image quality at a lower radiation dose. So the idea was to break that barrier, and that's actually became a reason for our success. We kind of disrupted that market in that particular segment.
And how do your price points match up to whatever is conventionally available?
So as I said, we have around 5 models right now. The pricing, the basic model starts from around 1.3 CR to it goes up to 3 CR. So we have 5 models, different functionalities, starts from 1.3 CR to 3 CR. These are that's also there. I have pricing. I'm not very sure about that.
Excuse me.
Which is at par with the competition.
Which is the cath lab company that you said you had acquired?
Number one?
Cath lab company you acquired, right, in India?
Yeah.
Did I hear correctly that you acquired a company?
No, we didn't acquire. We partnered with, we created a joint venture and
Which company was that?
Alpha.
But Alpha was acquired by Philips.
Yeah, Alpha was acquired by Philips, and later on they had a cooling off period, and after that the entire team is with us now. They are working with us.
Okay.
23%.
One last question, guys.
How are you different from other Indian manufacturers? Say NLNGers, which also supplies, and probably their price points are lower.
So there are 2-3 things which makes us different. So there are some innovative things. So for example, our machines are future proof. So let's say if you're buying our product, a basic model, if you buy in a specific platform, you want to upgrade it, you can upgrade it on the same model. No other cath lab company does that. Apart from that, the latest technologies which is related to artificial intelligence or robotics or these kind of things, I don't think so that Ellinger have that kind of a capabilities. We are coming with a lot of new technologies, new therapies, which is making us different from others.
Thank you, Praveen.
Thank you so much.
Thanks everyone for the very enlightening session. Thank you. With that, we're done with the startup pitches. Handing it back to the MC to take it forward.
Thank you. A huge round of applause for all the startups that pitched. Very inspiring. Some of them have done great work, and they answered the questions very patiently asked by the expert panelists as well. Now, I would request our experts to please come on stage and talk to us about what they saw and what their feedback is. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Dr. Indu Bhushan, former founding CEO, National Health Authority, NHA and Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, ABPMJ. Please welcome him on stage along with our other experts. Dr. Harsh Mahajan, past president NATHEALTH and founder and chief radiologist, Mahajan Imaging. Mr. Daljit Singh, past president NATHEALTH. Dr. Shravan Subramanian, past president NATHEALTH and advisor healthcare and medtech investment, Premji Invest. Mr. Shivinder Mohan Singh, past president NATHEALTH. Mr. Anjan Bose, founding secretary general NATHEALTH. Mr. Amit Mukim, managing director, South Asia IQVIA. Mr. Nitesh Agarwal, managing director, Indian Capital Advisors. Mr. Parthiv Neotia, executive director, Neotia Healthcare. Mr. P.L. Mehta, vice chairman and managing director, Neotia Healthcare. And Mr. Mukul Bagga, advisor, DigiBridge Healthcare Private Limited. Would also request Mr. Siddhartha Bhattacharya to please come on stage. Please welcome on stage Dr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO, Indian Healthcare Angels.
Maybe I'll take a quick shot on behalf of this group. I know we're running a little tight on time, so I'll just give a quick comment. All of you here, thank you for attending this. Now, please open up your wallets, invest in these folks, buy their products. That's what we need you here for. Thank you.
Yes, okay, so I'm going to say it as it comes to me.
He's talking on behalf of the entire panel because we do want you to get food.
Yeah, that'll be another half an hour for me and a few more minutes. So I must congratulate all the presenters. They're absolutely fantastic stuff. I think that really came on the table and it was quite eye-opening. And from where I come, I think everybody deserves a huge amount of praise. They've made something, which is absolutely marvelous. What I was particularly impressed, now at the end of the day, there's always some level of gradation, at least the way I'm looking at it, because it's a innovation that we are looking at. And let me try and explain what I mean by this. I think when you look at, Vidur, Vidur Mahajan, and this is, you better save your blushes, Harsh. Okay. I think it was, what Vidur has done is out of the box. It's stuff that's available all over the world. And he's put his mind together to bring the power of all the AI systems and brought all the providers on one side and has become a solution provider through just one single pipeline. I think that's really, in many ways, I look at it as a breakthrough thought process. It's a true innovation in that sense, that he's solving problems faster, cheaper, and providing insights into even predictive modeling, the question that Shivendra actually asked. That, okay, if your X-ray is there and AI is there, AI is obviously going to find out, see the whole of the X-ray and not simply look at the broken rib that for which the X-ray was carried out, you know. So I think it's absolutely fantastic. So in my bucket, that comes as a very, very original innovation. It was an entirely new thought process. The other one that I found was, which was also very, very original and very thought through, was the entire bit about genomic, sequencing and reimagining genomics. Dr. Chatterjee's presentation. Again, something quite breakthrough. It wasn't tweaking what existed, and that too also, by the way, is great innovation if you tweak what exists. But he went a step upstream, and he's put in he and his team have put in the effort to figure out newer ways of finding out and diseases and solving for problems in a faster way, cheaper way, and something that is entirely scalable. I thought that was brilliant. Again, totally new thinking, The first presenter, which was Dr. Vora Promaxo, once again, he looked at an existing problem that existed, that, okay, here are these MRIs, they're unwieldy, they've got a problem, etc. They're also expensive. How can we make it cheaper, faster, and put on, additional functionalities that make it much easier for people to access, people who've got phobias about getting into machines, to make it less formidable and equally provide a lot of accuracy. So I put it from an innovation point of view, at slightly a shade lower, because there was an existing system, but he improved it quite dramatically. And I think that's, again, something to be applauded, And then finally, the last presentation that we have, which was presented by Gaurav, I think it was very innovative from the perspective of that there are several platforms that exist here, and there's a problem that we face in our own country. Healthcare requirements are absolutely huge. How can we piggyback on what exists, apply a mind with the best brains available? And he mentioned, people from abroad as well as from IITs and great engineers and scientists from here. And they made a model which is very scalable and which is working for our country. So the number of stents, the number of cath labs, I think is extremely, impressive what he's done. So that's the way I'm looking at it. But it was taking the existing products and improving them. And I think that's a great way to innovate and create capacity and provide, in many ways, new thought to people who are looking at the healthcare system, to contribute towards it and to create a business proposition that provides employment and also furthers our country's initiative of Made in India. I think it's a great way to do that. I think he's going to be a trailblazer and already a trailblazer. I'm sure there are many others who are beginning to follow and apply that model in many areas, So congratulations. Yeah. So if there are any other views people want to add on to it, please welcome. Yeah.
I'm just going to take this opportunity not to address what we've seen, but to talk about startups. I think Diljit broke it down in terms of how different people have approached a certain product, whether it's accuracy or cost or time or access. I think the only request or message that I want to share with people who are looking at startups is also look at how you solve for the patient. And what I mean by that is the bypass surgery or the cabbage is one of the old gold standards of healthcare. But the kind of damage it does to the body in terms of breaking the rib cage down to be able to get to your heart was a very annoying problem from the patient's perspective, though it saved his life. The cath lab came to solve that because it was able to do it without cutting a rib cage. And we have a lot of other problems like that in the healthcare delivery space, either because of the bulk of the machine or the cost of the machine, or just simply access, the way the patient is accessed for treatment. So as you look at it, so Promaxo's example of taking a bulky MRI down to almost making it, like portable ultrasound in some ways. So just look at solving from the patient's perspective also, because you'll end up solving one problem, you create 3 other problems more often than not, either because of technology or because just the way it's been done in the olden style. But I think all the presentations today and even some of the shortlists that were not presented today are fantastic in their own way. Just a question of which vector you take to solve. So whichever vector you take, I think just keep a focus on the patient as well, because if you solve for him, you solve for all the other universes as well. So just share with that, and congratulations to all the presenters today, and congratulations to everybody sitting in the room who's actually managed to stay here till that late. So great job for NATHEALTH, and Siddharth, very, very well done that you got everybody excited for that long to be here. And I'm hoping for everybody can say good night now, because we'll get to bed sooner than later, nothing else. Thank you.
So before we say goodnight, we would like to felicitate the startup that have presented for us. So I would request the startup representatives to please come on stage and accept a certificate from NATHEALTH. I request the Promaxo team to please come on stage and receive the certificate. I will request representatives of Haystack to please come and collect the certificate. The presentation was done virtually, but we still have some team members of Haystack here with us. So please give them a round of applause. Haystack. And we have the team coming up on stage. Would request the team of Carpal to please come up on stage to receive their certificate.
Students left, so I'm taking.
All right, sure. And I would request the team from Involution to please come up on stage to receive the certificate. I request the teams to please stay. We'll also have a group photograph of all the startups who have presented. So soon after this certificate, request all of you to come back on stage for a group photograph. So now I would request all the teams to come back on stage for a group photograph. This has been a very enriching experience. We've had great presentations, and we'll have one photograph for memories of all times. So I'll request the teams of Promaxo, Haystack, Carpal, and Involution to please come up on stage for a group photograph. Yes, sir. The group photograph is with the experts. Yes, sir. Would request you also to please stay back for another 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I think it's a better idea if they are only there together.
All right. All right. So we'll have a group photograph of all the 4 startups. Please give a round of applause to all the startup teams that have presented today. All the very best to the teams in their endeavors ahead. We want to thank all our experts for their very patient hearing of the startup pitches. And I would like to see all of you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please join us for drinks and dinner, which is being served in Regency 2 and 3. Good night.